Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, some of you, because I believe we have some people from the overseas, the UK, Ireland, and a few other, Scotland, a few other places over there. Great to have you all with us. Us, well, me and the dogs, that is. As you can see, I got one of the little puppies in right now and trying to see how she's going to mix in with the rest of the pack, but she's a little skittish. She likes the piano, though. I'll tell you that. She came right over when I started playing that and was extremely interested. And I'll see how she does with the native flute in a little bit. But as to whether today's show will be as good as yesterday's, I don't know about that. Yesterday was a great day. We had a nice little panel going. If John Dunning actually shows up in chat, I would like to get him on here and maybe get Ronnie York back on again, because we have a lot of great conversations between us and everything. As a matter of fact, I need to after we get things going, I'm actually going to give Ronnie a call, see how he's feeling today. He did about 3 hours last night, but then he got So when you're taking RSO and you're dealing with cancer, basically what ends up happening is the RSO will tell you, hey, it's time to take a nap and you need to do it now, and you get this and anxiety can come in if you don't listen to the medicine that you're taking, yeah, Kathy. Well, she was the last one from that litter, and I can't just have her in a pen by herself. She's got to be integrated with other dogs and stuff. I can't have her being lonely. That's not fair to her. So, so that's why I brought her in. She's only 9 weeks old. And I haven't given her a name yet, but I'm trying to see what her personality's like before I do that. But so far she's doing pretty good. My boy Gizmo, he's one of my 6-month-olds. He's really taken with her, so he's kind of been snuggling up with her and kind of keeping the other big dogs kind of off of her and away from her, which is pretty cool. So, but back to what I was saying, sometimes shows are hard to be comparable, because of the fact that, it depends on what content's available that day, kind of thing. And no, she's all black, so we wouldn't want to call her Sugar, because I have a feeling that I'm going to be stuck with a white female, and Sugar would be a good name for her because she's a kisser. When I was growing up, my aunt used to come and give me some sugar. I used to just want to reach for the sugar bowl and hand it to her because she used to leave lipstick all over my face. But as I was saying, it's some shows are comparatively good. Some of them are, just a bunch of information, and there's not a whole lot of hoopla surrounding it and everything else. It was great to have Dave on for the first couple of hours yesterday's podcast. And those of you that are followers of Dave's, I'm doing everything that I can in order to help him get on here, and he has access to my channel at any time he wants. Okay. Basically, if he called me up and said, "Hey, Hawk, I'm going to go live today. You don't have to do anything," I would 100% let him. I have absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. I'm not worried about whether I'm taken down or not, because I'll just create another channel. That's why it's Hawks Mustard Seeds number 22. And all my other channels have been taken down over and over and over again. I've been censored off of YouTube more than 70 times. Okay. Hence the number 22, 3 times, 3 strikes, you're out. But I'm just going to keep going. My objective is to bring every truther that has been removed from YouTube and Facebook back to those platforms. That's why, periodically you'll tune in and you'll see X22 playing. You'll tune in, you'll see And We Know playing. You'll see Sgt Report playing. You'll see Melissa Red Pill playing. And the reason being is because this is my chosen battlefield. Okay. And also, by the way, we are, we were broadcasting to, I guess, I thought I was broadcasting to Kick at the same time, but I've got to figure out, I think there's a couple of quirks I got to work out with Kick yet. But there's a new platform called kick.com that I'm also going to stream to. And the objective is to get all these voices back onto the battlefield. Okay. And the reason that I say this is Facebook and YouTube are the 2 places where a lot of liberal minds, we got to go there. And I hate to say it. Yes, it's Hawks _mustard_ seeds on Kick. But we're not live right now. For some reason, it had a difficult time connecting. So, and basically what it boils down to is, so this is my chosen battlefield, and bringing all of those people back was one of my biggest goals. Okay. These were all people who were removed from this platform and from Facebook, and they didn't deserve to be kicked off. They weren't given misinformation. They were given outright truth. Okay. And I will expel every channel necessary in order to make sure that their messages are completely spread again. Now, at the same time that they're playing, I always post the banner for their video and list where you can find them directly. If you want to go and watch them directly, you're more than welcome to. However, what I find is that groups of like-minded people kind of like to be able to have conversations, when you get together with a bunch of like-minded people, it's basically like having a watch party, unknown challenger. This is KICK.com, not that kick. So the objective is to bring all that truth back out. And then periodically I throw my own 2 cents in, which sometimes is worth something. Sometimes it's not, and then at the same time, I get guests to come on as often as possible, like Dave coming on. And I'm actually hoping one day to get Todd Gediminsky to come on, because to me, Todd's like one of my heroes. The guy has a way of going through the boards that is like no other. I would absolutely love to have him come on. And he doesn't have to show his face, because you can use an avatar and things like that, with StreamYard. I know Todd's got messages that he'd like to give to people too. And I would absolutely love it. I did email or I did send him a message on Facebook a couple of weeks ago, but I haven't heard back from him yet. So I think that would be great. Actually, I would love to have Dave, Todd, and Cindy come on, and just go ahead and do shows on my channel. I have no problem with that. I would absolutely love it, because I know the team is capable of providing great information, and I'm not going to say intelligence. Well, intelligence is something that definitely Todd has a lot of, but I'm talking about intelligence as in things you just don't know about, or secrets that the government's doing and things like that. Because Todd's not going to give you that kind of stuff. What he is going to give you is he's going to give you a whole bunch of truth, and he's going to give you some great opinions at the same time, so I would absolutely love it. Anybody who says that they have an inside ear in what's going on, well, they're pretty much full of shit. But those that have gone through the boards and have done the research and are providing you with information directly correlating to those boards and to the information that we were told to research, and answers to the questions that the board asked of us, then that is a different level of intelligence. Okay. Because people are actually taking the time to do it. They're doing the research and they're bringing you information, and they're giving it to you in a way that not only can you understand it, but can send you researching in all different types of directions to find out even more. I loved listening to Dave, Todd, and Cindy, go through some of the posts, and then, and then you'd see, Vincent Kennedy, sitting in the chat, and he would drop a comment, and then all of a sudden you'd see 10 people in the chat start researching it right away and start kicking off responses. And then all of a sudden you see Dave and Todd and Cindy getting into that same conversation and pulling up information. And they show you the receipts. That was one of the biggest things, was having the receipts pulled up in front of you so that you knew that the information that they were giving you was not bullshit. It was 100% accurate truth. Okay. And it was all stuff that you could go and look for yourself. And when they got taken off their platform, it was extremely disappointing, trying to track down, where they were going to be next and everything else. So they have a home here anytime they want it. Okay. All of them, all three of them, they have a home here anytime they want it. And it's an open invitation. And you can reach me on Facebook, Hawk J Marsden, or you can catch me here on YouTube. And I'll even throw my email address up here, for the world to see. Cause I actually like getting emails, even if they're bad ones. Hey, you want to criticize me? Give it to me. Because if you can help me make a better show or a better product, and put out better videos, then hey, I'm willing to listen to constructive criticism. Ronnie York, another guy, who is just 100% heart, 100% truth. Does the research. Also finds videos, gets them here onto YouTube, where stuff like that generally can't be played. Ronnie's lost a couple of channels too, because of it. And the thing is that the idea is to bring that truth to YouTube, bring that truth to Facebook in a way that that people begin to look for themselves. And when you're sharing the information and you're doing it with an open mind and an open heart, then people listen, they get involved, and they start looking on their own. The idea is to encourage people to research on their own without being rude to them, without being mean to them, without giving them, I told you so. Okay. Hawk's Mustard Seeds is not about ever saying, I told you so to anybody. Except for maybe us guys on the panel sometimes, we might joke around about that. I told you so. It's about, come in. Let's sit down and have a cup of coffee or have a beer or, whatever. Come over for dinner or whatever. And let's sit down and have a conversation. Let me show you how I do my research, and then maybe that'll help you get started on yours. It's a compassion. It's a caring. Because if we're not caring about our fellow human being, oh, there she is. I see you, little girl. Oh, you're going to run away from me now. Yeah. She's like, I think she thinks I'm going to throw her back in the pen. So she runs off. She's really curious about the big dog's food though. What you doing? Oh, yeah. I think she's afraid I'm going to throw her back in the pen, but I'm not. I might have to tonight though, because I don't want her pooping and peeing all over the office. But it's Miss Mindersu. I will get to that. Okay. So, quick reminder, those of you on the Facebook side, periodically you will notice if you look up at the top of your chat, it says top chat. If you click next to that, you'll find that a drop down comes down and you can click on live chat. And when you click on live chat, you find people that generally are not involved in your conversations in top chat, is what she's trying to get me to. Yes, I did see Marlene Reed. I did see this. Did y'all see Tesla Todd Gediminsky posted it on back 2 or 3 days ago? Yes, he made a comment in regards to people who think remote viewing or something like that. If I'm not mistaken, I'd have to open up Facebook and go back and look at it to be at 100% accuracy. But yeah, I love seeing Todd posting stuff again. That's great. It's he's a big guy with a big heart, and Cindy as well. She's not a big guy; she's a girl, but you know what I mean. And Dave as well. So, all right. So in my lineup today, I have got a few. Today is actually probably going to be a short show. We're going to start off with last night's X22. Then we're going to jump into SGT Report, the post-bankster golden age with Bix Ware. Then after that, we're going to hit Freedom Force Battalion, must see truth about the Great Pyramid. By the time that is done, I believe the new X22 will be out. And I'm only going to do part B of the X22s today because of the fact that Bix Ware is going to be talking in regards to the banks. and we'll let him fill in the blanks in regards to that. I'm not really big on the financial side of this world because I ain't got no money anyway, so it doesn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't. Kelly, I'm not going to tell anybody you said that. I'm not going to tell anybody you said that, Kelly. No, I'm not going to tell anybody you said that. Because that would just be wrong if I told anybody you said that. She said, Cindy keeps Todd the line. Somebody's got to do it. Yeah. Yeah. So that's our lineup so far today. If anything else really good drops in the meantime, I will get it on. Normally on Thursdays, I play Space Shot and Machiavelli and Lisa B. However, they did not do a podcast last night, so I won't be playing that. However, if they get the Table of Titans going by the time my last video is done, I may play that live over here. I love Space Shot. I love the group. I love how they get together. And again, it's showing you proofs, showing you the receipts on the screen as they're doing it, having great conversations, breaking things down in a way that sometimes, other people can't do it. And sharing that information with the general public. I've been avoiding doing a lot of Nino stuff for a couple of different reasons. One, because I'm frustrated with the paywall, even though we have a paid for account by the Mustard Seeds. But the problem is that there's kind of a lot of drama going on in the background, and I kind of trying to stay away from that. There was okay, let's put it out there. Okay. Nino, I remember his very first podcast. Okay. And I remember watching his nervousness, struggling, trying to get things going, trying to be calm while being angry, because he was, it was like watching a teenager, trying to act like he's not mad, but, we watched him grow together. We watched him grow. He's become a very good interviewer, for the most part. I think he could have a little bit more patience with the people that he's interviewing and let them finish what they're saying. But other than that, I think he lays out some good questions, and he does try to he tries to get to the point really quick. But when you do that, then what are you going to talk about next? Kind of thing. So give people the opportunity to fill in the blanks. But yeah, the paywall thing that really bothers me. It's just I don't know. It just something seems off about it, and so I've kind of been avoiding it. But like I said, he does do a lot of great interviews. He had Dave on there. We played those out. He's got an interview with Rob Cunningham that he did, I believe, this morning. And I kind of want to play that because, Rob Cunningham is the one on X Spaces that first interviewed Dave on X Spaces. So we may add that into the mix. I just don't want problems with Nino. I'm not trying to make money off of his content or anything like that. But I have this thing that if you're trying to give people the truth, then just give them the truth. It's like, why do I got to pay you for the truth? That really annoys me. I love my fucking country. I'm willing to give my life for my country. Okay. I'm willing to give my life for my fellow American. Okay. And I come onto YouTube and have channel after channel after channel after channel taken down. Okay. But it's like these other people don't seem to want to fight the same way. They don't want to fight the same way. You're one of the toughest son of a bitches on the planet, but you're a fucking coward. Where it comes to laying it all out there, lay it all on the line. You know, what the hell are you in the fight for if you're not willing to sacrifice everything for the fight? People say, I'm trying to save my country. What the fuck are you doing? Seriously, what are you doing? Oh, I'm hiding behind a wall. I'm hiding behind a wall. Fuck that wall. Because the only thing that you're doing is causing separation. You're creating your own division. You know, and that's not where we're supposed to be. You know, and this is the thing is, like I said, I've watched him since the very beginning. Okay. And it's like watching him grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. And then it just seemed like all of a sudden a couple of influencers came in there and just totally changed his whole pattern and took him behind that paywall. And that's what it's been ever since. And I can't comply with that. I can't. And that's the thing. The Mustard Seeds, this channel, okay, the people of this channel have put money together and they went and they got an account so that we play the content on this channel. But I'm having a really tough time actually using that account because of the fact that, you know, I hear, well, I'm going to have him taken down. I'm going to have him taken down. Why? I can tell you, you want to know what I can tell you? I can tell you honestly that 1/3 of your viewers came because of me playing your content, posting your links, sending people to both your Rumble and here on YouTube and on BitChute. That's where 1/3 of your people came from. Guys like me. I don't profit from what you do. I don't want your money. I'm poor as shit. I live in a 14 by 20 building with 14 full-grown German Shepherds. My bed is right here. It's a fucking rollaway. That's my bed after serving my country. That's my bed. That's my bed. I ain't got no fancy house. I've lost my farm. I lost my house before this. Why? Because I stand up for my fucking country. The place that I love. It's frustrating to sacrifice everything day after day, time after time after time. And you don't get the same thing from other people. It's like a capitulation is going on with truthers. And it's the capitulation is to the almighty dollar. Sure, I run my Cash App across the bottom of the screen. Why do I do that? Why do I do that? Because I have a generator. I don't have power here. I have a generator. Okay? That's how I have my power. I don't have running water. I have 3 standing barrels outside underneath gutters, hoping to God that I catch enough water to make sure that all these dogs have all the water that they want. My viewers kick in cash in order for me to go and get enough gas to be able to do a show every day or every couple of days. I try to do one every day because they provide for me. Why am I here? Because I was told to get back to work. Who was I told by? I was told by God. I'm not some prophet. I'm a man who loves his country. And I'm willing to sacrifice everything for it. You know, oh, don't even get me started on Charlie Ward. I'm serious. I'm so serious, Freedom Fields. You really, seriously, don't get me started on Charlie Ward. That girl came on to that podcast and said, you were on the plane that was trafficking me. And what did Charlie say? Well, I was just moving somebody else's money. You were on a plane that was trafficking a girl, and your excuse is that you were just moving somebody else's money. And if people are still watching Charlie Ward, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Okay, I'm serious. You should be ashamed of yourselves. That guy sat on his streams telling everybody, telling Americans about how Donald Trump was bringing him in to be the financial wizard of this country. Okay. And these guys, like, whether it's Nino or any of them, it doesn't matter who it is that's interviewing him or doing something with him. Okay. When that girl called him out for trafficking, everybody should have stopped right then and there. No questions asked. None whatsoever. He got called out on streams about having that little white rabbit tacked to his board right behind his chair. Okay. And then when he got called out about it, like for two weeks in a row, he was called out about it. And then he went and he bought himself a little cue and put it there instead. I'm serious. We got to seriously look at this, and we have to think about this, and we have to say to ourselves, who in the hell are we following? It's like, why? It's a who was the other British guy? He disappeared too. He like poof, he was gone. He was gone after he was telling everybody that he was talking to Q every day. Q isn't one person. It's a team. You know, Simon Parks, that's his name. You know, and then look at Gregory Hallett. Yeah, that's another one for you. I'm the real king of England. Well, if you're the real king of England, you should have come up and done something about it and got it taken care of. Okay, but you're not. There shouldn't be any kings. I'm almost thinking that there shouldn't be any governments, period. Everything should be done locally. Everything. We watched them in 1860, between 1861 through 1871. They went through the process of stealing every state's trust. Okay, what do I mean by trust? They stole the money from every single state. And they said, oh, the federal government's going to control it all. Because the federal government was saying that, oh, you're mismanaging your money, so we need to take care of it. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Look at what you guys do. You would rather have veterans living in total poverty or homeless on the street while you're letting umpteen million people through our southern border and giving them $5,000 a month. Yeah, Phil G, he's another one. He's another one that's a piece of crap, you know. And that's yeah, he's another one that's a piece of crap. You know, everybody can be right one or two times. If you say something long enough, eventually it's going to happen, and then you're right. Okay, I'm tired of people kicking the can down the road. Stop kicking the can down the road. Come up with pure facts or shut your pie hole. That's why I stick with X22. That's why I stick with And We Know. That's why I stick with Melissa Red Pill. Because when they come at you with facts. Same thing with Sgt Report. They come at you with facts. Every guest that he brings on comes on with facts. 100% truth, no BS. And it's like, but nobody cares. These other guys, nobody cares. Nobody cares. And I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting frustrated with it. You know, I was in Bonnie's chat the other night, and somebody came in to chat and started yelling at me in chat because of the people that I play. Oh, but I do my research. If you did your research, you would find out that half the people that you're listening to are full of crap. At least these guys show the receipts at the same time. And that's what we need. We need people willing to show us the receipts. And if they're not willing to show that, it's that. I actually played Mel K last week. Okay. Every once in a while, it's and she put out a bunch of good info. She did. Everything was verifiable. But to have somebody just sit behind a microphone and give you this line about things that are going on and not show you anything, not show you any evidence to what they're talking about, it always puts things into question. And that's the thing. We need people who are going to show us what they're talking about. Okay. Then we have a trail to begin to research on our own and build that up. Okay. Because as we gain more and more research information, we're able to put more pieces of this puzzle together. And it's a puzzle. It's a map. Okay. It's two things in one. Okay. And every time we get a good, solid truth with evidence, we get to put that up on the map and say, okay, my puzzle is starting to get full. And man, is it looking like one hell of a map. Okay. I'm beginning to see where this one here and this one here and this one here and this one here comes in. Gene Decode is awesome as long as he doesn't go into outer space. Okay. Because I believe in the Bible. Okay. Now, I might be wrong about it. They might come to us one day and prove to us that the Bible's all wrong. But you want to know what? My faith in Jesus Christ and my faith in God tells me that there's a whole lot more. Okay. I believe in the creator of the heavens and the earth. Okay. And it's going to be really, really hard to change my mind on that. And when you come at it, you better come with a whole shock proof of truth. Okay. And proof. Stacks and stacks of proof. Now, we all know that they messed around with the Bibles. We all know that. Okay, they removed books. They added stuff. They took this away. They took that away. And everybody says, well, no. It says in the Bible, you take away from the Bible. Well, listen to me. Okay, there are people who have taken away from the Bible. And there are people who have put things in the Bible. And there's nothing that we can do about that. Okay. And it says in the Bible that if you take away from my word, you're going to suffer. You're going to suffer. So those people are probably suffering in hell for what they did. The thing is that nobody's bothered to go back and fix it. Now we're at a time in our lives where everything is out there and in front of us where we can fill in the blanks. And I think filling in those blanks is super important. You know, all the minor prophets that have been removed from the Bible that had major prophecies have been ignored, have been washed out, have been locked in the basement of the Vatican so that they can manipulate both for and honestly, now this is nothing against the Catholic religion. Okay, this is about those guys in that big stone building. They're satanic. Okay, and I stopped myself from dropping the F-bomb. They are satanic. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Okay, for over 100, a couple of, actually, I should say probably for more than a couple of 100 years, maybe even more than 500 years, if not longer than that. Okay, those people have been covering up the abuse of children, okay, in parishes all around the world, okay, and nobody does anything about it. Nobody does anything about it. And it's not fair. It's not fair. You know, I posted up on X last night, you know, because I've been watching Liz Crokin over the last few years. I've watched the Out of Shadows and everything else. I've been watching her and her work, and it did up on X last night, you know, because, you know, people were harping on her and everything else. And this is what I wrote to her. I'm going to tell you all exactly what I said to her. Okay. I said, Liz, as a kid, I walked into the state police office, Colchester, Connecticut, told them what church persons had done to me, gave names, addresses, including having a medical exam that came back that I was repeatedly raped by them, and they did nothing. I wish I had a fighter such as you. God bless you. That's what I wrote to her last night. Okay. And I meant it. Okay. Because the woman's incredible, doing everything that she can to fight trafficking from every avenue that she possibly can. Every avenue, using every platform available to her to put these people in the place that they need to be. Well, they actually need to be in hell. But you know, oftentimes, you know, you got to wait. You know, you got to wait for things to go. And you know, they got to die off before you can, you know, get to that level, you know. But you know, the fact of the matter is that, you know, at least she's got the cojones to do it. And she's doing it right out there in front of everybody, not behind some paywall. Right out there in front of everybody. You know, and it's, what can you do? What can you do? You know, yeah, it's, and it's frustrating. It is. And I'm sorry to mic drop like this at the, you know, for as long as I have. I think I've been going about 49 minutes now. And I just had to say that stuff because it's been weighing really heavy on my heart to watch this, you know, to watch what's going on and watching and see this financial manipulation going on to people who are great truthers. Okay. And becoming cowards. It's like there's no fight left, you know. Your content went from being all about, you know, your country, about your love for your country, and willing to fight for your country, to well, if you want to hear the truth, you got to come behind this paywall. And it's not just one. There's so many of them. You know, it's at least with and we know and X22 report, and with SGT, they have open or well, not platforms. So and we know has got andweknow.com. SGT's got sgtreport.com. X22 Report's got x22report.com. You can go and watch it for free every day. They're putting out the truth almost every single day, irregardless of the consequences. I get on and I bring that to here because they were removed from this battlefield. And this is an important battlefield. And the minute that you decided that this battlefield was not worth it to you, you quit. You gave up. You're a pussy. Sure, you probably knocked me out. Whoopee shit. Like I haven't been knocked out before. I'm a Marine. I'll get right back up. But there's a certain point where we have to draw a line between real patriotism and love of country and money. And if that money is more important to you, you ain't no fucking patriot. And I'll stand in your face. I don't care who you are. I'll stand in your face and tell you. I'll stand in your face and tell you. You don't deserve the respect if that's how you feel. You don't. You don't think that we sacrifice our time too? Because we do. You want to know how I sacrifice my time? I sacrifice my time training dogs to give them away to disabled vets. Okay? I sacrifice my time training dogs to be eyes for the blind, ears for the hearing impaired, to train dogs to work with children for autism, to work with children that have seizures. Do they pay for those dogs? No, they don't. They get them for free. You want to know how I can support that? My viewers send bags of dog food. They send bags of dog food. So it doesn't matter how many dogs I have here, okay, that these guys know what I do. They see what I do. They see the results of what I do, and they support that. You know, I see organizations like Wounded Warrior and all this other stuff. You got to meet all these specific requirements to get help. If you're a warrior and you need a canine in order to help you live a better life, then that dog is yours. No, I don't want your money. I need the money, but I don't want your money. We have to choose what's most important. God, family, country. The three most important things. If you give up one, you're willing to give up the second. If you're willing to give up those two, then you're willing to give up the third. That's not the kind of man or woman that I want standing beside me. If you're willing to give up, I don't want you standing beside me. I will tell you this. I will fight for you until you wake up, or I will fight for you until this war is over, even though you don't deserve it, but I will still do it. I will still do it. Why? This is my country. This is my country. The fight's all around the world. There are patriots standing up in every single country to fight for their countries. Some of us even help to fight for the entire world. We see reports about what's going on in Ireland. We see what's going on in Spain. We see what's going on in France. We see what's going on in the UK. We see what's going on in Australia. And we tell their stories too. So in a way, you can say we're digital world warriors. Yeah, I got a keyboard here. I'm sitting behind it, but you see my face. And I'll put my address out there too. 5725 Mill Creek Road, Sheridan, Oregon, 97378. Want to come visit me? Come visit me. I ain't afraid of it. I ain't ashamed of it. I'm proud of the things that I've done. And I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not proud of what happened to me as a kid and as a teenager and as a young man. And yes, I've made a lot of mistakes, but I don't live in my mistakes. You fall down, you get back up. You fall down, you get back up. Because when you stay down, you gave up. And my people are not worth giving up on. Not one bit. And I have not turned my back on them. I won't. I can't. It'll never happen. I fight for every single one of them. I love you. Each and every one of you. But we got to fix this world. And in order to fix this world, we first must fix our home. So I'll keep living in this 14 by 20 building. I'll live with the fact that I lost everything. I'll live with the fact that my house is no longer my house. It belongs to a bank. I'll live with the fact that I can no longer drive because the seizures have taken so much control of my life that I can't drive anymore. I'll live with the fact that I will probably be alone relationship-wise for the rest of my life because of the disease that I carry because of something that the government gave me. I can live with that. But that doesn't mean that I have to stop loving. That doesn't mean that I have to stop living. And that doesn't mean that I have to stop fighting. I've been stabbed. I've been shot. I've been beaten bloody. I've been walked on, stepped on, stomped on. But you want to know what? I'm still standing. Who sang that song? I think it was a Billy Joel song. I'm still standing. Better than I ever did. And the only way for me is up. That's it. Is up. And when this is all said and done, it doesn't matter whether my fellow man boosts me up on their shoulders or anything like that. I will know that I did everything for my Lord and Savior that I possibly could. Because when I look at every situation every single day, the first question I ask myself is, what would Jesus do? And right now, today, Jesus would probably be dropping some serious F-bombs. I'm not kidding. I'm so not kidding. He'd be dropping some serious F-bombs, seeing what's going on. You know, and you know that he sees it. He's watching everybody. He's watching everybody, him and his dad. They're sitting up there looking at this like it's a TV saying, oh my word, what is going on, especially in this place here? You know, doing him proud is more important to me than anything else. You know, God gave me the inspiration to get back to work. And then he gave me that voice again, and it came from God. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it, telling me to tell Dave to get back to work. Suck it up, stand up, and do exactly what you need to do. Oh, there you go. There's my favorite word right there. My favorite word. FUBAR. So not kidding. Every once in a while, she's got to ask me too. Remind me exactly what each letter stands for. I said, I can't say that to you, Andy. I can't. Fucked up beyond all relief or recognition. You know, it's whichever way you look at it. Okay. But if you're a patriot and you love your country, then you do everything that you can in order to make sure that you're facing everything down. And if you're not willing to, get out of the way. Get out of the way so that those of us that are willing to do it can do our job. And I'm not kidding. You know, it is. I'm not going to allow you to frustrate me anymore because of, you know, I mean, I have people come to me and they're like, why don't you play this? And why don't you play that? Why don't you play this? Why don't you play that? It's because, you know, I can't anymore. I can't. I'd like to, but I can't. Because there's a facade there now. It's not real anymore. You know, and I just can't. You know, there and get this, you know, I want you guys to understand that those that, let me tell you, guys like me, just outright truthers, we drop F-bombs, we drop truth bombs, you know, and we share as much as we possibly can. We are the ones who suffer the most. You know, we are. We're the ones who suffer the absolute most. But in the end, being with Jesus, that's going to be my reward. What's your excuse? You know what I'm saying? So, all right, let's get started. You had an hour of me ranting and raving, but I just had I had to say something today. I've been biting my tongue and biting my tongue and biting my tongue, you know. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate the fact that, you know, that they get some great interviews and everything else. But the fact of the matter is that it's come to a point now though where that the careful who you follow. Careful who you follow. Because that almighty dollar is, can't serve two masters. You can't serve God and money. You can't do it. You can't. And as soon as you started serving the almighty dollar, you lost me. You know, you lost me. You're not God's anymore. You belong to that greenback. You don't belong to us anymore. You're on your own. And the shame of it is that I regret sending all them people to you. I regret it. Because now they're coming back and they're saying, man, I can't see this interview. I can't see this interview. I can't see this interview. Why can't you see it? Well, you know, my business got closed and, you know, my family's struggling really, really hard. right now. We're lucky if we can put food on the table. You know, another guy says, yeah, I had to move into my car, you know, because I can't afford to pay rent. You know, him and his daughter, 5-year-old daughter, sleeping in a car. While these son of a bitches are getting rich. You know, they can't tune in anymore. They're not going to. And I'm with them. Sorry. All right, let's get started for today. All right, we're going to start off with, like I said, yesterday afternoon's X22. I know some of you probably already seen it because I know a lot of you go and you look at stuff on your own as well. But we got a lot of people here that they wait to watch this stuff till there's a full packed room and they have people that they can share ideas with and they can talk about the subjects that these guys talk about in their videos. God bless y'all, whether you stick around or not. I love y'all, you know, but let's get into some truth. All right, here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3234 BN. Today's date is December 13th, 2023, and the title of the episode is Deep State Preparing Civil War, War, Patriot, No Civil War, No War, Clean and Swift, Down It Goes. Let's talk about protecting our health. Recent clusters of respiratory illness in northern China, alongside outbreaks of what is being referred to as white lung syndrome in the United States, are scattered across headlines right now, drawing attention to the importance of being prepared for medical emergencies. With close to 90% of pharmaceuticals in the U.S. produced outside of the U.S., what happens when the next global crisis strikes? Countries clamp down on exports. They stockpile. The price of drugs rise, and the pharmacy shelves in America aren't empty. Introducing the Wellness Company Medical Emergency Kit. The Wellness Company is home to Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Drew Pinsky, Dr. Jim Thorpe, and truth-telling doctors who are rooted in their commitment to building a parallel healthcare system and empowering you to take control of your health. In a time when over 40% of Americans say they would avoid a doctor or hospital unless it was a catastrophic situation, the Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit provides a solution. This kit includes 8 potentially life-saving medications for you to keep on hand, along with a guidebook detailing instructions for safe use. This medical emergency kit includes emergency antibiotics, antivirals, antiparasitics like amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and ivermectin to help keep you and your family safe in the face of natural disasters, supply chain shortages, or medical emergencies like white lung or COVID. Be prepared for the unexpected. Go to twc.health/X22 and grab your medical emergency kit right now. That's twc.health/X22. Code X22 saves you 10% at checkout. Don't wait until it's too late. Take control of your health with Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are now putting everything in place because the 2024 elections is upon us. And you can see that they're preparing to actually cheat in the election. Now, how are they going to do this? Well, I do believe in the beginning, what they're going to do, they're going to try to use AI to control the narrative during the election year. And what I mean by this, and if we have to go back a little bit in time, back to August, DHS, they put out a memo letting everyone know that they're going to be using AI to control everything. And I do believe they're going to try to use AI to actually shift people to where they want them to go or trap them in a certain area because it's misinformation or disinformation. Now, I don't believe that this plan is going to actually work. I do believe they're going to give it their best shot. And I do believe in the end, they're going to start to realize, okay, this is not working. People are still getting information. People aren't, just listening to our narrative. And I think the people at this point are going to be, okay, we understand what's going on here. So I do believe what they're going to do is they're going to take this to the next level. And the next level is to actually shut down communications. The only way they probably can do this is maybe with AI, but that I don't think is going to work. They will probably have to try to actually shut it all down. And that is probably going to be with a cyber attack. This is why we've been seeing all this information about cyber attacks. And this is why the World Economic Forum has said, yes, we're going to see a cyber attack in the next 2 years. And they said this about almost 2 years ago. And I do believe this is what they're going to try to do. Now, hey, before I forget, we're going to have a 48-hour final sale, and everything is buy one, get one free. We know the economy's bad. We know what Biden is doing it to. So what we're going to do to get rid of the rest of the inventory, and when it's gone, it is completely gone. So what we're going to do to help everyone out, it's going to be buy one and get one. If you get one shirt, you get one free. If you get a sweatshirt, you get one free. If you get a knife, you get one free. That's how it works. And this is only going to last for 48 hours. So once it runs out, it runs out. We get rid of everything, help people out so everyone can have a great Christmas, a great Hanukkah, and a happy new year. So go to X22store.com, or you can go to X22 Report and click on the banner, go right over and get the last remaining merchandise. Again, they're going to use this to probably try to cancel the elections. But I don't believe the elections will be canceled. And once the elections are not canceled, this is when they'll start the chaos. And I do believe they're going to try to bring us into civil war because this is what they wanted from the very beginning. They rather have we, the people, fighting each other than fighting them. So in the end, I do believe they want some type of civil war, but I don't think they're going to get what they think they're going to get. And they're going to try to push this. Now, think about what they've been saying all along. We have Biden continually telling everyone that we're MAGA extremists. They've been talking about white supremacists. We have the military. They're out there on military.com, and we'll go over that in just a second, a little bit later in this report. They talked about how there are certain individuals who are white supremacists, Nazis, and the rest who want to overthrow the government. DHS put out information letting everyone know these are the extremists. And of course, who are they pointing to? Most of the Trump supporters. And they're doing this on purpose because what they want in the end is they want a civil war with the Trump supporters. That's their main goal in the end. And I do believe this is what they're going to try to push. And just very interestingly, what has just happened is we had the cyber movie that was put out. And yes, they were working on this movie for a while because remember, this was part of their plan. They knew exactly what they were going to do. And then they have another movie coming out, and it just so happened to be coming out in April of 2024. And that is a civil war. And it's a civil war in present day, which I find very interesting. So we have the government, not really the government, the deep state that's controlling certain military operatives. They are going after the people in this country. And it reminds me of when Biden said, hey, listen, all you people, if you think you're going up against a tyrannical government with an AR-15, you got to remember we have F-15s. And in the movie, in the trailer, I should say, it shows these type of planes hitting American citizens. So do you think they want a civil war? Absolutely. Are they preparing for this? Absolutely. Now, once again, you need to remember the deep state players, they don't control the actual military. I do believe on November 3rd, the military was activated. Because of the insurrection by the deep state players, and the only military that the deep state controls is probably a small handful of individuals. But the rest, I do believe, is controlled by the patriots. And I do believe they completed their insurrection on January 6th, as soon as Trump said, I want everyone to go home peacefully, and the deep state players did not. Because he was actually talking to them, and that actually completes the insurrection once the president says, go home, disperse, and they don't, that means they just completed the insurrection. So I do believe they're going to try to pull this off, and they're going to try to get the people to fight DC, to attack DC. Now, how are they going to do this? Well, I do believe in the very beginning, when they have this cyber attack, I do believe they're going to have certain people out in the streets dressed up like MAGA, the Patriot Front group, and the rest, trying to make it seem like these individuals, they are the MAGA supporters, and they're the ones who are pushing this type of civil war. Because really, think about this. If they have these people dress up like we've been saying, and they're saying, okay, they're going to cheat in the elections, we can't have the elections, and they have these people trying to stop the elections, even though we're using paper ballots, I do believe this is their push to do this. Now, once the elections happen and we use paper ballots and Trump wins, on the other side, you're going to have Antifa, BLM, and the rest come out. So you're going to have both groups, even though they're made up of the same people, you're going to have both groups come out, and you're going to see the government come down on these groups, that they're hoping that the people join in this fight. And they're hoping there is some type of civil war or something to get this kicked off. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know that they're going to do something like this. They're going to try to kick it off. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know exactly what they're going to try. They're going to create chaos in the streets. They're going to make it look like two groups are fighting. And maybe the National Guard might be dispersed to control the situation. And already, since the military has already been activated, because we had a cyber attack because they tried to cancel the elections, I do believe the military, they will join in with the National Guard. Now, I do believe this is all going to happen under the Biden administration. Probably Kamala will be calling the shots at that point. Not really her, but the person in the basement. And I do believe they're the ones who are going to be calling out the military, and they're going to try to get something started. But I think this is going to backfire on them, because the military is not going to take orders from them. They will be put into place, but the military is going to remember their oath. The military is going to do what's needed to be done. And the people are going to see this all play out. Now, once they can't get the civil war off the ground, because I don't think that's going to happen, I think the military is going to round up these agent provocateurs. They're going to continually push war, and they're going to push war very, very hard. And they're going to make it look like the United States is being attacked, and we have to go to war. I do believe they're going to build this up before the elections, but it's going to really ramp up after the elections. And this is why Trump is out there saying, listen, if you elect me, I can have peace in 24 hours. And I do believe this is all beginning right now. And as we go through 2024, we're going to see this build up and build up. And I do believe in the end, the Patriots are going to shut all of this down. Because remember, Trump, the Patriots, they know the playbook. They know what they're going to try to do, just like they did back in 2020. They knew they were going to use COVID. They knew they were going to cheat in the elections. Trump has told us multiple times. But again, he used that to his advantage. He used it where these individuals would cheat in the elections. He would capture everything that they have done. They would go into the White House. They would destroy America. The people would wake up. The people would see what they're doing. They would realize that everything they said about COVID was a lie, and these people would be trapped in their entire agenda. This time around, they're going to do the same thing, but not with COVID, because they can't get the pandemic off the ground. They're going to try to use some other virus, some other attack on the United States. And they believe that this time around, if they can't cheat, they will cancel. But I think this time around, Trump is going to use it against them. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later in the new movie that is coming out. But first, let's talk about what's happening with Obama, because I do believe Obama is coming back into the picture. Trump actually put out a truth about Obama and the Iran deal and why it's so important. And we'll be talking about that a little bit later. But what's very interesting is that we know Obama's chef died and that person drowned, even though that person could swim and they had a paddleboard. Well, that person drowned, and now Judicial Watch, they have new documents, and it shows that the Secret Service, they couldn't get their rescue boats started. So there were operational failures with the Secret Service, and their rescue boats did not work. They couldn't put the engine in the water. They couldn't start the boats. Now, why would that be? Did someone sabotage the boats to make sure that they wouldn't be able to get to this guy? It's starting to seem that way. And as more and more evidence comes out, we're starting to see that something was afoot. And it looks like they wanted this person to drown, and they wanted to make sure the Secret Service couldn't come to the rescue. And that's what we're seeing today. Because again, why would they do this? I don't think that they wanted this guy speaking out. Why? Because again, he was probably involved in a lot of their parties. He probably saw a lot of things happen, probably saw, the pizzas being delivered. And this guy knew a lot. Now, would they worry about him if they were just citizens and they were just going about their business? No, they wouldn't. The only reason you would get rid of someone like this is if you're trying to maybe run for president and you're going to be in the public eye once again. You don't want certain people coming out and actually talking about you. So what do? You get rid of these people ahead of time. And I do believe that's exactly what they did. Now, right on schedule, we have Hunter Biden. He decided that he was going to defy the subpoena. And I think we all knew that he wasn't going to testify behind closed doors because once again, he'd be under oath and they'd be able to ask him anything. And if he lied, it would hurt him. If he told the truth, it would hurt him. So he had no place to go. And that was going to be very, very difficult. And this is why he went to the Capitol and stood outside and basically told them that his father did nothing wrong, but he kind of messed up. Now, the question is, did he actually mess up, or is he being controlled by the Patriots? Because think about it, go back in time. Why would he leave his laptop in the computer repair shop? Why wouldn't he collect it if it had all the porn, if it had all the emails, if it had everything implicating his father? Why would he leave it there? I do believe that he is controlled by the Patriots. They have him. And now he is dripping certain information out. And this is what Hunter Biden said when he made his press statement. He said, "Let me state as clearly as I can, my father was not financially involved in my business, not as a practicing lawyer, not as a board member of Burisma." Why did he say financially? Well, the House Oversight responded to this on X and said, no one believes that. Hunter Biden is welcome to come say that under oath at his deposition today, which he didn't do. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene responded to all of this and said, "We'll gladly set up a camera for you, Hunter. Are you afraid to tell the truth to the American people under oath? Come to your deposition. We're waiting." Of course, he didn't. Marjorie Taylor Greene again said, rather than file the lawful subpoena for a deposition issued by the chairman, Representative James Comer, Hunter Biden decided to play circus outside the Capitol this morning. President Trump's own children sat for hours of depositions after being subpoenaed countless times by the Democrats. We must immediately move forward to hold Hunter in contempt of Congress. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're holding him in contempt. But once again, we go back to the word financially. Paul Sperry put this out and said, in Hill press conference, Hunter Biden just tore up his father's defense of corruption allegations by arguing he was not financially involved in his business deals. A tacit admission Joe Biden was involved in other ways, directly contradicting Joe's blanket denials. So, yeah, he did that on purpose. And once again, we have Hunter Biden. He defied his subpoena. And we need to go back in time. What did Joe Biden say about anyone that defies a subpoena? Well, he said that the DOJ's duty is to prosecute anyone who defies a congressional subpoena. So he said this to the press out on the stations, and now it's all coming back to haunt him. Now, remember, these individuals, since they were set up and they did all this, because remember, they're going after Trump, and now they're catching themselves in all of this, and this is the whole purpose of it, is to actually use this against them later on so the public can see what's going on, so the public can understand that they're liars, that there is a two-tier justice system. And that's what people are actually seeing. Don Jr. put this out and said, Hunter Biden just refused to show up for his congressional testimony. I'm looking forward to the same amount of outrage from the media as they've had if I blew off any of my 5 congressional subpoenas. But since they're covering for Joe Biden and his corruption, I won't hold my breath. Well, I don't think you're going to have to hold your breath at all, because I don't think it's going to happen. Now, think about it. Think about the plan, and think about what Trump and the Patriots want to show the people. Now, if I was Trump and I was setting up the plan, I would definitely make sure that people could see the two-tier justice system, that people can definitely see the difference between what happens to the MAGA people, the Trump supporters, what happens to them if they defy a subpoena, compared to what happens if a protected person on the Democrat side or someone who is involved with Joe Biden, what happens to them. And I think people are going to see the difference, because let's just go back in time a little bit. Remember when Garland said that both Bannon and Navarro committed a federal crime because they defied their House subpoena? Now Bannon and Navarro, they're fighting this in court and spending a lot of money to do so. So what we're going to see, which I think we're going to see, is we're going to see a two-tier justice system once again. They have different rules for themselves, and they push different rules for all of us. Now, how are they going to do this? Are they just going to come out and say, okay, we're not going to press charges? So Garland might use the excuse that he's under indictment. It's an ongoing case. So since he's been indicted already, he's not going to follow up on him defying the subpoena, because it's a lesser crime and we have him under indictment. And this would show a two-tier justice system, but they'll do it in a way to make it seem like, oh, wait, no, we got indictments. These are the real crimes. I'm not even going to follow up on this crime because it's just a lesser crime. It's not that big of a deal. We're going to get him on the indictments, which we know moving forward, they're not. But we'll have to see how this plays out. Now, Biden could say, okay, go ahead, follow up on the subpoenas so I could show everyone that this is not a two-tier justice system, that we're actually going after Hunter Biden. Well, once again, it's Hunter Biden. It's not Joe Biden, because it's not apples to apples, because Trump has indictments. Joe Biden, he's not indicted. It's his son. So it would be the same if it was Don Jr. or Eric who was indicted and Hunter got indicted. Yes, that's apples to apples. But again, Hunter is not a presidential candidate. Joe Biden is. And Trump is. So again, it's not even Steven here. It's not apples to apples. So once again, yes, could they use that? Of course they could. But I do believe they're probably going to go down the path saying that that he's already indicted, and we're not going to follow up on the lesser crime. But let's see how this all plays out. It might go the other way. Now, Trump, he said something very interesting on Truth. He said, "Where's Hunter?" Why does he keep saying that? Where's Hunter? Well, we know he was right in front of the Capitol, but where is he truthfully? Is he with his father, or is he with the Patriots, feeding the Patriots information? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see how this all plays out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see, since the border has been open this entire time, the people of this country are realizing that they did this on purpose. And the people now realize that the border needs to be shut down. The wall needs to be built, because we don't know who's coming in this country. They know that they're doing this on purpose. I don't think it's a secret anymore that they're doing it on purpose. Now, there's a lot of D's out there still that believe the border should still be open. I do believe this is going to change in 2024 when there's an event and it all points back to the border, saying the terrorists came across the open border. And once this happens, this is going to be game over for the deep state players, because the people are going to go, holy crap. You mean this person just came right over, had an event in the United States? Well, now we need to close the border because this is getting out of hand. And you can see the plan is working. The people, they no longer trust Biden. They no longer trust the Biden administration to secure the border, because they know he's never going to do it. Trump, he put this out on Truth, and it says the following: best to secure the border, 24% say Biden, 54% say Trump. What do you think is going to happen when we have an event? You think this percentage for Trump is going to skyrocket? Of course it is. And it's going to drop like a rock for Biden. And this is how you show the people the truth. This is how you show the people what's really going on. Yes, you can tell people. I mean, Trump did tell people when Biden was coming into the White House. Trump said he's going to destroy the economy. He's going to open the borders. You're going to have people flooding this country. But again, did people actually believe it? Some people did, but the majority didn't. Why? Because it was just words. Now that they see it with their own two eyes, now they're believing it, especially when they see an event, especially those D's, those liberal Jews that see the event happen. That's really going to wake them up. And what do you think is going to happen? Do you think they're going to stay with Biden? Or do you think they're going to say, okay, we had enough here? I hate the guy. I really don't like Trump, but I got to do it because Biden is destroying our country. He's destroying everything here. Now we have an event in this country, and it's a complete and utter disaster. And think about while all this is going on, and remember, it's always the same players. While this is going on, what do you think is going to come out? I mean, we're already starting to understand that Pizzagate is real, that they use code words because of the case in New Mexico. I mean, this is the introduction for those people that didn't really believe. And I do believe this is going to get, larger and larger and larger as time goes on. You're going to see a lot more of this. But again, this is leading up to what? It's leading up to get these people on everything. And what we're going to see is that these same players, they're going to be attacked from all different angles. And one of those angles is those people that went to Jeffrey Epstein's island, who went on his plane. Because remember, it's the same exact people. And when you start bringing that into the fold, it chips away at their narrative. And it's going to be very, very difficult for them. Because what's very interesting is that Representative Tim Burchett, he put this out on X, and it says the following. I asked Representative James Comer to subpoena Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs. The American people have a right to know who took part in his disgusting business, and their victims deserve justice and accountability. And he put this letter out. Let me just read his letter. It says, Dear Chairman Comer, as you're aware, there have long been unanswered questions surrounding the sex trafficking ring spearheaded by the late Jeffrey Epstein. We know that Epstein and his associates engage in a child sex trafficking and cater to the rich and powerful elite from around the globe. Many of Epstein's clients are alleged to be some of America's most powerful and well-known people. Recently, Senate Democrats blocked an effort by my colleague, Senator Marsha Blackburn, to subpoena the flight logs associated with the Epstein private plane. The American people have a right to know who took part in Epstein's disgusting business that ruined so many lives. More importantly, their victims deserve justice and accountability. It is my hope that the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability can provide the accountability Senate Democrats refuse to pursue. To that end, I respectfully request that you subpoena flight logs of Jeffrey Epstein's private plane, as well as any other documents you deem appropriate and necessary to determine who are among the scumbag Epstein's counted as clients, and highlight any who are or previously were government officials. Oh, so now they blocked it in the Senate, but now they're asking the House now to subpoena the flight logs. Oh, this is going to get very, very interesting. Well, we might see the flight logs now. Actually, now this information might be timed at the right moment to come out to reinforce everything that is going on. I mean, how do you bring down the deep state? Well, you keep hitting them and hitting them and hitting them. And then while everyone is either believing or on the fence or maybe not believing, you bring in more and more and more, and then you bring in the big one. And this ties everything together, because once the people of this country, and I'm not talking about the far left, I'm not talking about those people that are all for the drag shows and the trans, because that's a very, very small minority. I'm talking about the people of this country, hardworking people who have their families. When they start to see this, they are really going to wake up like we've never seen before. And they are going to be shocked and surprised on what they are hearing. Because now, with everything else that's going on, with the money laundering, the crimes, the treasonous crimes, you bring this into the fold, everything starts to make sense, and the people start to question everything. And that is what is coming. And it looks like the Senate tried to stop it because, again, I do believe a lot of these people are probably, on the flight logs. And I do believe, hopefully, the House now will subpoena these records. We'll have to see how this goes. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that there are many different companies going after Media Matters. One of them is X. And I do believe the Attorney General of Texas is also involved in this. And we can see that this is going to expose what Media Matters actually is. Now, of course, Media Matters is now suing the Texas Attorney General over the response to Elon Musk's dispute. So they're trying to shut down this entire case against them by suing the Attorney General. But I don't think they're going to have a case. I think the Attorney General, Elon, they're going to have an incredible case, especially when they start to get certain records. This is going to be very interesting in how all of this plays out. Now, the other thing that we see happening right now, we can see the war drums are getting louder and louder and louder. And I do believe they're going to get a lot louder as we go through 2024. But you can see that the UN and a lot of the installed leaders, they're on the side of terrorists because the UN, they went ahead and they voted actually for Hamas. Actually, that's what they did. And Hamas actually said, thank you very much. But what happened during this entire vote at the UN, it looks like Ambassador Gilad Erdogan, he actually held up the phone number of Sinwar because their offices are in Qatar. And everyone's saying, listen, just call this number and tell them to have a ceasefire, and then we'll have a permanent ceasefire. So since the ambassador did this, this actually took all eyes off of Gaza and what's happening there and pointed it to the actual source of the problem, which I do believe is an incredible move here, because now people are saying, wait, this is the guy who's instructing everyone and he's not in Gaza. This is very interesting. And now everyone knows the number. Of course, he's probably going to change his number. But again, everyone is seeing this. Now, what's very interesting since this happened, it looks like Hamas leaders, they have fled Qatar and they went into hiding. Now, I do believe that Israel shouldn't just go after those terrorists out in Gaza. They should go to the source of the problem. And that's what we always have to do. If you go to the source of the problem, that's how everything stops. And you need to remove the problem, the source of where all this is coming from. And I do believe this is actually the move that Israel is going to make. They're finally going to go after the source of the problem. Because if you just take out the terrorist out in Gaza, the source, who has a lot of money, they're just going to funnel in more money, more terrorists, and you have the same exact problem again. So if you go to the source, just like you go to the source of the Federal Reserve, get rid of the Federal Reserve, we're in a different system. Go to the source of the deep state, get rid of the deep state, we get rid of the problem. The same thing has to happen in all these different areas. You got to take out the source of the problem. And I do believe this is exactly what's happening. This is why the deep state players, they're panicking so much. Because remember, number one, they like the terrorists. They like criminals. They are criminals. That's why they like this. And they like war. And that's what they're trying to kick off. And if you look out at the Red Sea, you could see the Houthis. They've been terrorizing several commercial vessels out there. And who funds the Houthis? Well, it's Iran. And right now, U.S. warships, they're responding to all of this. And we'll have to pay attention out in the Red Sea because I do believe something is going to happen. And people can see the infiltration in this country because we have the Israel-Gaza war going on. We can see that other countries are very worried. They're putting up terrorist alerts saying that this war is going to spread into rest of Europe. And I do believe we're going to see terrorist events happen. And we're seeing the infiltration here in the United States. And I think the other countries are also seeing the infiltration because you see all the Muslims that have been brought into the country. Now, this was done on purpose to bring us to this next phase. The next phase is to wipe out the people in each and every one of these countries if you don't convert to Muslim. That's their goal. They've been telling us that's their goal. And we can see that there has been infiltration in this country. When we have the presidents of the Ivy League colleges sit in front of Congress, everyone saw this very, very clearly. And what's very interesting is that Sia Kordestani decided to use AI and change what Elise Stefanik said. They went ahead and they removed the word Jew and put Black, Muslim, LGBTQ, Asian in its place. And when you hear it in that way, well, it starts to make sense. And we said this from the very, very beginning, but now you can hear how it sounds. Take a listen.
Ms. McGill, at Penn, does calling for the genocide of Black and brown people violate Penn's rules or code of conduct? Yes or no?
If the speech turns into conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
I am asking specifically calling for the genocide of LGBTQ people. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
It is a context-dependent decision, Congresswoman.
It's a context-dependent decision. That's your testimony today. Calling for the genocide of Muslim people is depending upon the context. That is not bullying or harassment. This is the easiest question to answer yes, Ms. McGill.
Once again, everyone can hear this very, very clearly. Now, we have the Penn president. She decided to resign. But again, we have the president of Harvard. She's still there. The board is rooting for her. And now it turns out that she plagiarized, which we talked about yesterday. So now that we know that she plagiarized, it looks like they are trying to pretend that she didn't plagiarize, and they're trying to protect her. And this is very, very interesting how this is all playing out. DC Drano put this out and said she plagiarized her doctoral dissertation. She said people calling for genocide of Jews on campus did not necessarily violate the student code of conduct. Over 1 billion donations to Harvard have been lost. Congressional investigations and public humiliation of Harvard will only intensify. Yet Claudine Gay refuses to do the right thing and step down. It's only going to get worse. Christopher Rufo put this out, and he's referring to the New York Times article. It says, Harvard clears president of research misconduct after plagiarism charges. Christopher Rufo underlined a certain part of the article and says, not all instances of potential plagiarism are equal. Really? That's interesting. Well, Christopher Rufo responded to the whole thing and said, the New York Times is running defense for Claudine Gay based on the preposterous argument that not all instances of potential plagiarism are equal. America's elite institutions have made it clear there is now a separate standard based on identity. DEI has conquered the truth. Absolutely. And Wokeness put this out on X and said, is this how white privilege works? University of Pennsylvania President Liz McGill resigns after failure to condemn anti-Semitism. Harvard University, we unanimously stand in support of Claudine Gay after plagiarism charges. Israel debacle. Absolutely. But I believe Dr. Carol M. Swain says it the best. I rarely get angry, but I'm angry right now about the racial double standards that are temporarily giving Claudine Gay an opportunity to resign. White progressives created her, and white progressives are protecting her. The rest of us had to work our rear ends off to achieve success. Some get it handed to them. Absolutely. And yes, they are protecting her, because if she resigns, if they fire her, it proves that DII does not work. And look what you get when you follow DEI. You get someone that cheats. You get someone that lies. You get this. You don't get the best of the best. And that's what we should be striving for. No matter if you're black, white, Asian, makes no difference. If you are the best of the best, that is the person that should get the job. It doesn't matter what your skin color is. Doesn't matter what your race are. It all depends on your abilities. And what they want to do is they want to base everything off of skin color, off of race. Aren't we going backwards? Yes, we are. That's what they want. They want that in the end. Let's talk about being prepared. Night vision binoculars are the coolest pieces of tech anyone can have, but until recently were too costly for the average Joe. Likely, newer models have caused prices to come way down. If you enjoy fishing, hunting, spotting wildlife, or just want to keep an eye out for intruders after dark, you'll find a pair of night vision binoculars very useful. This is why myself and tens of thousands are getting Night Watch Pros. Night Watch Pros affordability allow anyone to see with predator-like vision and pitch blackness. They're highly effective for watching wildlife, scenic viewing, surveillance, patrol detection, home protection, and much more. more. Plus, they include typical high-end night vision features, including 4K video recording, a clear HD display, 5x zoom, anti-shake technology, and a long-lasting rechargeable battery. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that Night Watch Pros are the best choice for night vision binoculars on the market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection to your loved ones. Place your order for the Night Watch Pro now, and you'll receive access to Prepper Speak's exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Simply click the link in the description below to go to nightwatchpro.com and use promo code HOLIDAY for 25% off to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. Because that's how you create division. That's how you create a racist society, because that's really what they want in the end. Because who are they? Who are the deep state players? They are racists. They are cheats. They are criminals. So they want this for the world. That's what they want. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see the entire COVID push. It's not going to work the way they think it's going to work. And it looks like most likely as we go through January, February, because once we get out of these months, it's going to be very, very difficult to push. Because the cold weather is gone, people aren't going to feel sick, people are going to be happy that it's getting warmer, and they're going to have a very difficult time. And we can see that they're already backing off on this. Yes, they might say there's new variants, they might try to push it in certain areas, but it looks like they're going to be backing off of this because the CDC will no longer track data on excess deaths associated with COVID-19. Why is that? Why did they decide not to move forward with this anymore? Because the people are actually dying from the bioweapon, actually. That's why. And the other reason for all of this is that life insurance companies who have actuaries, they actually study this. And now as they're studying this, they're starting to realize, hey, there's not that many people dying of COVID. They're actually dying of the bioweapon. And this is where you find the truth, because the actuaries, they have to be exact in their calculations when they're figuring out how long people live, what things affect their lifespan. And this is how the companies make money, because if they don't have this, then they would lose a lot of money and the companies would go bankrupt. So this is where you find the truth. And they're starting to realize, holy moly, the deaths that you keep saying that happened with COVID actually didn't happen with COVID. It's actually happening with the bioweapon. And it looks like they're backing off all of this. And eventually they'll probably back off everything because, again, they don't want the people to know. But I think the people are starting to understand, and they're learning about all of this, and they're realizing that they've been tricked from the very, very beginning. Now, since we just talked about racism with Claudine Gay and what the deep state really wants, you can see it firsthand, actually. Look what's happening out in Boston. This is what the mayor put out in Boston. On behalf of Mayor Michelle Wu, I cordially invite you and a guest to the Alex of Color holiday party on Wednesday, December 13th at 5:30. So this is for coloreds only. Libs of TikTok responded to this and said, Mayor Wu, the mayor of Boston, invited only elects of color to a holiday party. This email was mistakenly sent to all city council members, including the white ones. One white council member called it divisive. The party is still scheduled to take place and only black council members are invited. So let's switch the words around a little bit. Let's use the word white. Only white people can attend this party. How does that sound? This is racism right here. Why are we basing everything off of skin color? Oh, wait, the people of America aren't. It's the deep state players. It's the installed morons. They're the ones who are basing everything off of race. They are the racists. And now the people can see this very, very clearly. And what's very interesting, it's the same exact people that said defund the police. It's the same exact people that have been pushing all these agendas, allowing the criminals to roam the streets. Well, we know why this is. We know why the illegals are brought into this country. And every step of the way, Trump has been pushing the idea that we can reverse all of this. Yes, there are laws in ICE that have been in the books since 1996 where we can deputize certain law enforcement to actually go out and round these people up and send them away. And I do believe Trump has a plan to make sure that these individuals, well, they can't be sued while they're doing it. Trump, on Truth, he pointed to an article from Newsmax, and it says, Trump going to indemnify policemen, law enforcement. Speaking to one of the most crime-ravaged cities in President Joe Biden's America, Trump is vowing a new law and order presidential campaign platform that will protect the police. That should tell you everything you need to know. He's letting you know we're going to reverse all of this. And I do believe we are. Now, of course, we have to get there, and we can see the deep state players. They're going to try to stop Trump at every turn because they do not want him to be president, because they know once he's president, it is game over. And why does Trump want to run to be president, even though he's the commander-in-chief? Because in the end, he wants the people to experience all this. He wants the people to decide. He wants the people to think logically with all the information so they can then make that decision. Do you want the country back or don't you? It's up to you. And he needs everyone to see this, not the people that are awake. Now, yes, you saw it. You're awake. He needs the other people in this country. He needs the D's to wake up, because if you don't wake them up, this is going to be a huge problem moving forward. You need America to wake up, to see the truth. And this is why he's taking all the slings and arrows, because I do believe in the end, he's going to show the Republicans, the independents, the D's, the truth. And once the people of this country see the truth, they will know who the true enemy is. And again, how do you get there? Well, sometimes you need the deep state to attack you with everything that you have so you can show the people the truth. And that's exactly what Trump is doing. Right now, with the January 6th case, the Supreme Court accepted a case that could further complicate Special Counsel Jack Smith's timeline for bringing Trump to trial in D.C. on charges stemming from his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. The justices agreed to take up the challenging the scope of an obstruction law that has been used to charge hundreds of January 6 defendants, along with former president. The statute, Section 1512C2, is connected to 2 of the 4 counts Smith levied against Trump in his indictment. With 2 key charges in question, Trump's March 4th trial date appears increasingly unlikely, despite Smith's making every effort to maintain it. The decision by SCOTUS today to take up the appeals on the 1512 obstruction of an official proceeding case means that Trump D.C. case will not be going to trial. But we'll have to see how this plays out because, again, they want him to go to trial. Julie Kelly put this out and said, "Holy shit, Supreme Court will review 1512C2, obstruction of an official proceeding case. This is a felony used against 300 plus January 6ers and represents half of Jack Smith's indictment against Trump. If SCOTUS determined DOJ has misused the statute, will be a game changer. This is a day so many January 6ers have been waiting for. Lives destroyed, people rotten in prison, all because Biden's DOJ abused a post-Enron evidence tampering statute. And what will Jack Smith do now? 2 of 4 counts in his indictment in jeopardy? This is potentially more impactful than immunity issue. Will he drop the 1512C2 related counts? Will he seek a superseding indictment with other charges? Trump's lawyers presumably will file a motion to dismiss those counts. Never a boring day. And let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. But we also know that Trump is being brought up on charges on election fraud. And what's very interesting is that there was a recent poll that was conducted by the Heartland Institute and Rasmussen Reports, and it found 1 in 5 voters who cast mail-in ballots during the 2020 presidential election admit to participating in at least one kind of voter fraud. Now, keep in mind that 43% of 2020 voters cast ballots by mail. There were approximately 155 million ballots cast in the 2020 presidential election. 43% of that would mean over 66 million voted by mail. 1 in 5 of 66 million would amount to potentially over 13.33 million ballots that were illegally cast. But 2020 was the safest and most secure election in history. Trump responded to all of this on Truth and said the following: "This is the biggest story of the year, and Republicans must do something about it. Don't be Mitch McConnell and his gang of rhinos. Have to make a move now. Get tough, get smart. Our country is being stolen." Then he said this: "The most important poll released in the last 20 years came out yesterday, stating that 20% of the mail-in ballots in the 2020 presidential election were rigged or defective. That means that the election was a giant scam. You cannot have a fair and honest election as long as there are mail-in ballots. Cheating will always be prevalent. France and many countries have stopped the madness. Republican Party must do something now. So think about all this evidence coming out showing that mail-in ballots don't work, that people cheated in it. It seems that the narrative is being built right now, and Trump is putting pressure on the legislatures to do something about this, to say there are no mail-in ballots anymore until we figure this out. Everyone must go back to voting in person. Now, think about how this is all going to play out. If they're able to do this and people say, you know something, I lost credibility in the mail-in ballot since I heard this poll. I don't want to do that. I'd rather go to the poll centers in person. I do believe that we're on our way into moving into paper ballots, and people will accept paper ballots if something catastrophic should happen. Actually, yesterday we read a poll showing that, yes, if mail-in ballots, if they don't work, if something happens, people are okay going in person. So I do believe we're on the right track, and Trump is trying to shift everything in that direction. Not him himself, but with this information coming out, he's using it to shift everything in that direction. And I do believe this is the direction we should be headed in, because the deep state players, they're going to try to use mail-in ballots. They're going to try to use drop boxes. But I think this time around, they're going to have a very, very difficult time using that. Now, the other thing that is very interesting, since Jack Smith is going after Trump, it looks like new information came out that the missing Secret Service text might be because of Jack Smith. And according to a new Jack Smith filing, the DOJ may be part of the scandal of the missing Secret Service text messages. Jack Smith, in his Monday night filing, objected to Trump's demand for evidence from the Department of Homeland Security and January 6th committee. Julie Kelly put this out and said the following: Jack Smith filed a motion objecting to Trump's demands for a vast amount of evidence from various agents, including DHS and January 6th committee. I will post some highlights. It appears DOJ is part of the scandal of the missing Secret Service texts, as reported a few days ago. Thousands of texts between 24 Secret Service official agents, including the director and Robert Engel, the agent Trump allegedly attacked on January 6th, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, were deleted at the end of January 2021. United States Secret Service claimed the purge was caused by a pre-planned reset of devices, and it happened after House Dems notified exec branch to preserve records related to January 6th. J6 committee subpoenaed the text only to be told they were not recoverable. Now it looks like DOJ had actual phones, but still could not find the deleted messages. This is insane. No one can possibly believe this, given the evasive tools the government had and used in this investigation. This is in addition to Biden's DHS refusing to give House GOP numerous transcribed interviews with Secret Service officials, also apparently the one with Engel. So what are they hiding? And I thought this was the most transparent administration ever. And it looks like they're not transparent whatsoever. Now, it looks like Jack Smith, he is trying to leapfrog over the appellate court and go directly to the Supreme Court. Jonathan Turley put this out and said, Special counsel Jack Smith is now seeking to leapfrog the appellate court and ask for a ruling from the Supreme Court on Trump's immunity claims. The only reason for the petition is to seek to guarantee a trial of Trump and possible conviction before the election. D.C. Drano responded to this and said, this is why Jack Smith is trying to elevate this case to SCOTUS before the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled. He wants his trial done before the election, but he's exposing his true motives by not following the standard appeals process. He is openly admitting this is about politics, not justice. Absolutely. But again, you can see they're building up the idea that they have the right to remove the presidential immunity. Now, if I was Trump and I was trying to get Obama, trying to get Clinton, trying to get Biden and the rest, I would have them remove my immunity. This way, I have a clear playing field to go after every single one of these individuals. Now, The Hill put this out and said a federal appeals court ruled that former President Trump cannot assert presidential immunity in a defamation lawsuit brought by writer E. Jean Carroll, denying Trump's bid to avoid civil trial next month and thus setting up a Supreme Court battle. So they're already saying that he cannot use immunity for that case. So it looks like they're setting up, trying to remove the presidential immunity. Now, if I was Trump and my main mission was to go after the bad guys, what would I want them to do? I would want them to bring this all the way up to the Supreme Court. I would want a ruling. I would want them to get rid of the presidential immunity. This opens up Pandora's box. And now Trump can go after every single one of these people. Remember, this is not about a 4-year election. This is about destroying the deep state players. Now, this doesn't mean the Supreme Court is going to rule in the favor of Trump. But again, if you were going after these people, this is what you would want to happen because Trump has nothing to hide. He doesn't have to be immune, just like with his taxes. He hid his taxes because he wanted the Supreme Court to rule on his taxes. And they did. Yes, you can go after anyone's taxes and their corporations and their relatives. That opened Pandora's box. If the Supreme Court rules that presidents don't have immunity, that opens Pandora's box. Now, if you're going to go after the deep state and you're going to destroy them and you're going to prove everything, I would want that ruling. And I do believe this is why we're heading down this path. Julie Kelly put this out and said, Donald Trump just filed a response to Jack Smith's demand to expedite appeals of Judge Shukin's presidential immunity order at D.C. Appellate Court. This is separate from response due next week related to similar requests before SCOTUS. This appeals presents novel, complex, and sensitive questions of profound importance. Whether a president of the United States may be criminally prosecuted for his official acts as president goes to the core of our system of separated powers and will stand among the most consequential questions ever decided by the court. The manifest public interest lies in the court's careful and deliberate consideration of these momentous issues with the utmost care and diligence. The 3-judge panel at appellate court that will first decide the appeal includes 2 Biden appointees and 1 Bush appointee, all women. Discover so far, Trump's lawyers wrote is equivalent to the Washington's monument stacked on top of itself 8 times with nearly 1 million pages to spare. DOJ, per usual, foot-dragging discovery. Judge Cannon in classified docs case scolded DOJ numerous times for not fulfilling discovery obligations deadlines. Judge Shukin turns a blind eye. In fact, one of my favorite Shukin moments was when Trump's defense attorney, during a hearing in late August, complained about the voluminous amount of discovery involved in the case. Shukin replied that they should have been collecting evidence for the past year because they knew the indictment was coming. In Smith and Shukin's reckless rush to trial, they are creating new norms to drastically alter the legal and political system in the U.S. These are the last 2 people who should be able to do so, but here we are. That said, imagine the possibilities. And she highlighted something very, very interesting. It says President Trump has since filed 2 notices pursuant to SIPA Section 5, in which he notified the court and the prosecution that he intends to disclose classified information at a trial in support of his defense. So they're changing how everything is done. If they get the ruling, this opens everything up. Now, what's very interesting is that since this is now going to be heard by the Supreme Court, it looks like the case is on hold. Kyle Cheney put this out and said, Judge Shukin agrees that she no longer has jurisdiction over Trump case while his immunity appeal is pending. But she added, however, that the stay does not prevent her from enforcing his conditions of release, protective orders, and gag order. So yes, the case is on hold right now, but again, the gag order and everything else is still in place. And they could still put Trump in jail if he violates any of this. Now, what's very interesting is that Miranda Devine put this out on X, since we're talking about prison. It says 1 in 5 Democrats want Trump in prison for life or executed. And this is according to a Rasmussen poll coming this morning. 47% of all American voters think Trump is guilty of attempting to overturn the 2020 election. 41% don't think he's guilty, and 13% are not sure. 72% of Democrats believe Trump is guilty, as do 20% of Republicans and 45% of independents. If Trump is convicted, 34% of voters believe he should be fined, 44% want him in jail, including 7% who want him in prison for life. Now, as Trump gains traction with the people, which he has a lot of the people with him, I do believe he needs the court case to show the people, and yes, it's the D's. He needs to show all of these people, yes, there could be Republicans and independents going along with this, but mostly the D's, that he is not the one who rigged the election. And I do believe that's what this is all leading up to. Because remember, what they're doing, what Biden is doing right now, he's allowing Trump to use everything that they're doing against them. They have opened Pandora's box. And Karma Patriot put this out, and she first refers to Trump's truth on Truth Social, pointing to a New York Post article, and says, Trump warns that Biden indictments against his opened Pandora's box. Joe, be very careful what you wish for. So he said this during the New York Gala. Karma Patriot responded to this and said, Pandora's political elite box, a list of key domestic contacts for a joint venture involving Jim and Hunter Biden and now bankrupt CEFC China Energy Company, included former Vice President Joe Biden's current running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, among other prominent Democrats, Fox News has learned. So that news article came from Post 4935, October 22nd, 2020. And in this article, it says key domestic contacts for phase one target projects, and lists Harris, Chuck Schumer, Amy Klobuchar, Dianne Feinstein, Kirsten Gillibrand, Andrew Cuomo, Bill de Blasio, former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe, among others. Down below it says Pandora's political elite box. That tells you everything you need to know. And we can see that Trump, I do believe he's sending out messages letting us know that something might be happening with Biden where they're going to have to remove him. Because this is what he put out on Truth. Only 23% say Joe Biden is mentally up for the job of president. Only 14% say Joe Biden has the physical stamina to be president. So is he trying to tell us that he's going to have some type of mental breakdown? They're going to do a physical, a cognitive test, and they're going to report, listen, because of his age, because of what's happening, he can't run for president. Think about how this plays out. They nominate Biden, and he is now the nominee, and he goes through the first part of the year. His mental ability breaks down. Everything starts to fall apart, and he has to drop out. And Kamala has to pick up where he left off. Now, once again, the poll numbers are going to look absolutely awful for her. And what happens if she drops out? Are they going to have to substitute her? Now, can they bring in Newsom? Well, that would look a little weird. Can they bring in Michelle to replace her? I do believe so. And I do believe this might be the way we see this play out. Now, the other thing that we find that's very, very interesting is that Biden now is losing certain people that fundraise for him. Right now, it looks like Will Peace, he served as the Biden fundraiser during the 2020 presidential campaign and was the executive director of Draft Biden 2016. He also worked for Bernie Sanders, and it looks like he appeared on Fox and Friends, and he decided to leave the Democratic plantation. And he explained how the party has completely abandoned its traditional views and solely focused on dividing the American people. And he is now out. The other thing that's very interesting, it looks like they're freaking out with RFK. Remember the article saying that, RFK is going to be taking all the votes from Trump. And yes, this is going to be great. They'll be going to RFK and Biden's going to have the lead. Well, it looks like the opposite is actually happening. And Eric Abernathy put this out and said, Democrat Claire McCaskill freaking out over polling data showing RFK Jr. takes more votes away from Biden than Trump, particularly in swing states. Did anyone really think the MAGA people were going to actually just go to RFK after everything that Trump has been through? No, we knew from the very, very beginning that it was going to be from Biden because they're looking for some place to go. They'd rather not go to Trump, so they'll go to RFK. It makes common sense. And the other thing that's very interesting is that since we know that Biden most likely will be dropping out and Kamala will be taking the place, it looks like former Hillary Clinton spokesperson Brian Fallon has been hired by the office of VP Kamala to help with their 2024 campaign. Now, remember, this is the guy that said defund the police. So once again, he helped Hillary Clinton. He didn't really do that great of a job. She lost in 2016, but now she's going on board with Kamala. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and I do believe that this all leads back to Obama in the end, and it seems that Trump is sending a message saying, yeah, this is where all this is going to lead. He put out a truth, and he's pointing to an article, and it says, Why the Iran Deal Matters. It was the first in a series of hugely consequential lies that will shape our country as much as the Middle East. And when they talk about this, they talk about how everything that's happening out in Gaza and everything that's happening out in the Middle East, it's going to actually come back to the United States. It's going to come back to the European nations, and we're going to have these people here in these countries creating certain events. And I do believe Trump is letting us know that Obama is on deck. And we can see that this is now building and building and building, because I do believe there is a change of batter coming, because once they realize they can't win and Biden is not going to be able to pull this off, they're going to have to bring someone in to help out. Now, of course, they're going to try to control the narrative as we move forward, but we can see they're getting the cyber attack narrative prepped and ready to go. Coming out of Sky News, it says UK could be brought to a halt at any moment by a cyber attack. So right now, the Joint Committee on the National Security Strategy says the large swaths of critical infrastructure are vulnerable to ransomware attacks. And the UK is unprepared for this. And at any moment, the entire country can be brought to a standstill. That's interesting. We just saw that movie where the country was hit by a cyber attack and communications were taken down. I do believe this is going to happen worldwide. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and we said that war will be approaching, the deep state will be pushing war. Coming out of Newsmax, it says U.S. seaports are vulnerable to underwater drone attacks. Seaport security was taken very seriously during World War II when German submarines lurked near East Coast beaches. But during the Cold War, despite the U.S. possessing a large naval force and being the leading power in undersea surveillance, concerns waned about a possible foray by adversaries into American harbors. So are we being told to watch the waters? Is something going to happen where maybe a missile or a submarine is out off our coast? Are they going to fire something at the United States? This is going to be very, very interesting, and we're going to have to watch this, and we're going to have to watch the water. Now, we know that they're going to try to control the narrative as we move forward. And I do believe this is why DHS decided to use AI. And remember, they put out a memo, and Conservative Treehouse kind of explains the whole thing here. DHS is not going to shut down the North American internet, just change the pathways using their public-private partnership with social media and big tech. Justification, big picture, national security. Details of controlled found in the motives of creating labels like disinformation, malinformation, and misinformation. Why is the Department of Homeland Security in the business of conducting wide-scale surveillance, monitoring, and tracking of American citizens? George W. Bush and Dick Cheney created the domestic surveillance system under the auspices of DHS and the Office of the Director and National Intelligence. Barack Obama and Joe Biden then took that DHS surveillance system and modified the dials, Justice Department, FBI, so the surveillance only applied to their ideological enemies. The artificial intelligence AI component to the internet surveillance system is launching toward the end of this year. DHS announced exactly this, and they put it in a memo. And if you read the paragraph, it says DHS will not use AI to improperly profile. DHS will not use AI technology to enable improper, systematic, indiscriminate, or large-scale monitoring. Take out the words improper. And the admission is DHS uses AI to profile, target, and discriminate. In the second sentence, DHS currently participates in systematic, indiscriminate, and or large-scale monitoring, surveillance, or tracking of individuals. The only thing those sentences in the paragraph say is that DHS will not allow AI to create improper outcomes within a system. They outline that they already exist. So will they use this in 2024 to actually control the narrative, shut down certain accounts, ban them? Absolutely. Are they going to shut down the internet? No. And I do believe when the cyber attack hits, I don't know if the entire internet's going to be shut down, because I have a very funny feeling that most of what we're going to see is going to be done by what is embedded in the chips or maybe in certain software where they're going to be able to shut certain things down, but keep the internet up. And this way, if they are able to do this, you wouldn't be able to communicate with everyone, but the internet would still be operable, which means the patriots would still be able to use the internet. And I do believe they're going to use the cyber attacks to cancel the elections. And we know that Obama was involved in that movie, Leave the World Behind, where it showed that there was a communication blackout and people couldn't function. But what's very interesting about this is that there's another movie coming out in April of 2024 called Civil War. Now, it's not a movie about what happened back in the day with the Civil War in this country. This is present day. The film follows events in the U.S. during a civil war. Government forces attack civilians. Journalists are shot in the Capitol. And yes, you see F-15 fighters firing at the American people. They're showing how they want a war. They want a civil war. And when I saw this clip of the F-15 fighters, it reminded me of what Biden said. Remember when he was talking about AR-15s and F-15s? He said, you need an F-15, not a gun, to fight the government. Take a listen.
Those brave right-wing Americans who say it's all about keeping America's independent and safe. If you want to fight against the country, you need an F-15. You need something a little more than a gun. No, I'm not joking. Think about this. Think about the rationale we use that's used to provide this and who they shooting at. Shooting at these guys behind me.
Now, it's interesting that he said that. And the movie is coming out, and it seems that that's exactly what's happening. Now, think about this movie and Civil War, and think about what Military Com put out. Dozens of troops suspected of advocating overthrow of U.S. government. New Pentagon extremism report says. So they're talking about neo-Nazis, white supremacists, anti-government movements. Remember, DHS, they designated people of this country as terrorists, MAGA extremists, white supremacists. They are setting the stage. This is why they keep repeating this, because they want the people of this country to realize you are the terrorists and we will stop you at all costs. So they're going to try to come after the people. Now, do I believe that this is going to work? No, because I don't believe they're in control. Do they want this to happen? Of course they do. But if we go back to post 1664, this is July 1st, 2018, it says there will be no civil war. Coordinated mainstream media hysteria designed to instill fear, change narrative. Then if you look at post 22, I'm going to read the whole thing. October 31st, 2017. Who controls the National Guard? Why is the National Guard recently activated in select cities within the U.S.? We haven't seen that yet, but I do believe that's going to be coming, especially when the chaos begins. Can the National Guard work in coordination with the Marines? Of course they can, if the country's attacked or if there's an insurrection. That's interesting. Do conditions need to be satisfied or authorized? Yes. What former president used the military to save the republic, and what occurred exactly? Biggest drop to ever be provided on the board. Study and prepare. The masses tend to panic in such situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. And I do believe that the deep state, they're going to try to push all of this. They're going to try to push a civil war. They're the ones who are going to be doing all of this. Trump is not going to be behind this. It's going to be them. They're the ones who are going to be doing all this. And the people are going to see this all play out. I do believe the Biden White House, just like it happened to Trump, when all the chaos happened, they're the ones who are going to be calling out the National Guard. They're the ones who are going to be cracking down on these people. Now, think about this. They would like the people of this country to be involved in this. They would like to draw them out. This is why they're probably going to use people that are dressed up in MAGA hats and things like that, the Patriot Front group. Yes, you're going to have the other side, because they want this to take off. And this way they can use the government to try to shut it down. And that's how you start the Civil War. But I do believe this is going to completely and utterly backfire on them. And what's really going to happen is that the people of this country, just like during 2020, the people, they didn't go out in the streets and fight. I do believe this time around, those people that might do us harm, those people are going to be round up. Those people are going to be captured during this entire process. And once again, it's not going to be under Trump's rule. I do believe it's going to happen under Biden's rule because all optics will be off of Trump. And I think this is going to be very, very interesting. So whatever they're planning, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they already have the countermeasures in place to actually do the opposite. And everyone's going to see who these people truly are. They are treasonous to this country. And once all the evidence is out there and people see what they've done, the people will, at this point, be with Trump because they're going to vote him back into power. And I do believe as the elections approach and the country is attacked, I do believe Trump will get those paper ballots. People will vote in person. And the deep state, they will see that the people are behind Trump. Trump will get the signal, go after these people. Now, does that mean he's just going to get up and tell everyone to go after them? No, I don't think he works that way. I do believe he'll have peace, which will counter all their plans. I do believe he'll calm the situation down. And everything the state was trying to do is going to fail. And it's going to make it a lot easier to capture all these people. I don't mean it's going to happen like a couple of days. I do believe it's going to be a scary period of time. But I do believe in the end, this is what's going to happen. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was the X22 with Dave. You know, the only thing that we need to remember is that God said in the Bible 365 times, once for each day, be not afraid. Fear not, for the Lord is with thee. And a few various other ways, you know. And that's all we need to remember. We don't, you know, we don't fall into any fear whatsoever. Personally, what I think is going to happen is it's going to be big cities. Big cities are going to be blacked out. And I think it's going to be big cities where there's like big problems. You know what I mean? Remember they were talking about the 15 cities, you know? And I have a feeling it's gonna, if there's a blackout, I think it's gonna be in those cities. You know, I don't really see it out in the country or anything like that. I'm not worried about it because I got a generator and that's what I run on all the time. What I do worry about in a blackout though is if CenturyLink's gonna get blacked out. But even that I'm not worried about it because I've got all 3 seasons of The Chosen loaded on my computer. I got I got a bunch of movies on the computer that Christian based movies that I can watch. And the dogs aren't going to be without anything. You know, well, actually, I need to get out and get them dog food in the morning. So hopefully the homeless couple get their car fixed today. So they're out trying to get the brakes done on that thing, so that I can send them down to pick up the next batch of dog food. And then after that, they can go ahead and do the blackout. I'm not going to sweat it. My food is kept in a cooler with ice. The only bad thing is can't call anybody for ice if there's a blackout, right? So tonight I'm going to end up popping the lids open on those coolers because it's going to be freezing temperatures again tonight. So that the water will just turn into a big pile of ice in the bottom of the cooler and keep things going for a little while longer. Yeah. So I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. So no fears, no worries. If I can do it, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. Anything. What was that song? Anything you can do, I can do better. The only thing is it's a we. You know, anything you can do, we can do together. Ooh, did that sound great? Yeah. So yeah, it was so you know, so this is the thing. Yeah, actually, that that's a good point right there, Lisa. Okay, is when they threaten you with a blackout, what do? You go out, you get your generator ready, you make sure it's full of gas, you make sure that the oil's full, give it a quick pull to make sure that it starts, and run it for about 15 or 20 minutes. Make sure that everything's working just right. Because that way then, like, if you're having a spark plug issue or something like that, you can get that taken care of. So that way, if the power does go out, you're covered. Right? Make sure you got a lamp there so that you can, and put the Bible right next to the lamp. Those are the two things that you're going to need the most, right? A little bit of light to receive even more light from that good book, and we can do that. We can do it. We can do anything. We can do anything, especially when we do it together. Everybody thinking on the same page. Yeah. Not what it seems. I like the name. That's good. He says, I heard a while ago that if lights go out, it'll be 24 to 48 hours to switch to free energy. Well, this is the thing, I shared a dream that I had about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, where I went to a dealership, and the Lord knows I ain't got the kind of money to go to no car dealership, but I went to a dealership and I picked up a truck, opened the hood, and I took this. Easiest way to describe the black box that I'm talking about was, how they have those hide-a-key things that you put underneath your, bumper, you can put it underneath the wheel well, so that if you ever lock yourself out of the car, you got like an emergency key backup. Those, you guys know what I'm talking about with those little hide-a-key things? Okay. About that size, maybe just a little bit bigger and a little bit thicker. Okay. And in the dream, I walked up to the pickup truck, opened the hood, and on the motor was a spot. And I set this thing on it, and it stuck to it like a magnet, right? And then I closed the hood. I got into the driver's seat, and then hit the button, and it fired right up, and I drove off. Okay. And then I drove to where I was living, and I pulled up to where I pulled in, pulled in a very long driveway, and I walked up to where the service box was for the property, and I grabbed out a slightly larger black box and set it on top of the service box, and then all of the lights on the whole property came on. They just came right on. Boom. They were on. Wasn't pulling no switches or anything like that. Just set that thing right on top of the service box and got back in the truck and drove into what appeared to be a garage. And then I woke up. What a bad way to end it, Why you got to end? Why can't you show me where it is and when it is, and show me a calendar and a date or something? Like, wait up. It's a strange little black box, and like I said, it was about an inch and a half. I would say about an inch and a half thick, about 2.5 inches long, and it was rectangular shape, right? And it was about 1.5 inches, you know, maybe actually I'd say maybe I would say about 2.5 inches wide as well, you know. Yeah, and but then I woke up, which was disappointing, you know, because I wanted to know more. And I remember watching it and thinking to myself in the dream that I wanted to know more, you know, but I didn't stop to get gas for the truck, you know, or anything like that when I pulled out of the dealership. And it was a dealership because there were hundreds of trucks and hundreds of cars, and there were a bunch of those three-wheel motorcycle ones, ATV style, but it was 2 wheels in the front and 1 wheel in the back. I'm not sure what they call those, but 2 wheels in the front, 1 wheel in the back. There was a whole bunch. There was a whole line of them that went across the entire front of the dealership. Because when I pulled out of the dealership, I took a right-hand turn and drove across and drove with the dealership to my right. And those things were the entire line of the dealership property, right? So it was kind of it was kind of like a trike, but it was a reverse trike, digital. It had 2 wheels in the front and 1 wheel in the back. You know, kind of weird looking, but they did look pretty cool, you know. And like I said, you know, I pulled in the driveway of the property, and it was a long driveway, almost a half a mile long, it seemed like. And I just pulled right up to the service box, and then took that little black block, you know, took a black block and set it on top of that, and all the lights came on. I mean, everything, all over the property. And then I woke up. Yeah. So whether that was whether it's Tesla technology or free energy or whatever, I have no idea. But you know, yeah, it was just kind of weird but cool at the same time. No, it wasn't a moped. Come on. No, it was a motorcycle. They were motorcycles, you know, but they weren't motorcycles. You know, motorcycles have two wheels, and if it is a trike, there's 2 wheels in the back and 1 in the front, right? Or they have a sidecar. This was 2 wheels in the front and 1 in the back. You know, and streamlined, slick, kind of sexy looking almost. But you know, we won't go there. All right, let's go ahead and get into our next video. Actually, I did want to check and see if anything new dropped so I can add it to the list. Actually, okay, that's going to be in Dutch. So that one there, we're going to avoid that one. Oh, and he's got one. Okay, he's got one here. And awesome analysis of Leave the World Behind, a must see. Okay, that's a nice short one. Okay, yeah, we're going to get that one in from the maestro. And you guys met Steve Walker in chat a couple of days ago. And he's also one of the guys who's been doing interviews with Dave. Real nice guy, great personality, love his questioning. And we'll see what he's got on that. And then, of course, the new X22 just came out. So we'll try to cover as much of this stuff as we can before you guys lose interest and drive me crazy, or I drive you crazy, one or the other. So let's go ahead and get into our next one. We're going to hit, actually, let me add these real quick. Again, I'm not going to do that financial one because of the fact that the Big Swear is pretty much going to cover everything with banking right now in this particular video. You know, a lot of people ask me, why do I play that? You know, most of us are poor. We can't afford crap. We can't afford toilet paper half the time. Well, you know, the thing is that as changes are coming to our economic system, and with the downfall of the dollar, we do need to learn about it. You know, yes, Lisa, I remember you said you had to go mod for somebody else. Go ahead, enjoy, have fun. And no, I have not seen the White House Christmas video. No, I have not. I seen the tree fall. That I saw. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and get let's see. Hold on. We got must see the bankster. Awesome. Okay. All right. Good. All right. We got it. We're right where we're supposed to be. Okay. So let's get into these and see what kind of mess we can make of this. And let me get the banner changed around here. Here we go. Sean from SGT. Big swear. Post banker. Golden age. Here we go.
I think it will be a combination of gold and silver with blockchain. That type of thing would work. I think that there's a lot of evidence that the government's working towards something like that. But at the same time, we still have to get from here to there. We have to destroy the old system. And that's going to be really hard for, I mean, how long have we been in this crazy world? Over 1913 when they invented the Fed. This is a long process for fiat money to actually die, and it will die. They are literally printing hundreds of trillions of dollars. This is the end game. They're just not telling people, and every other country is doing that too.
Friends, thanks so much for tuning in. It's great to have you back. That was my longtime friend, Bix Weir from Road to Ruta. And in this one, we talk about all things silver, Bitcoin, and the post-bankster golden age, which we'll get to if we don't comply with their lies and their gaslighting. Friends, thanks so much for tuning in. Before we start, just a quick word about one of our sponsors. If you're aging, one thing we know for sure is we've been told our whole lives that wrinkle creams were the easiest way to look younger. Now one doctor says that's nothing but old news. According to John Lakey, the world-renowned Beverly Hills beauty expert, most wrinkle fixes on the market are nothing but glorified moisturizers. Recently, Dr. Lakey has focused attention away from mainstream cosmetic practices. Why? So he can pursue a revolutionary anti-aging breakthrough. His personal clients have dubbed his new do-it-yourself technique the Age Rewinder method. In light of this breakthrough, Dr. Lakey has released a step-by-step video to the public, free and uninterrupted, where he outlines exactly how to use this simple solution from home. The video has since gone viral. At first, it was shared by users on Facebook, but since then, it's racked up over 2.3 million views and counting. You can find out more about this yourself right now by going to bhmd1.com/SGT or click the link in the description below. That's bhmd1.com/SGT. If watching this video helps you look and feel younger than you have in years, then please share this video with your friends and loved ones. Together, we have the power to help as many women reclaim a youthful look as possible. And I would say dudes too. Go watch the video at bhmd1.com/SGT right now, or just click the link. I'll leave it below. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report. I'm very happy to have back on the line my longtime friend and a friend of truth. It's Bix Weir from Road to Ruta. We've had a heck of a conversation before officially hitting record, and we're going to get into a lot of that right now. Bix, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. We could take our discussions pretty much anywhere. We've been in this game so long. We could go anywhere we want with this discussion.
Well, you know, one of the things I brought up was a mutual friend of ours who back in the day was silver, all in on silver and only silver. And the point I was making to you without mentioning his name is that poor guy has been devastated, along with the miners, along with the entire sector. And these losses, because of Wall Street's manipulation, we're going to get into the weeds here today, guys, on that and a bunch more. But 1992 gold and $23 silver, the manipulation of the precious metals markets has destroyed people financially. These are real losses, Bix, real injuries caused to real people. And nobody at JP Morgan goes to jail. Meanwhile, Jamie Dimon is proselytizing to that witch, Elizabeth Warren, that if it were up to him, government would kill Bitcoin because they want us on a central bank digital currency. My God, Bix, you want to talk about the fox guarding the hen house? Jamie Dimon? Screw that guy.
Yeah, I agree. What 3 traders, I think, went to jail for JP Morgan. Jamie Dimon obviously was the ringmaster along with Blythe Masters. They got off scot-free. But 3 of the JP Morgan traders went to jail for gold, silver, and US dollar manipulation. And it's funny that you bring that up, because I just had an hour-long conversation with the guy that runs Metals Focus, which is a big silver gold analyst type company. It used to be GMFS, and they give the numbers to the Silver Institute. And I'm saying, near the end of the discussion, we agreed on a lot, but we didn't agree on a lot of other stuff. And I'm like, well, if we can ever get this manipulation out of the way, because manipulation, everybody talks about that. That's not really happening. And I'm like, excuse me. We had JP Morgan paying the largest fine in commodity history for manipulating the price of gold and silver, $920 million. 3 of the traders went to jail. How could you say this is not manipulation? I mean, it just, and this guy, I like the guy, but the mainstream is so brainwashed to believe what is coming out of his mouth and the reports out of the Silver Institute. We're so brainwashed because there's nobody else out there putting out numbers. Nobody else saying, hey, yes, they're trading 400 million ounces of paper silver every day to rig the price of silver, but everybody's fine with it. No big deal. As Jeffrey Christian says just a couple weeks ago, well, that's just the way these markets work. Well, these markets are bullshit. These markets are a lie, a cheat, and a steal. So yes, it has hurt so many people, not just investors. Think about the mining towns that have been destroyed. Think about the lives that have been destroyed in wars brought on because they rigged the price of gold and silver and could print fiat money till kingdom come and start any war they want because money's not an issue anymore. This manipulation is so big, is such a, I don't even know how to describe how the manipulation of gold and silver affects the core of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Because all of this is about promoting unbacked fiat money, and that's all about lies, cheating, stealing, and literally killing millions, tens, hundreds of millions of people through war. In the past, when wars happened, people couldn't fight them for very long because it took real money. It took gold and silver. Since we get fiat, we get to go to war and we don't even call it war. We'll send up a drone to blow people up. This is an insane world with an insane currency system, and that's what gold and silver manipulation is protecting. We need to understand the full, true fair market value, especially of silver, because it is not $23. It should be at least 3-to-1 with gold. I think more like 1-to-1 with gold.
Well, and maybe I'll show that chart that indicates, according to Wall Street, that the market cap for silver is $1.47 trillion. The market cap for gold is $13 trillion. So therefore, that is a 9-to-1 silver to gold ratio, according to Wall Street. And yet we're trading at 80-to-1. So more on that in a second, guys. And by the way, I do want to talk more about Jamie Dimon's testimony before Elizabeth Warren and her sham committee. By the way, Elizabeth Warren has just been busted for giving the questions in advance and potential answers to Gary Gensler. This is how criminal the system is, guys. And this guy, Jamie Dimon, who is guilty of money laundering for drug cartels, he's probably up to his eyeballs in covering up for child sex trafficking, too, with the money laundering happening there. He says Bitcoin should be outlawed because it allows for tax evasion and money laundering, etc. Are you kidding me? The criminals aren't using Bitcoin. They're using the US dollar. But I want to start with good news today. Really, really good news, because I think we're hitting a tipping point, Bix. Take a look at this. First of all, Rumble hit with unprecedented cyber attack after posting January 6th security cam footage. I wasn't going to lead with this one because it's not the biggest news, but it does show that there is a free platform out there that is not censoring people for the most part. And they're not being allowed to repost the Jan 6 security cam footage, which shows January 6th was a government false flag. But here's the really good news. Elon Musk says he would rather go to prison than restrict free speech on Twitter. It gets better. Elon Musk, did you hear this, Bix? Elon Musk on with Andrew Tate, Alex Jones, and a roundtable of other people, including Vivek Ramaswamy. And I want you to just listen briefly to what Elon said, because there has been a line drawn in the sand by people like Musk We're told the world's richest man, which I would debate. I think it's the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and all that international cartel money, the banking family money. But let's say he's the richest man on planet Earth. He's picked his side, Bix. Listen to this.
Yeah, I'm super pro-human, like for Team Humanity here, and I just think we want to make sure that people have a positive view of the future, and like I think I encounter a lot of people who have actually very pessimistic conclusions about the future, and if you try to unpack that and say where does that pessimism come from, and I think like these are like good people, like they have good intentions. I think they think about things and come from is believing that there are too many humans on the planet. This is false. Earth can easily sustain far more than the current population, but they've been told this thing and they've believed it, and it is false.
It is false. And Elon goes on to explain the Earth could host a population 10 times greater than our current population. He goes on to explain not only is he not a globalist, he's pro-human and not pro-extinction. Now, in a minute, I want to show one of those pro-extinction people because that guy's losing badly. And it's in no small part to people like Alex Jones and Elon Musk. What do you think, Bix?
I've always liked Elon. There's light and dark with everybody. I read the book, his biography that was authorized. The guy spent like 2 years with Elon, and amazing human being. I mean, he's warped from childhood, but at the same time, he basically went to NASA and said, hey, you're spending too much money on these rockets. You could do, the whole thing for a tenth of the price if you make your own equipment and stop, paying the $10,000 for a hammer. So the NASA said, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Get out of here. So he started his own, he started SpaceX, and now he's putting up all these rockets and satellites, and a huge money maker for him. And NASA just hire him now, because he was able to do it for a tenth of the price. That's how much waste we have in government. And you read his book. Yes, he is absolutely pro-human. He's done things to piss off the deep state, the pedophiles, you name it. He's done it. Now people say, well, he dressed in a devil worshiping costume during this party. I said, okay, what has he done though? What has he done? He has literally done the things we need to do. He has changed the way people think about the deep state, the left, the crazy leftist people who control our media. And his purchase of Twitter, which he calls X now, that is a game changer. Just because that's like one of the only places out there that is very popular and you can get your voice heard. I love like BitChute and Rumble and things like that, but it's not as popular as something like Twitter, which gets to almost everybody that has a cell phone. So I believe that he's doing things to try to save humanity, but he also knows that humanity's on the edge of being destroyed, which is key. And I do believe that was the ultimate destination for us had, like, for example, Hillary won the election, or Biden really be in control today. They want the vast majority of people dead. Mm-hmm. And Elon is one of the few people who are standing in the way of that.
Yeah. Well, I'll show another person who wants us all dead too in just 1 second, because this creep is losing badly, thank God. But Alex Jones, say what you want about Alex Jones. So he was on with Andrew Tate, Elon Musk, in this roundtable. And Alex Jones has been a man in the arena since I started listening to him in 1998, but I know he started earlier than that. And say what you want about these people, folks. These are real human beings in the arena. They are in the fight for humanity, whether you agree with them or not. Say what you want about Elon and space. Say what you want about AJ and Sandy Hook. I don't care. The point is, these are real men in the fight. Andrew Tate, too. Say what you want about Andrew Tate. If you listen to that entire 30, 40-minute conversation, it's extremely gripping because Alex makes the point. So does Andrew Tate, by the way. Elon, you've put your life at risk because you bought Twitter and because you're doing what you're doing, because you're taking this stance for humanity. Your life is at risk, and we want you to realize that we know it, and therefore we think you're a hero. Now, I'm not trying to puff this guy up, okay? Because I think, a lot of people say deep state. Everybody's deep state, including Trump. But I like to look at the men in the arena and just point out to people, these are real human beings with red blood coursing through their veins, Bix, and I think they're picking a side just out of a sense of self-preservation, if nothing else.
I agree. And they know See, I do think that Trump is actually in charge of things, or the military is in charge of things, and it's not, the show we're being presented through Biden. And there's a lot of evidence to that fact. But, if this is to all being done so that we wisen up about how bad it could be. And I think we've learned our lesson. I think everybody's ready to say, okay, let's get back to something halfway normal. Before it gets so far out of control, we're lobbing nukes on each other. I mean, truthfully, if you told me that 2 years ago that we might be having a nuclear exchange with Russia and China, I would have said, "Oh, you're full of shit." Now it's one of the possibilities for our future, and I know it's probably what the deep state wants. So I'm hoping Trump and the military are really in charge of this thing going forward, because if they're not, you can kiss a lot of your friends and family goodbye.
Well, that's what we worry about. And we worry about another rigged election here in 2024, which is certainly possible. But it does seem as though Trump has so much support and Biden's support is dwindling by the day that they can't steal it. I don't think they'll be able to commit enough fraud to steal it. That might be wishful thinking on my part. But let me show you this other creep who wants us all dead. Furious Al Gore blasts COP28, saying they're on the verge of complete failure. Quote, "The world desperately needs to phase out fossil fuels as quickly as possible, but this obsequious draft reads as if OPEC dictated it word for word," end quote. Thank God. Thank God, because this eugenicist, along with King Charles and the Committee of 300 and the Club of Rome, want us all dead. And when they say fossil fuels, they mean your affordable energy, your natural gas, your coal, your gasoline-powered car. They want it all gone. They want you living as a serf on their plantation in perpetuity. So again, screw Al Gore in this case, Bix.
Well, this is where a lot of the worlds I dive into all converge. COP28 was that UN deep state agenda to, save the planet for the millionth time that the planet is going to collapse, according to them. But it's so much bigger, because what they have agreed to is tripling green energy. And to do that, the number one thing they're going to use is solar panels. Solar panels are the largest consumer of silver out of all the silver that's mined or recycled every year. Last year was 140 million ounces was consumed in solar panels. This year, it's double that. It'll be 260, 280. Now, I don't know if they'll be reporting that, but they are reporting that 2023 almost doubled the capacity, 413 megawatts. And you do the calculation based on how much silver is in each cell of a solar panel, and that is what's going to break the back of the gold and silver riggers. Because if they do triple it, that's it'll be 600-700 ounces per year for the next 6 years. And there is no silver available for something like that. But they have already agreed to it, and they've already agreed to fund it as well. So it doesn't matter what the price of silver does. The price of silver is not allowed to rise, by the way. So this is happening. And I see it as a good thing that they have taken it this far, because I don't think we'll ever beat the silver and gold manipulation on the comics, the derivatives market. We can't. It's a click of a mouse for them. We can beat them in the physical consumption of silver. And if they're going to throw 100% of our annual mine supply into growing the solar panels for the next 6 years, well, okay, because that's surely going to destroy the banking cabal.
From your lips to God's ears, I pray to God it destroys the banking cabal, because they are guilty of, responsible for just about all of the hell on earth I can think of. I mean, from just about every war to every engineered economic downturn to poverty. I mean, these guys have so much blood on their hands. It gets back to biblical truths, right? For the love of money is the root of all evil. It's not money itself, right? You and I aren't going to cast our silver and gold in the streets in the end of days because we have a love for money. We're trying to protect our families. These people are trying to destroy our families, Bix.
Yeah, that quote is often misquoted as "money is the root of all evil." That is not the quote. The quote is "the love of money is the root of all evil." Completely different things. Money has been, one day we won't need money. When we invent replicators that you just punch in what you want to eat, drink, and be clothed with, and the replicator spits it out from the atoms it draws from the universe. Yeah, then we don't need money. Until then, money is a great way of barter. The problem is the type of money we use, the things we call as money. A fiat monetary system, you can print unlimited amounts of money. That does not bode well for the value of each dollar you print. Something like gold and silver is a lot better because we kind of have an idea of how much is out there. I think there's a hell of a lot more gold than they're saying, but we kind of have an idea how much is out there, and we can get it into the hands of people. And then you have cryptos, which I think will do well after the crash. After the crash of the old system, I think that's the future of cryptos. During the crash, it's gold and silver. But Bitcoin, for example, how much Bitcoin there is. There's 21 million that will ever be mined. And that last little piece of Bitcoin is going to be mined in 2130 or 2140 or whatever that number is. So you have a new invention of a fixed quantity of something that can be used in transactions. That's what we're going to be headed towards. I think it will be a combination of gold and silver with blockchain, so that it's very much more convenient for people to wander around the streets and pay for a cup of coffee with a 100th of an ounce of silver that they have on their phone depository. That type of thing would work. I think that there's a lot of evidence that the government's working towards something like that. And I'm excited about it. But at the same time, we still have to get from here to there. We have to destroy the old system. And that's going to be really hard for, how long have we been in this crazy world? Over 1913 when they invented the Fed. This is a long process for fiat money to actually die, and it will die. And then we'll have to go to something new. And I'm voting towards the Constitution, gold and silver as money. You guys can vote for whatever you want. I don't think there'll be any deciders is the key. I don't think the Treasury will be in place. I don't think the World Economic Forum will be in place. The World Bank, George Soros, they'll all be gone. They'll be lucky to survive a transition like this because they're the ones that screwed it up. So we're getting down to the nitty gritty of what you and I have been talking about for when we did our first discussion in 2010. 13 years we've been talking about this stuff, and I think we're closer than we have ever been, and we are literally a whisper away. So God bless those fighting for freedom and the right to use anything as the money of the nation, because that's what our founding fathers wanted. They wanted us to use whatever we want as money. And that's why gold and silver were not necessarily put into the Constitution. It had to be added later. And Article 1 says Congress will decide what's money. They can decide gold and silver, absolutely. And I think they will. But we can use Bitcoin. We can use barter. We can create a Sean coin and a Bix coin. And those should all be legal. Freedom of choice is what we're moving towards. So we'll see what happens in the very near future.
I think that's a good segue then to what's going on in the silver and gold market. We'll talk a little bit about Bitcoin and the manipulation happening. And when I say manipulation, not so much of Bitcoin, but of the entire crypto sphere because of the Salem witch, Elizabeth Warren, and her sidekick, new buddy, Jamie Dimon. You mentioned 2010, our first conversation. Back then, Bix, the U.S. national debt clock sat at $13 trillion. Today, we're at $34 trillion, and in 2026, we'll be sitting at $41 trillion. So this con game has gone on a lot longer than you and I expected it could. But I guess that is the gift of the world's reserve currency. It's actually allowed all of us to maintain some measure of purchasing power through all of this, whereas Argentina, Venezuela, so many other countries, Zimbabwe, have fallen to absolute hyperinflation. But that brings us to the Salem witch who's cursing Bitcoin. Let me play this from Matthew Cratter over on Twitter, and then we'll talk about it.
Elizabeth Warren, as I said, used to be an enemy of the big banks, but increasingly we're seeing her get in bed with the bankers, as she did with Jamie Dimon a couple of days ago in his testimony before Congress. And now Warren is again siding with the bankers and rolling out a new act attacking Bitcoin. This is called the Digital Asset Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2023. But don't be fooled by the title. This has nothing to do with stopping money laundering. If the US government really wanted to stop money laundering, it would close its doors because it's the biggest money launderer in the world.
100% fact. Now, here's what's beautiful about the situation in which we find ourselves, Bix. The deciders, the people that want to decide our future and our money, people like Jamie Dimon and Elizabeth Warren, and Al Gore, frankly, and Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates, they're losing the battle for hearts and minds in the town square. They are not winning. And when people see this fabrication, this propaganda, this narrative, this fiction play out in Congress because Elizabeth Warren wants to put on a dog and pony show, it only serves to wake up more people as they see Jamie Dimon, one of the world's richest men, talk about money laundering and Bitcoin. Are you kidding me? But that narrative, right? This anti-human narrative we continue to see parroted by these demon creatures, be they rhinos or demon creatures, demon rats in Washington, D.C., they're more and more hollow every single time these people speak. And the host of Simply Bitcoin, Nico Moran, well, he's got them all figured out, Bix. Listen to this.
The anti-Bitcoin Senator Elizabeth Warren of the state of Massachusetts. Now it kind of makes sense why she has been doing this media tour over the last couple of weeks, where she's been going on the legacy corporate media and basically calling for the ban of Bitcoin. She also got the CEO of America's largest bank, JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, to go on congressional testimony to call for the ban of Bitcoin. Not to mention a couple weeks ago, which I think was the largest attack on Bitcoin, at least in the United States to date, which was they used a fake Wall Street Journal article that claimed that Hamas used quote unquote crypto to raise millions of dollars to circumvent KYC and AML and money laundering protections. It was discovered after the fact that that article was blatantly false. It was less than $1 million that they used, and the vast majority of funding came from the traditional financial system. That didn't stop Elizabeth Warren. That did not stop the U.S. Treasury. That FinCEN proposal is still there, right? So they used a crisis to take away more freedoms.
It's really serving to wake up people in droves, I think, Bix.
I agree. Although a few things, the 33 trillion in debt, that's far below what we're actually in debt. They're printing money and not telling you about it. Catherine Austin Fitts has found it. Professor Skidmore has found it. We're talking hundreds of trillions. All the things that we thought used to constrain us, like the budget deficit and all, it's all bullshit. They are literally printing hundreds of trillions of dollars. This is the end game. They're just not telling people, and every other country is doing that too. As far as Jamie Dimon and Elizabeth Warren, Jamie Dimon is the worst trader in the world. Always do the opposite of what he says. For example, I remember 5 or 6 years ago, Jamie Dimon said, "I will fire any trader that
going to bring that up. I'll fire any trader that I catch buying Bitcoin." And who was the biggest buyer of Bitcoin that weekend? JP Morgan.
Yep, out of Europe. I would like to point out that it looks like Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan can say all they want about cryptos. They have the largest staff of crypto analysts out of any of the banks. And I hear there are over 50% control of Digital Currency Group, which is the largest holder of cryptos on the planet. So Jamie Dimon can say all he wants in front of Congress. We know what he's doing behind the scenes. He just wants to get it all into his hands so that he can, Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan can be the ones calling the shot in the future. I think Digital Currency Group is a group of deep staters that got together in the early days and literally bought up almost every cryptocurrency as much as they can. They were the largest holder of cryptos. And from what I hear, Jamie Dimon, through a couple shell corporations, JP Morgan owns the vast majority of Digital Currency Group. So yeah, Jamie Dimon, every time he opens his mouth, he lies. Liz Warren, for example, she's a congressman. I'm hearing she has tens of millions of dollars now. Mm-hmm. How does a congressperson who makes $250,000 a year make tens of millions of dollars and 10 houses around? I mean, it might be bullshit that what is being said, but I don't see any way that she can gravitate that kind of money towards her other than doing stuff like Joe Biden did.
Hey friends, forgive the brief interruption and just a quick word about our sponsor. Night vision binoculars are about the coolest piece of tech anyone can own. But until recently, they were too costly for the average Joe. Luckily, newer models have caused prices to come way down. This is why myself, along with thousands of others, are getting Nightwatch Pros. Nightwatch Pros affordably allow anyone to see with predator-like vision in pitch blackness. They include typical high-end night vision features, including 4K video recording, a clear HD display, 5x zoom, anti-shake technology, and a long-lasting rechargeable battery. Place your order for the Nightwatch Pro right now, and you'll also receive access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, a 100% lifetime guarantee. Simply click the link in the description box below or go to nightwatchpro.com and use promo code HOLIDAY for 25% off. The link is below.
Other than doing stuff like Joe Biden did.
Well, look at the Pelosi's. The Pelosi's are worth tens of millions of dollars, and they're constantly insider trading. So, I mean, the grift and the graft is on within our own Congress and Senate, and these people are all hypocrites. That's the point. See, if I think there's anything that wakes up the regular Joe to all of this criminality, it's the hypocrisy. It's hard to hide the hypocrisy. They can say whatever they want to say officially on the record at a congressional hearing, but then their actions really tell the truth about who they are, and they're all hypocrites.
Absolutely. 100%. And that's why we do this. That's why we fight the fight, because we have to have opposing viewpoints of these people who control the media, control our banks, control our government, control our schools. There's enough people now fighting back that we're going to win. You know, the right is on our side. It's just a matter of how much bullshit we have to continue to soak up through the media. And, you know, I don't think we're going to have an election. I don't see any way that we can.
Really? That's scary, because if they do that, then it is truly, truly a banana republic. I've been saying we live in a banana republic under Banana Joe, the dictator in chief, who was installed in a coup after 2020. We now live in Banana Joe's banana republic. If there's no election, then that's not hyperbole at all. We are officially in a fallen republic, which is now a banana republic in the hands of totalitarians. Biggs.
Well, I don't think the current administration would stay in power. When I say I don't think there'll be an election, is I think the system's going to fall apart long before we even get to that far. Everybody knows, Trump knew that the election system was rigged. Everybody's known it for decades, but nobody ever wanted to change it because they thought they could rig it better than the next person. The reality is, we have a banking system that condones lying, cheating, and stealing. I believe that is going to collapse in the next, before the next election. So between now and say June, July timeframe. And in that situation, you have no more money. You have no more, one of these big banks, too big to fail banks collapses, and they're all gone. All pension funds are gone. All stocks are gone. Bonds are gone. Any third party asset you hold will be gone. And the Fed, the very early days of when I was looking at the Road to Ruta stuff at the Fed, exactly what they were saying. How are we going to reallocate money to people after the monetary system crashes? They knew it's coming. It's not like this is going to be a surprise to anybody, at the top upper echelons of the Fed or the Treasury. The question is, what do you do after it? And who will have the moral authority to choose which system we have? I don't think they will be able to. And the Fed, Boston, doesn't think so either, because the teacher's guide to the Road to Ruta stuff has 60 questions that are completely unanswered. What will use as money? If we use gold as money, who will mine the gold out of the ground? Is it private? Is it public? Is it run by the government forever? And will you be allowed to export gold and silver if the whole world goes on to? This is all coming from the Fed, and they have no idea. But the biggest thing they said is, will the people accept what is offered? And Cliff High's data has 3 times the government comes to the people, and 3 times we reject what they're saying. So that's where I think we're
beautiful.
headed.
Well, let me play this clip then, because Liz wants to destroy Bitcoin, and she's beholden to a central bank digital currency, a Federal Reserve issued digital track and trace coin that will make us all live as serfs. So let's listen to the Salem witch in her own words.
So in theory, a digital currency issued and backed by a central bank could provide the advantages of cryptocurrency without those risks.
Okay, I'll pause it right there. Let's break this down as we go. So the witch is openly advocating for a Rothschild Rockefeller issued digital bank central currency, a central bank digital currency from Rothschild and House of Rockefeller. Does that sound like something you want, Bix? Because I ain't going to take it.
Well, I've been saying for a long time, we already have that. We have electronic money. They can cut off anybody from the electronic money side whenever they want. So we already have it. Let's not overblow the CBDC. If they wanted to do a CBDC, we know what they want. They want to control people. They want to be able to track what they buy and shut them off at any time. You don't have to create a CBDC like that. Bitcoin's not like that. You can create something that is completely decentralized. Yes, it's used by the government, but there are all kinds of ways to make a cryptocurrency decentralized with limited quantity that can be made, open source software, all the things that we love about Bitcoin could be done in the CBDC. Of course, the government and the banks would never do that. They want to control you. So it's kind of like, okay, they already control us. I don't know if you've had a bank account shut down yet, Sean, but I have. If they want to shut you down, they'll shut you down in your bank account. And you'll walk in the next day. They'll say, hey, here's a check, go away. And they probably won't even give you a check when this comes. So I'm not afraid of CBDC. I'm afraid of how it would be structured and how, would it really be different than what we got now?
Let me just amend what you just said. In my view, I'm not afraid of a DC, a digital currency. I'm afraid of a central bank issued digital currency, which using the Chinese model will come attached with social credit scores. So if they don't like your speech, not only will they close down your bank account, they'll close down your digital bank account and your digital wallet and your ability to buy or sell. So that, and to that extent, it's kind of the mark of the beast.
They can already do that, though. I mean, they can literally already do that. It would just be all encompassed in a CBDC.
But that's why I'm saying we should reject it. We should not comply. So I hope
Correct.
Cliff High is right. They'll offer 3 times and we'll say no thank you 3 times because we have to accept their offers for this kind of tyranny. And again, COP28, people like Al Gore and Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates are losing badly in the public arena of discourse because people are starting to recognize the open hypocrisy and frankly, pure evil coming from their mouths. These people are beholden to a spirit of evil, anti-human evil, which kind of brings us full circle because Elon is now on the record standing against these people saying, I'm pro-humanity. I'm going to stand with humanity. So come and get me if you want. And for that, he gets, the respect of Alex Jones and Tate and everybody else on that call.
There's a lot of states that have already signed legislation to use gold and silver as money. And a lot of senators are already speaking out about CBDC. Everybody knows the bad part of a CBDC. I don't think there's any way that they could push it forward anymore. Elizabeth Warren can say what she wants, but the people won't stand for it. And that's probably part of Cliff's data is they try it and people say, fuck no. I would do it with open source software, immutable blockchain that you can't change, fixed number of coins, things like that, which makes, cryptocurrency good. As opposed to, I'm going to lock you up. I'm going to throw a social score on this. I'm going to take full control of your life. When the old system dies and the banks go down, all it takes is one too big to fail bank to take all the rest of them down. Mm-hmm. We're going to change the way we look at what we allow our government to do. We are going to completely say, oh my God, they got us in the spot. The people to blame will be the Elizabeth Warrens of the world, the Jamie Dimons of the world, the government and the banks. 100%. They're the ones that are going to take the blame. So whatever we start after the system crashes and you lose all your money that's in the system, we are going to devise something that is completely opposite of what we had. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult. But at the same time, there are people within our government and within the Fed that have been planning for this for over 100 years. Case in point, David Ryder, the head of the U.S. Mint, right before Ventures Gibson, who's in there now, she doesn't want to make silver eagles. But David Ryder invented or worked at Honeywell. They invented a way to scan the front of a silver eagle for the crystalline structure because each coin is unique. And you can put that unique identifier on a blockchain and voila, all of a sudden you're using silver eagles held by the government, but you're using a blockchain-based app to take little tiny slivers of your silver off for buying a cup of coffee. This actually happened. That's why they put the notch in the silver eagle to orientate the coin so that the reader can read it the same way every time. These things are happening in the background, but they won't be told to the public until the collapse of the system, until they're needed.
Well, the other thing that we should mention too, and we'll get to this before the conversation ends, El Salvador. Some of what you're kind of describing is happening in other nation states. They're reinventing their monetary system. And in the case of El Salvador with Bukele, they've tied it to Bitcoin as legal tender. And people are moving there, including one of our friends. We'll talk about that. But although she doesn't deserve the airtime, let's just listen to this bankster sycophant for the other 44 seconds of her lies. And I just want people to recognize she claims to be representing the people. She claims to really care about the people. But the truth is, she cares only about the central bank and the banksters.
The Federal Reserve, a trusted institution, could provide a digital version of cash to the public that is secure, stable, and accepted everywhere. So let me ask you, Professor Manan, what role could a central bank digital currency play in reducing these kinds of risks to financial stability?
All right, I'll pause it there because I'll bet you $10,000 that she sent the questions and proposed answers to this professor just like she did to Gary Gensler. The woman is a snake, Bix, an absolute 100% viper creature. Okay, so I wanted to show this chart, and in another pyramid version of this chart, it actually shows the market caps. So I'm going to go off memory here, but silver is about a $1.47 trillion market cap. Bitcoin is around what, 800 billion,
That's
700
wrong.
billion?
That's wrong.
Okay, well, we'll talk about it because they say gold is a $13 trillion market cap. The point I wanted to make is if you believe this to be true, gold, a $13 trillion market cap at $2,000 gold, you can do the math. But silver at a $1.47 trillion market cap in $23 silver? Okay, it doesn't add up, guys. According to this chart, we've got a 9-to-1 silver to gold ratio. But that's not the way the price breaks down. The price breaks down like 80-to-1. So what do you see? What's the problem here, Biggs?
I'm doing the math right now. Pretty much agreed that there's about 3 billion ounces of silver that could possibly come into the market at ETFs in the form of melted down jewelry, all that stuff. 3 billion ounces. Divide that by $23, where the price of silver is, times 23 equals. That's a $69 billion market. It's not 1 point anything. It's not even close to a trillion.
Right. That's my point. This counts all the bullshit paper.
But that's the problem. If they're trading bullshit paper at 400 million ounces per day,
that's right.
COMEX, and then about the same amount at the LBMA, and then you got the Shanghai Gold Exchange. That's where the fraud comes in. So the market cap of silver, extreme amount, 3 billion ounces. No one can really get it, but say the price goes to $3,000 an ounce, everybody's going to be melting down their fillings and stuff. That's about 3 billion ounces that might come in. And that's only a $69 billion market cap. That is tiny, tiny compared to everything. The gold silver ratio is just the most pathetic, sad joke you ever saw at 88-to-1 right now. The actual gold silver relationship could be calculated by what they call the golden ratio. It's like 1.3 something to 1. And that has to do with the availability of silver both in the ground and above ground. Every time you dig an ounce of gold out of the ground, it goes into somebody's vault. So the amount of gold just keeps growing and growing. The amount of silver comes out of the ground, over 80% of it, this year over 100% of it is torn up into little pieces and used in industry. So you are having a disappearing silver total and a expanding gold total. That gold silver ratio, 10, 15-to-1 that we knew before 1971, that was based on what above ground supplies they were. They're all gone now. 95% of all silver is gone, and you can never get it back. Never get it back because it's in little tiny pieces in a 100th of an ounce in a cell phone at the bottom of someone dropped their phone in the lake. There goes 100th of an ounce of silver. I mean, the reality of the silver story compared to any other asset class, cryptos included, silver will kick ass on every single one of them if it was freely traded.
Well, let me just follow up and say, if you look at this graph, right, here's how insidious this is. You say, so silver is really about a $70 billion market cap. So this thing is inflated by a factor of what? 10 times 70 would be 700 billion. It's inflated by about 20 times because I want people to think about this. If you're watching CNBC, I don't know how many people do anymore, but if you're watching CNBC, how often do you hear these names spoken about on CNBC? Apple, Microsoft, Amazon stock today, Google stock. How about Tesla? How about Alibaba? How about Bitcoin? And of course, gold, right? They're constantly talking about these things on CNBC, but they're never talking about silver and a $1.47 trillion market cap for silver. It's a joke. Any honest analyst, and I don't think there's many of them out there, could look at this graph like I am and just call BS.
Gold is correct. I just ran the numbers for gold, and it's about 6 billion ounces of gold that have been mined. And it comes out to $12 billion, $12 trillion. Yeah, $12 trillion. So that gold is correct. The only thing off is what they've been lying about every day for 170 years. It's silver. And that number of 70 billion for silver is probably really high. You know, are you really going to melt your fillings down? Probably not. So it's maybe more like 2 billion ounces of silver. But that's the key. The key, and I talked to all the guys who are making up the numbers, shall we say, for the Silver Institute. The key is to keep the public in the dark. Don't let them know the truth. Don't let them know that silver is more valuable than gold. Don't let them know that Jamie Dimon was rigging the silver market for 8 years and everybody was screaming about it. But Gary Gensler, the head of the CFTC at the time, did nothing about it. Bart Chilton even said that they knew it and a decision was made, a political decision was made to not stop JP Morgan from rigging the silver market. This is a CFTC commissioner saying that in an interview after he left. This is the number one biggest financial asset to invest in right now by far in the history of investing. I mean, I don't care if you got, Apple computer on day one. This is bigger. This is 170 years of price suppression by the biggest suppressors in the world of the price of silver. It is trading at 1/2 of its all-time high in 1980, where gold's trading at almost triple its all-time high from 1980. This is going to blow the roof off everything. And oh, by the way, they need 3 times as much silver next year for the solar panels, and they don't have it.
Yeah. See, that's the other thing. Silver should be talked about on a daily basis on CNBC as a huge trade, right? It should be going up in value. Based on that chart I just showed, it should be trading at about $225 an ounce, if you're to believe that chart. Okay. I wanted to share this chart. You sent this to me last time, and I don't know if I showed it. I might have, but I just want to talk about it because I did have a question for you. If you look at the numbers, guys, in 2020, the mint made 22 million silver eagles, and they lost $3.17 per ounce of silver minted. In 2021, they produced 34 million silver eagles and lost $3.23.
Yeah,
Now, go ahead. Just explain this to us, because I know they're mandated to produce as much as demand requires, and they're not doing it. In fact, in 2022, they made half as many as they did in 2021, but somehow they flipped a profit on each ounce.
So those aren't profits. What this is a representative. It's representative of the hedges that they use. The U.S. Mint hedges their silver. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I don't know, they don't want to gain or lose money based on the price of silver moving while it's going through the process of being made into silver eagles. Any mint does it, so they justify that. And I said, fine, that's fine. But the what happened that was out of the ordinary, the way hedging works is you buy silver, you'll put a short on it on the COMEX because you have the long in the physical silver and you have the short. So if the price goes up or down, they'll cancel each other out. That's how hedging works. And that's what every bullion dealer does. If they have a big enough book, every mint does. And that's fine. And that's the way it should work. And it should come out somewhere about even so that you don't lose money. What happened was in 2021, when the silver Wall Street bets silver squeeze was happening, the U.S. Mint didn't close out their hedges because that would have spiked the price even more than, it would have gone over $30. Which they couldn't have. So they had to soak up $112 million in losses on their hedge book. In a year that the price of silver went down. So they should have made money on their hedges. Instead, they lost $112 million on their hedges. If you want to see fraud in the numbers, that's where your fraud is. The U.S. Mint did not close out their hedges like they were supposed to when the price of silver almost went over $30. Rustin Benham, the head of the CFTC, said we had to tamp the market down. That's one of the tools they use to tamp the market down. The U.S. Mint hedge book. This is your own government betting against you and what you were going to invest in. Pure criminality. I've been screaming about it. They didn't even want to make Silver Eagles when Ventures Gibson got into the mint. She went to the head of Silver Eagle sales and said, we don't want to make Silver Eagles anymore. Don't sell anymore. And the head of sales said, what are you fucking talking about? Are you kidding me? And it ended up, they said, okay, we'll make a little bit, but we're not going to make anything that will get noticed. So they literally started doing 900,000 coins per month, and they can do 5-6 million per month. And they are required by law to make them in quantities to meet demand. It was pure fraud. I was screaming about it. I did a whole bunch of videos this year. And then all of a sudden the production kicked in and they did half of what they could do. But it was going to be about a third of what they could do. So we have to stay on top of the mint. Complete market rigging, fraudulent crap going on with this administration. Ventures Gibson should be tried in front of the Congress. She's the current mint director. Not that she knew what she was doing. She's head of the mint, but she's never worked a day in her life in a mint, which is crazy to even think about. But she is in charge of HR for all the deep staters. So, we'll see where this goes. Those losses are supposed to be like that because the price of silver went up. So the price of silver going up and the hedge loss, that's the way hedging works. That's a net zero or somewhere around there. And that's what is in the pink column there. Those should kind of zero out, but they're not exactly zeroing out. The reality is the only year that they really screwed up was that 2021. Like if the price of silver that they bought goes up $40 million and they hedged it, they would have a loss of 40 million on the hedge side. So that where it looks like losses, those are hedge losses. Those are supposed to happen if the price of silver goes up, and the opposite if the price of silver goes down. They should make $40 million if the price goes down because they lost 40 million on the price of the metal that they bought. Does that kind of make sense? The gains and losses, let me separate this because it's important. The U.S. Mint by law is not supposed to make any profit on the bullion program. It is supposed to sell all silver and gold eagles at cost. Now, that is not happening. Every year they are making money, and a lot of money on their bullion program, not their hedge book, mind you, but their bullion program. And I've been screaming about that as well, because in the law, it says you must sell these to the authorized dealers at cost. And they're not. They're marking it up like 50 cents each for silver eagles beyond their cost. And they're $80 million profit, I think, last year off the Eagle program. And that is illegal. Why have laws if nobody's going to follow them? That's what I finally came to. If you're not going to follow the laws, U.S. Mint, it's the most important, I think the most important division of the U.S. government is the U.S. Mint, because they will be in charge. People will be looking to the Mint for making the money of the United States of America when the banks crash. And this has just destroyed the reputation of the Mint. Everybody sees it. Everybody who's been in, we had to pay what, $12, $15 over spot price to buy Eagles last year. That's insane. But it is because it's not incompetence. It is complete fraud and hiding the fact that silver's the most important asset on the planet. They are hiding the fact by not making silver eagles to meet demand.
Well, I guess to round out the conversation, we'll just touch on El Salvador and President Bukele. Max Kaiser is down there with his wife, Stacy. They moved to El Salvador. Some 10,000 Americans, I think, have expatriated out of this country and moved to El Salvador. And Max Kaiser was just recently on Alex Jones. We have a mutual friend who moved to El Salvador.
He bought a house.
Yeah, Will Lair, Perpetual Assets. I think it's a big story. What do you think? Tell us about it.
It is a huge story for our friends. Will's a great guy. We've both talked to him a lot. And perpetualassets.com, him and his partner Gus are moving to El Salvador. They're keeping their place, at least Will is, in Texas. But he's like, hey, at some point, I'm just going to move everything down to El Salvador. They're going to run their business out of El Salvador because the government is on the side of the people. And I don't know how, I don't know much about El Salvador. He loves it. I don't know how they will do as the stress of the banking system unfolds. I don't know what kind of government Nobody does. Nobody has been alive when a global unbacked fiat monetary system has collapsed. So nobody really knows what's going to go on. I am going to, stay in the United States of America. As a matter of fact, I live in California, well beyond enemy lines, because I love my country and I even love my state. I hate my government. I hate that most of my friends in California have been brainwashed, and it's really mean to do to them about what was going on with the Democrats the whole time and the vax and all that shit. I hate that they got brainwashed, but they're coming out of their stupor right now. So we'll see what happens.
Well, it's interesting. As we part ways, I would just note that Stacy, Max's wife, says this guy Bukele is a philosopher king. And I don't know if you saw that piece. It was all over the internet. He called his cabinet and all his highest level ministry officials to be present at this meeting where he read the riot act for about a half hour. Yeah,
that was wonderful.
And he said his legacy would be one of truth, honor, and integrity for the people of El Salvador, because the money belongs to the people, not the politicians. And he warned each and every one of them that his attorney general was going to investigate them for corruption. And as long as they're not corrupt, they have nothing to worry about. And by the way, I'll scroll up. You see this video of all these men in prison, these MS-13 gang members? He rounded up all of the criminals in El Salvador and put them in. Look, I've got real problems with modern day prisons. Let me tell you, I think they're torture chambers. But these guys are murderers. These guys turned El Salvador into a hellhole, and Bukele's turning the whole thing around. It really does give you hope for what we, the people, could do if we ever took our government back, Bix.
I think we're going to see a lot of people in suits in the U.S. version of this, in suits and ties and government officials. We do need to do that. We need to round up the rest of the criminals. I don't know how many Trump and the Q group rounded up, but I think it's a substantial amount. But I do think that any crimes committed in the past need to be adjudicated, and even if they helped out, we just need to know. If you struck a deal, if the government struck a deal with someone to get more information, your country people need to know who was involved in the very beginning and what deal was struck, and would we have approved something like that? I don't know that any of us would approve anything when you stand back, but at the same time, they are working with whistleblowers to get these people in-house, shall we say, and out of the destruction, the attempt to destroy our country. So I'm a big fan of what Trump was doing. I think it's still going on in the background. And I do think we're going to know a lot more between now and the non-election we're going to have in November.
Well, we'll keep you coming back on for more updates as we get closer. We live in a crazy, crazy world, upside down world, to say the least. Road to Ruta. Let's call up the website for Bix so we can show it to folks.
I had my private road videos down because I put them on Rumble as well for a little bit. So it's a little scary to see your work disappear. I know you've seen it before. I
should have started here. What is this? Total unrealized losses, $683.9 billion. That sounds like real money to me.
That's from the FDIC, their latest report. Yeah, that's what caused Silicon Valley Bank collapse, and now it's worse. So I'm expecting another collapse probably around the same time frame, January, February. This is the FDIC that released this in their quarterly report. This is what's currently on the books of the banks. $683 billion in unrealized losses. The same problem with Silicon Valley Bank. And I mean, it's not the highest. It was higher back a little over a year ago, but the next reporting cycle is in 3 months. So February, March, it'll be for the end of the year. And yeah, it's going to be over $1 trillion in unrealized losses. It's a big problem, especially since the banks are not properly fractionally reserved anymore. None of the banks are at 10-1 anymore. They're all at like 50-1 because of the derivative games they play. So yeah, the stress in the banking system is absolutely real. They had a couple months off of the pressures, you can see, and then all of a sudden, bang, they're back in deep shit right now.
What a Ponzi scheme. What a total epic, absolute, unbelievable Ponzi scheme. And meanwhile, Elizabeth Warren says, just trust us. We have your best interests at heart. A central bank digital currency, it'll be awesome.
Yeah. See, right below that is my 3-part discussion with the head of Silver Eagle sales at the U.S. Mint. I highly suggest everybody listen to those conversations. And he basically admits there are 5 areas where they are breaking the law. So check that out. He's a good guy too.
Yeah. All right. Well, guys, I'll try to remember to leave this linked below, roadtoruta.com. Our guest has been Bix Weir. Bix, thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Sean.
Take care. And guys, I want to thank you all for tuning in. I'll remind you every single day for free. Check us out for free at the Antidote to Corporate Propaganda. That's sgtreport.com. May God bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
GT Report with Sean and Bix Weir. You know, we gotta cover that financial stuff every once in a while to get an idea of what the hell they're doing with the silver, what they're doing with the gold. Because a lot of people bought silver over the last few years, you know, just to have something to barter with, that we're unable to do farming and things like that to barter with or livestock and things, you know. So, you know, we got to pay attention to that stuff, and it's a good way to do it. You know, Bix is pretty straightforward. He doesn't pull no punches and covers a wide range of topics at the same time, and that's an appreciative thing. So, U.S. Network's got a new banner up, the Great Awakening, U.S. Treasury certificate. Still got that X10X, you know. But at the same time, I'm looking at this here, and I'm trying to figure out what they mean by this. You know, you got the United States on the globe. That's normal. Okay. But this here shows basically that I'd like to know what year this map was, because I can probably try and get in a little bit closer and see if there's a date on it. I'm curious to. I'd have to go even farther, huh? In order to, well, I can't zoom it in any farther. I'm almost thinking that's 1873. But if that's an 1873 map, look at the waterways here. And that would be salt water because of the fact that, because of Oregon here. Oregon's here, you know, or no, Oregon's here. Where is that water coming from? You know, so that would be the Great Salt Lake would be right in, no, actually Great Salt Lake's down here. So, and it doesn't even show it. It doesn't even show it on the map there. But this is, let's see. So you got Washington, Idaho, Minnesota, and no, that would be Montana, because there's Wyoming, I think. No, or is that Colorado? I don't know. I can't even tell anymore. You got it so dang obscured. But look at this water. You know, Canada would be like a third of the size of what it is. Here's Michigan, right? Here's the Upper Peninsula. What's next to here? It's Wisconsin, I think, is right here. It shows Ohio as being a waterway. That's kind of weird. And that waterway goes all the way over to here. So, because there's Wyoming, Utah. No. I think that's Colorado right there. I'm not positive. This is Wyoming here. Because I drive across Wyoming, cut through. No, it's not. I don't know. Dang, I gotta relearn my map again because with all this. And yeah, Montana is like completely underwater. The way that, or a good portion of it, anyways. 1873. I'm thinking that's what that map says. Either 1873 or 1373. I'm going to have to look and see if I can find a map for that. Let's see, 1873 map. Let's see if there's one here. 1873 U.S. map. Let's do that. Or actually, I should say North American map. North American map. Let's go there. See if anything comes up like that on those. Let's take a look at this one here. No, doesn't show those waterways. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, I see absolutely nothing that resembles that. Except for maybe this one. The insane maps of early what? Early North American cartography. That doesn't really show the waterways though at that time. Shows that California was completely separated, is what this shows. What year was this one here? This is 1699. Yeah, okay. Yep, I see nothing with that one particular map on it anywhere in here. So yeah, I'm curious as to what they're trying to imply there. That'd be a good thing to know, right? Let's see here. Let's take a look at this one. There's Winnipeg. And what year is this? This is doesn't give a year, does it? I'm not seeing any date on here at all. And almost all maps are dated. You know what I mean? It'd be good to know what they're talking about. Hold that thought there.
Here we go.
Yeah, you're going to have to hold on there, Miss Melissa, because we're going to be busy for a minute. That one we already watched. I want to bring up this here. Okay, and this is the thing, guys. Well, that was weird. 1111. Is that kind of weird or what? That I just happened to hit that right at that time? Kind of weird. But 1111. The end is near. Prepare for phase 1 blackout. And, again, this account brings us to Q the storm. And this was one of the things that was up on his page today. It said, blackout in progress, all systems down, nothing stops this. And Kennedy says, how are you communicating then? Lou says, I'm no solar expert, but we're still online. All is good on the southern border except for the alien invasion. Blackout is necessary, and we've been told that blackout is necessary, but it wasn't going to be like they said it was going to be. So I'm not gonna worry about it. Like I said, I got a generator. There's my power. If you have a generator, then I would recommend your intentions are manifesting quickly. Make sure you're focusing on what you actually want, not what you don't want. The intuition encourages you to keep following your spirit. You're on the right path if you listen to your gut and your heart. All right. Thank you, Auntie. So the biggest thing is don't freak out. If you got a generator, like I said it like an hour ago. Okay. Go pull out your generator, fill up the fuel, fill up the oil, pull that starter, make sure, or actually check your spark plug at the same time, because if your generator's been sitting a little bit, it could be a spark plug issue, so check your spark plug, make sure it's fully connected, and or maybe even pull the spark plug out and make sure it's clean. Okay, put that sucker back in there, start that generator up, let it run for about 15-20 minutes, so that that it's developing and producing power, and then kind of have it on standby. All right, that's the way to do things. I wish Tin TV was here. I'd show this to her and say, "What the hell is this?" And she'd say, "Well, it appears that the sun is doing some kind of weird shit," is what you probably say. And, what can you do? I have no idea what these are. Is it worth noting that teleportation has been depicted in science fiction? Hold on. Will soon become reality, accessible for all people in Masdar City. In fact, the teleportation station being built at Masdar City is a copy of a fully working station already existing at the secret base in Antarctica. There are multiple stations also being built behind the ice wall. So there's, okay, so sorry. I told you guys about another dream that I had a few days ago, about being on a ship and the ship going through the ice wall and the ice wall closing behind us. And that was kind of a weird dream. I'm not a big seagoing fool, but kind of weird, and it looks like it's going to take us all the way over here where this is supposed to be the area that's supposed to be Tartaria, I think, or something like that. So you just kind of never know. It looks like they got a big ice wall around them too. Oh, is that planet of Mars? Is that what that is? Yeah, Terra, Samaria, lands of Mars. Okay. So is that why what's his Elon Musk talking about going to Mars so much? Lands of Uriel, lands of angels, lands of the forgotten path. That would be like the land of the lost, forgotten path. Get it? Land of lost. Lands of silence. That means everything's quiet. You're not allowed to make any noise. They'll probably kill you. Andromeda. That's kind of weird. Omen. Yeah. I'm not sure about all this stuff. Could just be a very, very bored individual with a great plan of imagination. You never know, right? Yeah, those are the outer spaces. Yeah, I get it. I get that. Customize my view. John Wick. What do all these people have in common? They're all satanic pedophiles. What they are. Oops, did I say that out loud? I didn't say that out loud. Did I say that out loud? Did I just whisper that to myself, or did I say that out loud? Yeah. Okay. I don't know you. And don't know you. But I'll check you out later. And if I know you, then I will follow you back. Yeah. So my X is kind of, I'm keeping my X low in numbers right now, just because of the fact that I want to get to know who people are and everything. I don't want to get pelted with a bunch of spam on there, you know. Obama false flag and event so sinister that it must disrupt the 2024 election. Assassination attempt on Trump. False flag attacks to blame Russia. Nationwide cyber attacks to disrupt the power grid. New pandemic. Lindsey Graham is warning about a new 9/11 style attack. Tucker Carlson is warned about an assassination attempt on Trump. Well, no, what Tucker Carlson actually said was that they pretty much have nothing left, nothing left where it comes to Trump, right? You know, they just really don't. They have nothing left to go after Trump with, and you know, what can you do? You know, and Tucker responded that the only thing that they could do next is attempt an assassination. Well, they've attempted, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around 80 times now. So I don't know, you know. So you know, what can you do? Yeah. And so we just keep moving forward. Yeah. And eventually we'll see, you know, we'll see what happens. Yeah, let's get off of there. Okay. All right. So let's get back to our regular scheduled programming. Up next was going to be Freedom Force Battalion. And this is in regards to the Great Pyramid is what Melissa's covering today. She did do a really awesome one a couple of days ago on regards to the finding of the Ark of the Covenant, which has been lost for a couple of thousand years. Here we go.
Here we go to the pyramid. We're going to go on a trip. We don't have to pay for a flight, and we don't have to worry about security or cash or exhaustion or passports. And so let's just go. I want you to see this pyramid. Somebody said, hey, there's probably gold in them there hills. So they decided they wanted to go and check it out. Well, there's not any gold. And it's not a burial chamber like they had thought. It is, in my strong opinion, it is a presentation of the gospel. This thing has been here since probably Enoch, which is 6,000 years ago. This is one of the great wonders of the earth, and it is lasting. It's still there. But the first thing is you go into this passage and you're descending. You're going down, 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 down. And so basically that's our life, right? You know, as your kid, you're born, and and all of a sudden you start realizing you've got a tug that's pulling you down, and there's forces that you don't see, but these things are trying to get you to go down. And the way that it is in the look at the picture, you'll see that it goes down, 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 and if you keep going on that track, you're going to get to the very pits of hell. It's way down in this deep pit. So I think we can all testify to that. That's what ends up happening if we keep, if we don't reach out to the Lord and follow after Him and seek Him, then we're going to go down into a deep dark pit. And if you look way down there, there's a I think it's called the well shaft, and you can, if you get down to the bottom, you can go back up, but it's not going to be easy. Once you get down there, you're going to have to pretty much go straight up, and it's going to be a tough struggle. And that's what I tell the kids in my town that I work with. I'm like, please do not follow after these evil ways. Do not listen to kids who are trying to get you to do something wrong, because you're going to end up where you can't get back. You can't, you're gonna go the wrong way, and it's gonna be very, very tough for you to get back on the right track. So that's the first thing. But then if you notice, there's another ascending passage, and it's little, it's tiny, it's like, wow, this thing's tight. But when we start, I look at it this way, when we start reaching out to the Lord, at first the steps are kind of tough and painful and slow and like, this is not as easy as I wanted it to be. Well, that's okay. Just keep trucking, keep going. And it's tight, and he says the way is narrow that leads to life, and few are those that find it. That's what the Lord Jesus said. But it's all worth it. It really is. And if you notice, you ascend it, try and plot and slow and go. And then you see where about halfway up, you'll see there's another area, and it opens up. And I can testify to that for you, that the more you walk with him, the easier it gets. And all of a sudden you break into a place where you're just set free. Okay. So if you're in that spot where you're like struggling, just hang in there. Before you know it, you'll be in that zone, and it's 7 times taller. And look at the picture of that. It's, where you have just freedom. Okay. So just hang in there. Now, this is what's so cool. Now they have these places where you can, they have some places where you just like steps in there, but back in the day they did not. And so what you had to do was you had to put your hand in these little handholds and pull your way up. And that's still, so the Christian life is still, tough, because something will come against you, and you just want, we all want to be liked and appreciated and thought well of and all that. Well, it's not always going to be that way, right? And maybe there's things that come against you, and that you think everything's going great, and bam, you get slammed, right? So you know what? It's still tough going, but you know what? It's a lot easier than going in that pit. I don't want to be in that pit. And so then what they would do is they would put their hands in the handhold. Well, what's so beautiful? Look at this handhold. You'll see that it has an etching of a cross. Isn't that amazing? That's amazing. This was done.
Okay, guys, something just kind of came to me. I want to bring this back up again. Give me a second. I want to take a good look at this for a second. Something tells me that what they're telling us with that map. Here it is. Okay, it is. I thought I was gonna have to click where it said the secret window thingy. Okay, see, it does go down into Texas, goes into Georgia and Florida, Louisiana. I'm wondering if they're showing us where they flooded the tunnels. I don't know. What do you guys think? What about silver? Yeah, but I'm wondering if this is actually a tracing of the tunnels that they've already flooded. It's just purely speculation, of course, but yeah, I had to look at that again, and I wanted to come back up the same size, so that's why I did that. And silver is still 0 to the dollar. Dollar supply is dropping like crazy, but they're supposed to infuse another like $3 trillion into it. But the good thing is that won't be our debt. That'll be their debt. The corporation will be totally finished with that. So, all right, let's get back to it. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
2,000 years ago. How did they know that? How amazing is that? So yeah, they put their hand right in there. We put the hand in the hand of the man who stills the water. Remember that song? That's for the oldies, right? We put our hand in there, and he in his hand, and he helps us to get up that track, right? And they call that the Christ angle. I'm going to show you something else super cool about the Christ angle, but I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail because you can look at some other videos about that. But anyway, isn't this beautiful? It's called the Grand Gallery, and it's all the way up so high. Now, some people have said, well, that's a symbol, and it may be also, it's a symbol of the years where before Christ would come, and then after he came, and then the millennial reign. And that, I'm sure that's true too. I guess I'm looking at it more on a personal level. But this is just amazing, isn't it? I know you can't respond until you comment. Anyway, but if you look right in the middle, there's an area where you can go in, and you can see you can go to the Queen's Chamber. So, I guess I'm looking at that as the church, that, the church is the representation of Christ on earth. And that's, I know that the church has not fulfilled its job always. Okay. I understand that, but it is a representation, and with all of its faults. And so that is a place you can kind of park right there, and just, that can be your place. But really the place where you want to be is not just in the physical representation, but you want to really strive to get way up to that top, to the King's Chamber, where it's you and him in this, and you actually get to go into his chamber and dwell with him and be in that personal relationship with him. And not to say that you're not in the Queen's Chamber, I'm not saying that, but this is, we don't want to just stop at just the level of the Queen's Chamber. We want to go all the way to the top, right? So it's so cool. At the top, there's a big step to get to the top where you get to be in the King's Chamber. It's going to take a big old step, and we're going to have to really humble ourselves, because the next thing is you actually have to go under this there's a big stone like right in front of you. There's no way that you can go around it. You can't go over it. You have to go under, and you have to bow down. You have to humble yourself, and really to have that really close walk with him. I have to humble myself. You have to humble yourself, and say, okay, Lord, I submit to your word. I submit to your plan. I submit to your everything, right? So yeah, there's like 2 or 3 of them, those stones you have to go in, and then you get to go into the King's Chamber. Isn't that beautiful? And you get to go into that place of just dwelling with him. I just think that's a beautiful, beautiful picture. Right here, look at that. No, this is not a burial chamber at all. And there are air pockets. There are air shafts. Well, if you're in a burial chamber, you don't really need air shafts, right? But these are not just air shafts. These actually point to certain constellations.
All right. So I was trying to figure out the best way to show this to you guys, because this is so cool. I don't want you to miss it. Okay, so hang out with me, just because you're gonna be so glad you did. All right. So first of all, obviously these are the Big and Little Dipper, right? Or you might call them Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, but actually they're not, because this is more information that they have hidden from us, that they have tried to confuse us with. And this is one of the things you'll learn if you listen to the D. James Kennedy videos that are on the playlist. So these are actually sheepfolds. I know you're like, what? What do you mean? These are sheep pens. If you remember, the Lord Jesus said that he has other sheep that are not of this fold, and that he would bring them in, and that we would be one shepherd and one group of sheep, one flock of sheep. And so this is basically Ursa Major is really it's really not about a big and a little. It's more about the first sheepfold and the second sheepfold. And so if they've tried to trick us and confuse us and hide this information, then it must be pretty important. And so hang on and you'll see more. So right in between, it's not in this picture, but the next constellation is this one right here. This is actually called Drago. and it really looks like a dragon, doesn't it? A Drago. And you know what is so weird? I was given some toys to hand out to the kids, and one of them is a Disney character, I guess it is, and it's called Drago. Isn't that interesting? They know all of these constellations. They're very, very much aware of these things. So Drago is actually fits right in the middle, in between the what I'm going to call the big sheepfold and the little sheepfold. So it's right in between, like always trying to keep them separated. Okay, so that is Drago. And so keep going with me, and farther down, this one you'll maybe be a little more familiar with. This is Orion, and this is so cool, you guys. There's the belt of Orion, which is so easily identifiable in the sky because those three stars are just boom, boom, boom right next to each other. And this is the representation of Christ as the hunter, the great hunter. In the picture, understand that how they get these names of these constellations and what they are and what they mean is based upon each of the stars have a name, and that's how they identify it, not based upon the shape as much as based upon the names of the stars, and that's how they know which stars go together. Anyway, and on this on his arm, he's got a pelt of a lion. Okay, so he's the great hunter, and that's our Lord Jesus, where he is hunting down these bad guys, right? And so look at what's so cool. If you look at the three pyramids in Giza, Egypt, they match perfectly with the three stars in the belt of Orion. How cool is that? So I want to show you also a little farther down. Yeah, here it is. This is the different cultures. They all knew it too. See, it's the three stars of the belt of Orion in the exact same position. So in all these different places. The other videos that I'm linking really go into better detail on that than I'm going to go into, because that's not my major point of this video, but I wanted you to see that. So many things that are amazing. But let's look back up at the top. Do you see the three together? There it is. These are where all the pyramids are located in Egypt. This is the Nile River. They have placed their pyramids in the exact position as Orion. So I think that this culture knew of a lot about what Orion was indicating. Now, maybe later on in the culture, maybe it became misconstrued and twisted, just like so much deception that we've had in our culture. But this is so amazing that they even went so far as to have their these pyramids placed in these exact locations. So I thought that is amazing. I wanted to share that with you guys because I've really had to dig and dig and dig to find out this information, because it's not in one location. And if you remember, the library, the huge library in Egypt, was burned down. And I think this is a lot of the information that was in there that they did not want us to know. And the reason is because the great champion is Christ coming to hunt down these bad guys, and that's exactly what's happening now. And they thought, well, if we didn't know, then it wouldn't happen. Well, that's not the case. It's still happening despite how they've tried to hide it from us, and they know all this stuff. All right, so now what in the world could this be? This drawing right here in the middle, this is actually on the ceiling inside the Great Pyramid. And you can't really see it very well from this picture, but it's etched actually into the ceiling. But if you look here, you will see that someone went meticulously, can't even say it, they went and drew out the constellations. So I want you to know that when you see other pyramid videos that talk about the pyramids being of all these different reasons, that's not really the case. This is a sign for us, as it says in Isaiah 19:19, I think it is, that, and I'll put the verse on the screen, that the Lord put this here for us, for a sign for us. And so the great thing is you're on this channel and you're getting to see this amazing sign the Lord put here for us. And these are based upon the constellations, okay? And also the understanding of what these constellations mean. So if you look here, you'll see, I don't know why my pointer's not doing right, but on this side, you'll see that there's the two sheepfolds. right? And then on the other side, you'll see this is Alpha Draconis, okay, or Drago, as some cultures call it. So, which is the representation of Satan. Okay, so now let's keep going. Now, when you look at the star shafts, I'm going to call them star shafts because they're really not air shafts. They point to these constellations. If you notice that one right there, this one is coming from the king's chamber. Okay, and then a little farther down, you'll see this one here going to Sirius is coming from the queen's chamber. Okay, and then there are others over here on the north side also. Okay, so let's keep going. Now, so you'll see that we've got the upper shafts that go to the king's chamber, and then the lower shafts that go to the queen's chamber. Okay, and then you've got this way down here, this shaft down here, which is going into that pit that we were talking about, how it just it takes you right down, 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 right? All right, so this is what I drew out the best I could, which is here's obviously the pyramid. And so from the king's chamber, the star shaft is pointing to Orion. Orion, again, as the great hunter. And then Sirius, which is, they say it's a dog, but it's not. It's not a dog. It's an eagle. If you look at the names of the stars, you know that it's an eagle, as well as it says Sirius. It really wasn't Sirius. It's Nasir, and that might strike a bell with some of you, like in Nazarene. Nazarene means the prince who is sent, and that's our Lord Jesus. He is the prince that is sent from heaven to come to save us. Like, there's just so many stories tell us, so much mythology. It's really all about him. So anyway, Sirius is really Nasir, the prince who is sent. And so if you remember, the pharaohs would be buried in an eagle's mask, and that was as if they were saying that they are the prince that is sent on, ahead. And obviously that's not the case, but they knew that this was an eagle, and it was based upon that. So let's go on to the right side. Obviously our Ursa Minor and Ursa Major is the first sheepfold of the Israelites, and the second sheepfold, which is the believers in Christ. And so then you've got, so those are coming from the king's palace, king's chamber, as well as the queen's chamber. Okay, so now let's go to see Drago, and that is, he's pointing straight to the head of the serpent, coming straight from that pit. So recognizing that if you go down this way, you're going to, it's not going to be a good thing. This is not, that will lead you straight into the pit with the dragon, with the devil. And then, but obviously if you will go up this way, you will get to be in the sheepfold, and you will get to be rescued by the great hunter who's going to take out the dragon, and the great hunter that's sent here to save us. So isn't that remarkable? All right, so now one more thing. I've told you before, if you haven't seen it, the star sign that appeared September 23rd, 2017. Now this one is a little bit more complicated. All right, so let me back up. Go back up, and you will see this angle right here. You see that angle? That is 23.6 degrees. And there's another video I'm going to link on here. It's a very short video, but it's really, really good. And it explains the why that is called the Christ angle right there. That's the Christ angle, 23.6. So from this sign that the Lord had put there way, 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 way back, I think all the way back to Enoch, the Lord had put this pyramid here. He had told them there's going to be someone who's born at a place that's 23.6 degrees, and that is Bethlehem. So if you go this way, all the way 23.6 degrees this way, you'll get to Bethlehem. Isn't that beautiful? All right, so now, so that, is now the Christ angle. All right, so let's talk about this. So on the 20th of September 2017, this is the beginning of Rosh Hashanah, there was, which is the Feast of Trumpets, the shouting of trumpets, the call everyone and have a great big assembly. Okay, that's their celebration. And I wished goodness that we celebrated all these festivals, but they've changed it so that we don't really, we celebrate everything under the sun, but not the biblical festivals. But anyway, some, definitely want to find out about and maybe even participate in. So look at this. This is the Christ angle. So at the very beginning of the day, when the sun first started shining, Venus was directly in Regulus, conjoining those two bright stars, and that's in Leo. Okay, and I'll show you that in Stellarium here in a second. So that was at the very start of the sun rising. And then at the end of the sun rising, just here's the sun rising. And at the end of the sun rising, when it is at its full trajectory, then you'll see Jupiter was in Virgo. And this is the day when Jupiter had just basically been born, and had left the womb, like what we had talked about. So, and they were within 3 days was going to be the exact sign in the heavens, which is, in my strong opinion, it's the sign of the Son of Man, which is from Revelation chapter 12. So the Lord has given us so many signs. He told us to watch. He says, if you don't watch, then you're going to miss it. So definitely be watching. So then this is another indication that someone had drawn out, which is, this is Leo, and this is the Regulus star and Venus conjoined right here and at the Christ angle. Okay, so I'll take you over to, now we're actually in Stellarium. We've been here before. So here is the actual date, September 20th, 2017. And you'll see that Venus is conjoining with Regulus right here. Okay. And then you'll see that Jupiter has just been born. So if you'd imagine that this is, I've got it over here in Jerusalem, pyramid right here. And as the sun was, you see it's right here in the middle. So it's making that Christ angle that you've never had this exact sign before. So I wanted you guys to see that. This is an amazing thing, that we're not only having the signs in the heavens, but they're actually from the pyramid is showing us these signs also, and that this is the King of the world coming to save us at this exact time.
Beyond watch, and he says, I put the stars, sun, moon, and stars in the heavens for signs, seasons, days, and years. And of course, on the days when he would come, on the great day of the Lord when he would come, of course, he's going to put signs in the heavens and signs on the earth. And in this amazing sign, oh, I didn't read to you. It says in, I get to talking and I forget to read. In Isaiah 19, it says, in that day, there will be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar at the border thereof to the Lord. Well, what do you mean? It's in the middle, but it's on the border. Well, how can you be both? It is in Egypt. I believe this is talking about this great pyramid. He's put this as a witness, as a sign for us. Okay. So he's saying it's between Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt. And it's also on, it's in the border. And then it's also right smack dab in the middle of Egypt. I hope I said that right. It is on the border between Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt. And it's also right smack dab in the center of the entirety of Egypt. Okay. So the Lord put this sign for us, and this great wonder, and he has made sure that this thing lasts until this day. All the other wonders have faltered and failed, but this one he's made sure that it continues for us so that we can see it. And now he's opened it up for us so we know what's inside of it. And it's an amazing day to be alive. So I wanted you to see that, and make sure to watch some of the other videos on it, because I think it'll really bless you and just keep reinforcing in you that this is it. This is the beginning of the millennial reign. Whether you see Christ or not, he is certainly establishing his kingdom on the earth. And the amazing thing about when his kingdom is here, that nation will not rise against nation, neither will they learn war anymore. That they will all know him from the least to the greatest. I hope you have a great day and enjoy this. And I'll talk to you later.
And that there, because we don't want to get taken down for copyright. You know how that goes. Copyright. There you go, pal. Go do that in private. Okay. Yeah. Not gonna have that. Yeah. Funny how those guys come in like that. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, chap? Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, we got to get back to here and see what we had. What was there next? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. I think I did. No, I didn't make a. I got to make a thing for this. Got to make a thing for this. Got to make a banner for it. Oh, well, hey, come on. Dang nabbit. Copy. Banners. Maestro. This is a real short one, too. It's only about 5 minutes long. Somewhere on there. Yeah, 5 minutes, 31 seconds. And he's talking about the movie. And then we will hit the other X22 as well. Where is that one? There it is. Edit and paste. I can tell I've been kind of a little bit overdoing it the last few days. Well, actually, over the last couple of weeks, because I'm starting to get a little bit tired, a little bit brain drug. Ooh, and brother Nathaniel just dropped one as well. Hang on, brother. Don't you start until I tell you can start. Dang nabbit. Let me get his ready as well. Where is brother Nathaniel? There he is. And he's definitely a fellow who a lot of people don't get, but I kind of do. He's not like a total hater or anything like that, and he's not anti-Semite or anything. He just speaks a whole bunch of truth in regards to Israel, and that's basically what we really need coming out of there. We need truth. We don't need all this BS that keeps getting thrown at us by the mainstream media and by these crooked politicians. We really don't, because the only thing that does is just creates more animosity and more problems, you know. So we just don't need that. And let me get this one up in the rundown too. Okay, so let's. Chap, are you calling? Or I was kind of waiting. Haven't seen here the map. Out the map. Can I call? Yeah, you got the number. So, all right, let's go ahead and get this started.
The Netflix movie Leave the World Behind is loaded with symbolism and Easter eggs to find. Now, just a heads up, this video does contain spoiler alerts, so first go watch the movie, then come back here. Now, one of the things that stands out clearly when you watch the movie is the colors blue and orange are everywhere. The movie starts out when they're in a blue bedroom, she's wearing a blue dress, they have a blue car, there's a blue tablet, everything seems to be blue. Even at the end of the movie, when Rose goes to grab the Friends DVD, the Friends DVDs were blue and orange. The movie starts out with Julia Roberts and Ethan Hawke in a blue bedroom with a gigantic crack in the wall. Cracks can represent the physical manifestation of vulnerability, and cracks are often associated with fragility, highlighting the vulnerability of a system or something about to collapse. This movie was about the societal collapse. The opening credits are all black, white, and red. These colors are heavily associated with the Freemasonic Knights Templar, and the credits even end with the Illuminati eye. And there was actually a painting filled with the Illuminati eye when they first entered the house as well. Now, there are other hints of Freemasonic checkerboards throughout the whole movie. For instance, you have the boy wearing the checkered swim trunks. There's a scene where you also have the checkered, in the beginning of the movie, you have two lamps on the side of the bed. One of them is on, the other one is off. This could represent the two pillars in Freemasonry. The light being on, representing the sun, the light being off, representing the moon. On the way to the vacation home, they take exit 76 towards Point Comfort. In the year 1619, a ship carrying the first African slaves landed at Point Comfort. This ship was called the White Lion. In a scene later in the movie, a ship called the White Lion washes up on shore. Certain African legends describe white lions as spirit animals that come to warn us about dramatic changes on Earth, and they are thought to have protected humanity throughout time. At a point later in the movie, Ethan Hawke gets out of his car, and the station is even on 1619. Also in 1619, a Jamestown colonist, John Rolfe, used the term 20 and odd to describe the kidnapped slaves who are arriving. In a later scene, when the man's going to get the satellite phone, you see a bottle of Geist 20 and odd antifreeze. And a lot of people have pointed out the t-shirts that the boy and the girl are wearing. The girl is wearing a NASA shirt and the boy is wearing an Obey shirt. Some people are taking this as a hidden message to obey NASA or to agree with the mainstream narrative. There are also several paintings that change throughout the film. The painting in the living room starts out as seemingly four peaks, and it slowly transforms into something that's indistinguishable. There's the painting of the ocean behind the bed in the bedroom. Many people have noticed that the water rises as the movie progresses. Now, when they first receive the emergency response on the television, there's a map showing all of the area of the blackout. Now, on that map, there's a QR code over the state of Kentucky. People have scanned that QR code, and where it takes them is very strange. When they scanned it, it took them to the Lake Shawnee Abandoned Amusement Park. Creepy. Now, the Lake Shawnee Abandoned Amusement Park is located in Mercer County in Kentucky. Supposedly, the park was built over ancient Native American burial grounds. Many people thought that the land was cursed because the amusement park had several lethal accidents. At the timestamp of 17 minutes and 10 seconds, the movie pans to the Friends episode, season 10, episode 17. So you have the 17:10 going to the 10:17. The next scene, you have Ethan Hawke playing Jenga. He's discussing his job, and he says that media serves as both an escape and a reflection. So you literally just had the reflection, 17:10, timestamp of the movie, 10:17, Friends episode. At one point in the movie, Julia Roberts notices some deer out in the yard. Ethan Hawke then says that's a good omen in Mesoamerican mythology. However, when you look up the deer in Mesoamerican mythology, deer are associated with sacrifice. There's a scene in the movie where you see a sign, the Huxleys. Some are speculating that this is pointing to Aldous Huxley, the author of Brave New World, the dystopian novel that talks about psychological conditioning in a dystopian nightmare. So at the end of the movie, Rose decides to leave and go do her own thing, and she breaks into a house that says Thorns. And the girl who broke into the house was named Rose. Every rose has its thorns. There's a scene where Julia Roberts slaps down cigarettes on the counter. The brand name of the cigarettes is Providence. Providence can mean to take care or prepare in advance, having foresight. Now, she got this at the store where she saw the Kevin Bacon character preparing and having foresight of what is to come, the collapse. So these are just some of the things that I found, but I feel like I've barely scratched the surface. If you found anything else that I haven't found, let me know in the comments.
Well, that was interesting. That was interesting. Yeah. Like seeing the breakdown of that movie, you know, because we know that there's a bunch of evil people that were involved in that, right? Okay, let's hit our next one. Next one is, let's hit that brother Nathaniel next. We'll close out with the X22. Here we go.
The jailbreak is complete, busting out of its open-air concentration camp. Repressed and suppressed by its Jewish overlords, Hamas has achieved a signal victory. The myth of Israel's military power is shattered with 1,000 Israeli soldiers slain and 1,645 wounded. Jews are fleeing Israel in droves, and Israel's ancestral homeland appeal is presently reaping a barren harvest. Israel's economy is collapsing, coupled with reservists surrendering their jobs. The financial underwriting of crushing Gaza is exorbitant. World opinion is aghast with horror, and Israel's neighbors are uniting in one anti-Zionist Islamic cause. Islamic may be a bugaboo word, but to America and Israel must face the music. Islam, politically, geopolitically, militarily, is a massive, growing, united, regional, and emerging global power. Let me put it this way. How would you feel if the Yiz looked upon you as subhuman, an animal, a beast, to be wiped off the face of the earth? Well, you'd be pretty pissed too. In profound juxtaposition, Global Pivot 2.0 pretends a doomsday future for any remaining pro-Zionist design.
The Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived in Saudi Arabia on Wednesday after visiting the United Arab Emirates. The Moscow is seeking to reassert itself on the global stage and also to bolster its influence in West Asia.
Multifaceted dynamics are at play. While Biden and Blinken get bumped off whole cloth, Putin and company get admitted whole swath. The dynamics are moving away from America and landing squarely in Russia's, the global South, and the Islamic world's lap. Be that as it may, and it will be until next May and the May after that, that great patriot and hero, U.S. Speaker Mike Johnson, is squarely, most assuredly, unquestionably, unequivocally, bag and baggage, undeniably owned by the Jews.
It is so good to be with you all. What an extraordinary crowd. And it was organized in just a few days. It's amazing, amazing. There are few issues in Washington that could so easily bring together leaders of both parties in both chambers. But the survival of the state of Israel and her people unites us together, and it unites all Americans, all Americans. Let me be very clear. The United States stands unequivocally with our neighbor, our friend, our ally, Israel. They're neighbors in a global sense, that's right. As Prime Minister Netanyahu says so well, this is a fight between good and evil, between light and darkness, between civilization and barbarism. The calls for a ceasefire are outrageous.
For once, Bibsy is right. It is a fight between good and evil. It's, in fact, a fight between occupiers and centuries-old occupants, between property thieves and property owners, between those people banished by God whose house is left desolate, and those retained by God for their faithfulness whose houses have documents of ownership. It is a fight between an interpretation and a presence of long-term residents, between the pure barbarism of Jews against civilians, a matter of unpublicized policy but media-suppressed actions since the outset of Zionist colonization. By 1948, 400 Arab villages were annihilated, with their houses, garden walls, and even cemeteries and tombstones obliterated. By the end of 1969, after the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, 7,554 Arab houses were razed, and by August 1971, 16,212 Arab houses had been demolished. Well, since all of this doesn't matter to Jew Speaky Johnson, it's all about another evangelical calling to the Jews. One more evangelical worships kikes more than he worships Christ. And why should there be a ceasefire? The quota on slaughtered Palestinian children, those animals just out of their embryos, has no ceiling. Yet, there are no more zones of influence in the Middle East. The Brits, the French, the Americans are bogged down in a crushing, domineering Jewish thrust, while the Islamic world, enraged over the West's stand down of Jewry's dreadful leveling of Gaza, gains momentum with its overwhelming numbers, unity, and might. And don't give me this Zionist versus Judaism crap. Judaism is inherently Zionist. Every Passover we proclaim, next year in Jerusalem, Iran, Turkey, Hezbollah, Egypt, Yemen, Mecca, Medina, and specifically China, who's crucially dependent on oil out of the Persian Gulf, may be saying it soon too, but with a different spin. Next year, we crush Jerusalem. And yes, Trump's beautiful U.S. embassy will be crushed too. Target Jerusalem and all the U.S. carriers parked in Jewland, if provoked, will be hit by supersonic missiles, of which Iran and Turkey have plenty of. My dear Goyesha friends, and all the Jews, clerical types, and whosoever is chomping at the bit to discredit me, all of you who are ready to attack me for a word, may the Lord God remember you when I'm vindicated by the Lord Jesus Christ, the truth himself. To say the word Jew is taboo. So keep saying Zionists. Not those unmentionables, I mean those who are dragging America into disgrace. Next time any American prez says he cares about human rights and the entire world vomits in disgust, just say the Zionists made him do it, so all the unmentionables are off the hook. I was raised as a Jew, and behind closed doors, we told it like it is. I've opened that door. There are no secrets of the synagogue anymore.
All right, there's Brother Nathaniel dropping his. All right, let's get into the X22. This will be the last one of the night. Yeah. Well, he's accurate. It's always been Palestine. Always was. Christ wasn't born in Israel. He was born in Palestine. Prove me wrong. All right, up next, X22. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3235 BN. Today's date is December 14th, 2023, and the title of the episode is This is Not Just Another Election. This is the greatest political movement in history. Let's talk about being prepared. Night vision binoculars are the coolest pieces of tech anyone can have, but until recently, were too costly for the average Joe. Likely, newer models have caused prices to come way down. If you enjoy fishing, hunting, spotting wildlife, or just want to keep an eye out for intruders after dark, you'll find a pair of night vision binoculars very useful. This is why myself and tens of thousands are getting Night Watch Pros. Night Watch Pros affordability allow anyone to see with predator-like vision and pitch blackness. They're highly effective for watching wildlife, scenic viewing, surveillance, patrol detection, home protection, and much more. Plus, they include typical high-end night vision features, including 4K video recording, a clear HD display, 5x zoom, anti-shake technology, and a long-lasting rechargeable battery. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that Night Watch Pros are the best choice for night vision binoculars on the market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection to your loved ones. Place your order for the Night Watch Pro now, and you'll receive access to Prepper Speak's exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement. Simply click the link in the description below to go to nightwatchpro.com and use promo code HOLIDAY for 25% off to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are now panicking because, listen, they've been trying to get rid of Trump since the very, very beginning. They've tried everything and nothing works. And as they keep trying, what do you think the people of this country are noticing? Wait a minute. This has been going on for a very long time, attack after attack after attack. They didn't attack him when he left office. For 2 years, they didn't do anything until he announced that he was running in the election. Then the attacks all of a sudden started up. Why would that be? Well, the only reason for that is because they're trying to stop him. And the people who are thinking logically, they can see this. Even the people that aren't thinking logically, they can see this. And Trump said something very, very interesting over and over, which he just started to say. He says it's not conservative, it's common sense. And I do believe he is now saying this, where he's using the word common sense, because if he used the word, well, it's conservative, well, you got to be conservative, the D's wouldn't accept it. The people wouldn't accept it. But if you say it's just common sense, if you think logically about it and you follow the rule of law, it's common sense, people then can accept it. Even the D's can accept it because it's just common sense. I mean, you look at the rule of law, you look at what's happening, and you look at that and you say, okay, this is wrong, this is right. It's common sense. And I do believe this is why he has shifted gears into saying it's not conservative, but it's common sense, because now I do believe he's going after this group. Remember, this is America. We want to bring America together. Now, I know people are out there saying, we can't do it. It's impossible. Well, nothing is impossible. All you got to do is show the people the truth. And remember, this is not a 4-year election. This is not about just putting Trump back in office. This is about waking the American people up. This is about showing the American people who the real criminals are. This is about taking back this country. And this is why, and Trump has said it, this is why this is the greatest political movement the country has ever seen since the revolution. Because I do believe this is the second revolution. Not the way we had the first revolution with death, blood, and everything else. This time around, I do believe there's a different strategy. And the strategy is to have the people actually see it all. And the only way to do this is to actually control the situation and to make sure that people see it while you're controlling it in the background. Because without control, you can't do what you want to do. And I do believe Trump, when he came into this, back when he first came into the White House, did he have ultimate control then? I don't believe so. I think he got ultimate control and he was able to move forward with the plan. And I do believe this happened when the deep state cheated in the 2020 elections. Hey, before I forget, we're going to have a 48-hour final sale, and everything is buy one, get one free. We know the economy's bad. We know what Biden is doing. So what we're going to do to get rid of the rest of the interim, when it's gone, it is completely gone. So what we're going to do to help everyone out, it's going to be buy one, get one. If you get one shirt, you get one free. You get a sweatshirt, you get one free. If you get a knife, you get one free. That's how it works. And this is only going to last for 48 hours. So once it runs out, it runs out. We get rid of everything, help people out, so everyone can have a great Christmas, a great Hanukkah, and a happy new year. So go to X22store.com, or you can go to X22 Report and click on the banner, go right over and get the last remaining merchandise. This is when they went ahead and they overthrew the United States government, because once you overthrow the United States government and you have the insurrection, the military is then activated. And Trump, he didn't want to put the forces on, U.S. soil, flying helicopters around, arresting people, marching into the White House and the Capitol and, clearing the place up, because that would look like a military coup and people wouldn't understand it. It'd be too difficult to comprehend at this point. So what Trump needed to do is he needed to wake the people up, and he knew it was going to take a long time. He knew it was going to be a very, very slow process. And the only way to do it was to actually show the people. So what you're seeing right now is the exposure, and he's showing the people what the deep state is and how their system actually works. And as people see this, they can see their plan, the deep state plan to destroy America, because that's really what their plan is. It's the 16-year plan to destroy America. And that's why people are seeing this all play out. Now, Trump, along the way, he needed to show the people the truth. And he needed to set certain things up so he can go after the deep state, and he needed certain things removed. And I do believe he started this when they went after him with his tax returns. He actually lured them in and said, listen, you want my tax returns? You need to come at me with everything you have. He wasn't going to make it easy. He wanted them to fight for it. And yes, he was going to push back at every turn until it went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled. Well, I think this time around, he knows he doesn't have that much time. We only have the 1 year right now. And he needs to remove the presidential immunity. And I do believe this is why Jack Smith is jumping around and trying to make the move, jumping over the appellate court, making the move to go to the Supreme Court, because I do believe this needs to be done to go after the deep state players, where you can go after Biden, you can go after Obama, you can go after Clinton, you can go after all these people, because once you remove their immunity, they're screwed. See, they hid behind this entire time. But again, what does Trump have to hide? He has nothing to hide. And again, you could see who's transparent and who's not transparent. And I do believe Trump, for some reason, I think he wants the immunity removed to make it a lot easier to go after these people in the end. Because once you remove it, yes, they might go after Trump, but he has nothing to hide. These people actually have something to hide. And do you think all this evidence and what you're seeing now coming out about Biden, do you think this is because the deep state's in control? They're controlling everything? No, you would never see any of this. This would be buried, and you would never see any of this information. They wouldn't even start an impeachment on this. Now, I do believe they're pushing the impeachment, and they're pushing it hard to make them feel pain, because it gives the patriots a lot more leverage to go after what they have done. Now, with the latest vote, they can now look at foreign countries like Ukraine. They can dig deeper now, and they can find out a lot more information, which just adds to the case. Now, I do believe this is going to put a lot of pressure on the deep state players. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Biden. Every step of the way, they're going to feel pain, because that's really what they're feeling. I mean, think about what the country has learned. Think about what the country is starting to realize. And there, every step of the way, as more and more people know, that's the pain. Think about yourself. When someone finds out something about yourself that you didn't want anyone to know, and then it spreads all over the place, would you feel pain? Would you go into hiding? Would you not want to be out in public? A lot of people do this. That's the pain the Bidens are feeling. And it's not going to stop with the Bidens. It's going to continue on to the next person, which I do believe is on deck right now. And I do believe that is Obama's. Both of them, actually. And I do believe every step of the way, more and more evidence is going to come out to actually force the Ds to do something. Now, Biden, he might say, I'm not leaving, but eventually, with everything coming out, with them saying, listen, you're going to be impeached. If you don't leave right now or something happens, you're going to be impeached by the House. Do you want to go down that way, or do you want your record to be clean of that? And I do believe they'll end up convincing him. Now, he's not just going to step down and say, hey, I give up, I'm not running. I do believe he's going to continue on. He's going to say, yes, I'm running. He'll be the nominee. And eventually, what I think what is going to happen, he's going to have a health breakdown. And this will make it look very natural. It will show everyone that he cannot run even though he's the guy that's running for the presidential election. And I do believe this will be the beginning of it all, where they're going to sneak one in, where they're going to have a change of batter. And I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they've been pushing for this since the very, very beginning. But I do believe Trump, he needs a lot of things in place. Remember, they're coming after him because he's really putting them on trial. It's game theory. And I do believe this is where all this is headed, because this is not just an election, a 4-year election. Hey, let's get Trump in the White House. This is about destroying their system. This is about getting America together, united against a common enemy. It's about removing the deep state in the end and having the country actually do this. And the only way for the country to do this is to actually see and experience and understand what they have done. So I do believe in 2024, we're going to find out a lot more. And it's not just going to be with the Bidens. I do believe this is going to parlay into the Obamas, and we're going to find out the treasonous crimes. And I do believe this is why Trump retruthed something about an Iran deal and how bad that was. And Trump actually did mention that we now have given Iran the ability to create a nuclear weapon. Now, remember, Trump has been telling us that we're heading towards war. It's going to be the N word, which is nuclear. And I do believe this is exactly where all this is headed. Because remember, the people of this country, the two things actually that are going to really wake them up, the economy imploding and war. And when people feel these two things happening and they're experiencing it, this is when people reach that point where they say enough is enough. When you lose your job, when you can't pay your bills, when you can't live, you say something's got to change. You already see it in the Black community. They're getting pissed off. Why? The illegals are coming in, taking their jobs. They're watching the illegals get money, and they're getting nothing. They're watching Trump being indicted. They're watching the economy completely fall apart, inflation pick up. They can't afford things. The people of this country are feeling that, not just the Black community and the Hispanic community. There are many, many people, but again, it hits the poor very, very quickly. And then when war is building up and family members realize that we might be going to war, and again, this war is not going to be fought in a far-off land where you don't see anything. It's going to be fought here in the country. Well, this is when middle America, the upper-class Americans are going to say, well, wait a minute. Whoa. We're going to war right now? Yeah, I don't feel the economy. Yes, I know things are happening. I know things are bad. And those people that own businesses, they realize they had to lay off some people. But now you're going to war. I don't want my children. I don't want my brother, my sister, my cousin, my uncle, my aunt. I don't want them going to war. And as this builds, that's going to wake a lot of people up. And the feelings that people have, well, that can't be countered with Taylor Swift telling you, hey, everything is going to be okay. Just vote for Biden again, or vote for Michelle Obama or Mike Obama, and everything will be fine. Those people, no matter what they do and what message they put out there, your feelings are going to override this. And I do believe Trump knew from the very, very beginning, the way to wake people up and the way to make people push to make a change is to actually have them feel it. Because your feelings, anger, your feelings of being afraid, your feelings of no hope, that pushes you into doing something. And yes, we can say these things, but until you're there, you don't understand it. And a lot of people don't understand because many people had, very nice lives that, yes, they might have up and downs in their lives, but they've never been brought to that point where they say, holy crap, I never want this to happen again. And those feelings of pushing forward come out and say, I will make a change no matter what, because I never want to go back to where I was. And a lot of people are going to feel this. A lot of people are going to reach that point. And we're being brought to that point. But as we move towards that point, we're seeing it all play out. And the people need to see this play out. And Trump needs certain things to be put in place. And he needs everyone to see how the D's are putting it into place so he can use it later. Because when he uses it later, I don't mean him personally, but when it's used later, they're not going to have a leg to stand on. Just like when they wanted Hunter to testify behind closed doors. Well, they did this with all of Trump's children. They did it with other witnesses, and they followed those procedures, and they had it behind closed doors. Now the Republicans want to do the same thing, and the Ds are making a really big deal about it. But you know what's happening? The Republicans are bringing up those videos showing, look, they really wanted us. They said, this is incredible. This is fantastic. So the Ds are in a very, very tough position. The fake news is in a very, very tough position because now you can't convince the Americans that this is not good. You're doing something out of the ordinary because the Ds already did it. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this and how this is not just another election. This is really about taking back the entire country. But before we get there, let's look at the difference between Christmases. Let's go back in time to when Trump and Melania, they were in the White House. The White House looked absolutely amazing. Christmas trees, white lights all over the place. It looked like a magical place where you would like to take children and it would look like you're, at Santa's castle or something like that. And fast forward to today with the Bidens, it looks like we're in the Capitol in Hunger Games. And when you look at this, it just looked like a freak show. And now people can see it very, very differently. And the people now are watching this and saying, holy crap, this is the Capitol from the Hunger Games. People with different color hair, with different costumes on. And again, you can see the difference between the two. And it's becoming clearer and clearer every single day. Just like it's becoming clearer and clearer that Biden is guilty of treason and that Hunter and his father, they worked together to launder money and make a lot of money from all these different countries and they were selling secrets to get this money. Because what were they selling? Why were they receiving this money? Just because they liked them? No, they had to give something back. And we know it's not t-shirts. We know it's not widgets. We know it's not toys. So what do they have to sell? Information. That's it. And Devin Nunes, he put this out and said, spotted in DC. Is that Hunter's lawyer? Well, it looks like Eric Swalwell was involved in setting up this little press conference, which is very interesting. But the other thing that's and we'll get to that in a sec. The other thing that's very interesting, remember what Hunter Biden said when he was giving that press conference, that his father was not financially involved in the business? Well, do you know the New York Times took out the word financially? Hans put this out on X and said, this is so bad at New York Times. Doctored what Hunter said today, leaving out the key word. New York Times, let me state as clearly as I can, my father was not involved in my business. What he actually said was, let me state as clearly as I can, my father was not financially involved in my business. But they kept it in quotes. I mean, this is not a quote then. And again, they're removing words to make it sound the way they want it to sound. It's absolutely unbelievable. And it looks like Eric Swalwell, like we said before, he was involved in arranging the press conference for Hunter Biden. And it looks like he's involved. Didn't he sleep with Fang Fang? Wasn't she a spy? That's very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, opened the door to questions of Joe Biden's coordinating with the first son, Hunter Biden, in Hunter's defiance of a congressional subpoena to provide testimony in a closed-door deposition. And Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters that the president was familiar with what Hunter was going to say when Hunter made that speech outside the Capitol. Now, that's very interesting. Ducey says the wall between the Bidens to protect the president has been breached. And after the White House press secretary said Joe was familiar with Hunter's remarks before he appeared on Capitol Hill. So now we have Joe Biden getting involved. He's working with his son, and he was involved in his business. That is very interesting. Plus, since Eric Swalwell was there, it seems that he might be in a little bit of trouble. Paul Sperry put this out and said, House sources say that Democrat Representative Eric Swalwell, as a member of the Judiciary Committee, which subpoenaed Hunter Biden, aided and abetted a crime this morning when he worked with Hunter's lawyers, Abby Lowell, to help Hunter flout the subpoena in contempt of Congress. Absolutely. And now he's on the chopping block here because he was involved. That's very interesting. Now, James Comer, he already initiated the contempt proceedings, and they're moving forward with this. And what's very interesting, like I said from the very, very beginning, we're going to have the D's come out and say this is absolutely ridiculous. He shouldn't have the deposition behind closed doors. There's no reason to charge Hunter Biden with contempt. This is outrageous. And the Oversight Committee on X put this out and said ranking member Raskin has no problems with depositions when Democrats were in charge. And this is what Raskin said. The way that we have treated every single witness is the same. They come in, they talk to the committee. If they're going to take a deposition, they're sworn under oath. It's videotaped, it's recorded, and then we take it from there. So this is what they did. So why do they have a huge problem with this? Well, what do you think the people are watching? They're seeing this play out. Remember, this is the court of public opinion. So everything that they said going back in time is coming back to haunt them every step of the way. Now, what's very interesting is that the House has voted to formally open an impeachment inquiry into Biden, which allows them to do even more right now. Yes, they've been investigating Biden for a very long time, but I do believe this is the drip, drip, drip. And soon it's going to go, the information is going to come out a lot faster. But you could see the fake news. They're running interference for the Bidens. And of course, we know that they're going to do this. And Patriots Are in Control put this out and said, there's simply a lack of evidence. Points to Reuters, to the Washington Post, MSNBC, Salon. And pretty much the headlines are pretty much the same. It looks like they got the 4 a.m. talking points. And it says, Biden impeachment inquiry authorized by House Republicans despite lack of evidence. Washington Post. Still lacking evidence. House GOP votes to formalize Biden impeachment inquiry. Then you have MSNBC. Despite lack of evidence, GOP advances Biden impeachment inquiry. And you could see that all the headlines are pretty much the same because they got the same talking points and they're just using this. This is how you know the deep state is controlling everything. It's as clear as day. Now, Representative Comer, he put this out on X. He said, the White House has built a war room comprised of 24 staff to combat our efforts to deliver transparency and accountability to the American people. The impeachment inquiry will continue to follow the facts and hold POTUS accountable for his lies, corruption, and obstruction. Now, remember, I'm talking about Biden. Biden said he's going to have the most transparent administration, opposite of what Trump had. Now, Trump had the most transparent administration. He revealed his calls. He showed everything that needed to be shown. His children, when they were subpoenaed, they testified. What do we see Biden doing? We see him doing the opposite. And what are the people seeing? They're seeing that he is not transparent. He's fighting it every step of the way. And what's very interesting, and here we go again, we have Raskin. He's out there saying that the impeachment inquiry into Biden is making a mockery out of our Constitution. Now, that's very interesting. Didn't Jamie Raskin lead the Trump impeachment effort in the Senate? Wasn't Trump impeached twice? Wasn't Raskin involved twice? And didn't he lead the second one? So wait a minute. How can he possibly be saying this right now? Because he did it to Trump already. He was involved. He was leading it. The court of public opinion once again. You think the people are going along with him? Because again, people are on social media. People are looking around and going, okay, this guy said this, and now he's saying this. You know what? I don't believe this guy anymore because they already did this to Trump, and now they're saying this isn't right. It's unconstitutional. And they already did these things. No one is believing them. No one's believing AOC. Wendell Husbo put this out and said, AOC claims Republicans do not have a single witness to any of the alleged allegations. Well, are there witnesses? Of course there are. Tony Babalunsky, business partner. Devin Archer, business partner and best friend. Highly credible IRS whistleblowers. So she didn't see these people testifying? They were giving all this information, and the reason why they indicted Hunter Biden was because of the IRS whistleblower, because they revealed what he did, and the public understands what he did. I mean, these talking points, these narrative pushes, they don't work anymore. And it's getting harder and harder for them. And I do believe in the end, as this information comes out, not with Biden, but when we get Obama in the crosshairs and information comes out like this, I do believe it's going to go a lot faster. I do believe they're going to try to shut or censor as many people as possible using AI in the very beginning as we approach the elections. But as they lose control, this is going to become harder and harder for them. Now, since they voted on the impeachment inquiry, they can take everything to the next level. And Paul Sperry, he put out 2 posts on X, and he says House impeachment inquiry could use former FBI forensic accounts to audit the Biden family bank account records and trace the money trail through the labyrinth of shells, cutouts, and pass-throughs, including foreign tax havens and overseas accounts. By voting to pass resolution officially launching an impeachment inquiry of Biden, House has gained enhanced urgent investigative powers recognized by courts, including subpoenaing the White House staff, access to grand jury info, gathering info in foreign countries like Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Switzerland, Romania, you name it. So again, what do you think is going to happen? More evidence is going to come out. And once they have the forensic accountant show how they did all of this and where the money actually went and when they took it in, when they dispersed it, well, it is game over for them. And do you think that the deep state players are going to want it to go this far? Because what happens if Biden was actually doing business with others in the D party? And once you understand what Biden's were doing, it's not that far of a leap to understand what Obama's were doing. And they were probably doing a lot more. So every step of the way, they're feeling the pain. And Tom Elliott said, I just made this handy guide to help Daniel Goldman, representative referees, AOC, Kissinger, Romney, Swalwell, and the rest, so they can understand the impeachment evidence. And he put up 2 columns. The left side says against Trump. It says Democrat-affiliated whistleblower reported Trump wanted Biden corruption probed. Against Biden, WhatsApp messages, IRS whistleblowers. The big guy received 10% from CCP Link, CEFC, China deal. Hunter's text say he only kept 15% of the paychecks. Another email complained Joe took half his checks. FBI undercover assets report a bribery scheme. Confirmed big guy is Joe. Hunter's business partner also confirmed big guy is Go. After Joe left VP office, Hunter's Burisma salary cut in half. Eyewitness statements, more than 150 suspicious activity reports from U.S. banks. Joe and Hunter shared a bank account. Biden's 2 fake email aliases. Biden written letter to Hunter's biz partners. Biden's videotape confession. Biden dining with Hunter biz partners, then lying about it. Obama admin not knowing Biden. And if you really think about it, think about what Trump and the Patriots have done. They put the resident in place. They're showing that he was running this entire operation under Obama's nose, and Obama's pretending that he knew nothing about what Joe Biden was doing. Remember, Obama continually says his administration was scandal-free. Does this look like it's scandal-free to you? Now, I do believe that individual who said his administration was scandal-free, that is pretending he didn't know anything about this, is now going to be in the crosshairs. And yes, we're going to find out things. I think we all kind of know what those things are. I think they're just going to be reinforced. And people are going to learn a lot more about these, because a lot of people out there believe that the Obamas, they were all for this country. They were trying to help this country. They were all for the American people. No, actually, it's the opposite. They were never for this country. They were never for the Constitution. They were never for the people. And I do believe Trump, he's going to produce this information. I don't mean himself, but you're going to see the information come out against Obama. And I do believe that's what's up next. Now, Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, I got impeached twice, was found not guilty twice, but the Democrats never gave me the benefit of luxury of an impeachment inquiry. Had they done so, I never would have been impeached. They went straight to a trial before knowing anything about my complete and total innocence. Witch hunt. It was disgraceful. Biden is lucky to only have an inquiry, and he's guilty as hell. Now, if you notice, what is the House doing? They're following the rule of law, and they follow the law step by step, and they build the case, compared to what the D's did, where they skipped over everything and they went and they tried to get rid of him. So now you can see the difference. And each step of the way, the Bidens, the deep state players, they're feeling pain. Now, the question is, will the impeachment move to the next phase where they actually impeach Biden? Because we know if they do this and the House does impeach, what will the Senate do? They'll probably block it because the Democrats control the Senate. So is it going to get that far, or Is the deep state going to convince Biden not to run? Will Biden drop out? Now, I think they're going to make him the guy who's running for the presidential election. The evidence will build, and this will get worse and worse for Biden. And eventually, I do believe they're going to make it look very natural, where they're going to say, okay, his mental ability, his physical ability, he can't run for the presidential election, and he's going to have to drop out. Yes, he was our guy, but look what just happened here. We can't keep him in. And of course, the people of the country will go, yep, he can't do it. And I do believe this is when everything starts to change. Now, we're already starting to see things change in regards to pedophilia, to the code words that the pedophiles use. And we know that they have a huge network out of New Mexico. We know there's an ongoing case down there that show that, yes, these people use code words like pizza. Now, what's very interesting is that Wokeness and many other people, they've been putting up pictures from Etsy that show that they are selling children. And some of these things say rare find, $35,000. Another one shows these young children, young girls holding up pizza saying $4,000 for this pizza, $1,000 for that pie. And this goes on and on and on. Now, Newsweek picked this up, and they're trying to make the case that this is just one big, gigantic conspiracy, except the case in New Mexico already proved that they were using code words like pizza. And we saw this on Wayfair. Now, what's very interesting about this is that the account that was on X that broke the Etsy pizza story has been permanently suspended after Media Matters hit piece. Newsweek reached out to Etsy about the listing, which are real, and received no explanation. Why would pics of kids eating pizza be going for thousands of dollars on Etsy? And why is the account that broke it gone? That is very interesting. And we know that this information is coming out. The people are pushing this information out. Why? Because I do believe in the end, the people are going to start to actually put this together. And yes, they're going to be helped with this, because I do believe the flight logs are going to come out against those people that flew on Epstein's plane. We're going to learn that these people actually went to the island, that we're going to learn that these people actually had sex with children, or they were trafficking children, or whatever they were doing down there. Then you're going to start to put it all together with what you're seeing on Etsy, what you're seeing on Wayfair, and all this. And when people start to put this together, they're going to start to realize there's a huge network and something else is going on. Something in the dark is happening right under their noses. And I remember going back in time when COVID first hit, Trump was talking about human trafficking, women trafficking, and he said it's a very old thing, and now they're using the internet to do it. And we can see how they are doing it right now, and I do believe it's going to get a lot worse. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that all those signatories on Hunter Biden's laptop, they are now demanding greater domestic surveillance. And once again, these individuals who signed the Hunter Biden laptop, which they knew it wasn't a Russian operation, it was actually a Hunter Biden laptop, but they lied to the American people. They are pushing for the renewal of Section 702. And it looks like the Senate passed Section 702. And it looks like the House now just passed Section 702. And they reauthorized the FISA program, which the FBI used to spy on Trump. So once again, FISA 702, yes, it is a violation of the Fourth Amendment, and they went ahead and they renewed it. Now, Cash and Rick Grinnell, they both came out because they know about FISA 702. They know how it's used, and Cash actually put this out on Truth and said, statement from Grinnell and Cash on FISA 702. Chris Wray has already been caught illegally using foreign surveillance against 100,000 Americans. If Speaker Johnson permits a clean or reauthorization until April 2024, the FISA court will give Wray and Garland the ability to continue their unlawful womanization of justice to manhunt America First supporters through the next election. Don't be swamp stupid. The FISA court allowed Russiagate. We caught them. Don't trust the swap. Stand up. And he's absolutely right. But we need to think about this, I think, in a different way. Because doesn't FISA work both ways? So let's think about it in this way. Trump, he's going after the deep state players. And he needs to show the American people what they have done. And he needs to gather evidence. And I do believe they're continually gathering evidence throughout all of this. And all this evidence is going to be used against them. So at this point in the game, since the resident is in the seat in the White House and you have the swamp creatures all around there, why would you want to get rid of FISA right now? Can it be used against them? Of course it can. Let's go back to post 2694, February 11, 2019. Down below it says, FISA works both ways. You don't think the Patriots are using FISA right now? Think about it. They used it on Trump when he was in the White House. You don't think the Patriots are using it on them? Of course they are. And I do believe this is why it was most likely renewed, so they can keep it going. They're not yes, they have been spying on the American people. They've been doing it for a very, very long time without even Section 702. They've been spying in many other ways. Let's not fool ourselves. I do believe this is now being used against them. And I do believe that the Patriots are using it against the deep state players, because remember, they did it to Trump. He's doing it to them. Now, the other thing that we see happening, and we mentioned this yesterday, we saw the movie that Obama created, which was the cyber attack where communications went down. There was a communication blackout. Nobody can talk to each other. They couldn't use their phone. They couldn't use the internet. And it didn't mean the internet was actually down. It just means the devices couldn't connect. They couldn't get anything. And it doesn't mean that the backbone wasn't still up, which I do believe it was. It could, AI could have stopped them from connecting anywhere. Really think about that for a second. Or the chips embedded in the phone, chips embedded in the computer could actually block all of it. Let's talk about protecting yourself online. How often have you seen ads pop up on websites and social media about things you've just talked about? Turns out it's real and it's as creepy as it sounds. Phone manufacturers have confirmed that your phone listens to you and uses the information to build customer marketing profiles to show you relevant ads. Our phones basically come with adware pre-installed. This is why tens of thousands protect their privacy with Virtual Shield. Virtual Shield is an all-in-one security suite with flagship military-grade VPN, identity theft protection, and much more. It offers unlimited bandwidth and device support that allows you to have a seamless and secure browsing experience across all your devices, from computers to smartphones. Plus, it has an industry-leading kill switch technology that ensures that your data stays encrypted even if the VPN's connections drop. Most importantly, Virtual Shield has a strict no-log policy to help you guarantee your online activities remain confidential. Now is the best time ever to get Virtual Shield because every new sign-up gets a 60-day risk-free trial, unlimited data across unlimited devices, access to Virtual Shield's 24/7 customer support, and much more. Sign up today for free before this offer ends by going to virtualshield.com/X22VPN. Once again, that's virtualshield.com/X22VPN, or simply click the link in the description down below. But another movie, which we mentioned yesterday, is coming out, which is called Civil War. And that's coming out in April of 2024. Very interesting. And we know that Biden has been talking about MAGA extremists, white supremacists. We know DHS has a memo. Military.com came out that, hey, there are people that are ready to overthrow the government. And we know from the 16-year plan that they need to get the weapons away from the people. And it looks like becoming very, very desperate. They realize finally, which I think they knew, they aren't going to be able to pass any laws to take the weapons away from the people at the higher level. So now it looks like Harris is rolling out a state-based gun violence initiatives. It has had nothing to do with gun violence. This has to do with getting the weapons away from the people. So basically what they're going to try to do is they're going to instruct all the blue states to push a certain law, and they're going to have their deep state players in the legislatures vote for it, and they're all going to be coordinated to actually sue the gun manufacturers, to ban the AR, to have checks on ammunition. They're going to do whatever they possibly can to try to stop people from getting the weapons and maybe even confiscate the weapons. That's what the ATF was trying to do, because now they're becoming so desperate. But the harder they push, the more the people see. They see the tyrannical government. They see the dictators. And yes, you're going to see a coordinated effort to try to remove the weapons away from the people, because they know as we go closer and as we approach, I should say, the 2024 elections, they know they're preparing and they're getting ready for chaos, and they don't want the American people to defend themselves. They don't want people secure in thinking that, hey, listen, if you come after us, we're going to push back. Are the people going to come out with their weapons and start, firing at everyone? No, but they will protect themselves. They rather have people unprotected. This way they can attack them very, very easily and get them to fight. But how are people going to attack them if they have a weapon? It's going to be very, very difficult. And I do believe this is why they're trying to push this very hard, because they want an all-out civil war. Are they going to get it? Absolutely not. But you can see there are events on the horizon. You can see the threat levels have been raised in many different countries, and you can see war is continually building and building and building. Out in Germany, the federal police arrested several members of the Hamas terrorist organization in Berlin. They have detained many people. They were preparing weapons, and they were preparing for a potential attack. And they were going to attack Jewish institutions. So they're already preparing all this. The authorities are stopping them, but I do believe we are going to see an event. Why? Because Israel now is arresting many of the terrorists in Gaza. And the billionaire Hamas head, since all these people are getting arrested, they are now asking for negotiations because their terrorists continually surrender. And now they're realizing, holy crap, we can't get the people back in. We can't train them that quickly. I mean, eventually they will. So they're looking to negotiate this now to have this stopped. Now, is Israel going to negotiate? Most likely not. I think the ambassador wants them to actually stop everything and actually surrender. And we'll have to see how this all plays out because it's going to be very, very interesting. But the other thing that's very interesting is that Harris now is pushing Biden to be more sympathetic to the Palestinians, even though Harris's husband is Jewish. Don't you find that interesting? Does that mean they're both blackmailed and bribed and they're controlled? Absolutely. And you could see that there's a division in Biden's administration right now, because remember, they don't want the Biden administration to be for Israel. Because remember what Obama put in place. It's all the people that are against Israel. Remember, he infiltrated the entire country. He brought in the Muslim Brotherhood. They brought in all the illegals that are Muslims. This was done on purpose. And Trump is letting us know that this most likely is going to lead to nuclear war, because he's saying that what Obama did, what Biden has done, they're allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon. Take a listen.
A nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us. And everyone knows.
So when Trump says we're heading towards nuclear war, he's letting everyone know that we definitely are. And I do believe the deep state players, they will resort to a nuclear war. Why? Because they need to cover up their crimes. When they realize that the cheating, the change of batter, and everything that they're trying is not going to work, and when they realize that none of that's going to work, they'll try to cancel the elections. But when they realize canceling didn't work either, that's when they're going to take it to the next phase. Because once Trump is elected, what do they have left? The only thing they have left to cover up their crimes is nuclear war. And everyone goes, why would they do nuclear war? They would be destroyed too. Really? Do you really think they're going to be in the places where the nuclear weapons are being dropped? No, they have special bunkers. They have special places. It's coordinated to take out certain areas where they are not. That's how it works. And yes, they will resort to a nuclear war. And Trump knows this. This is why he's continually saying this over and over and over. And I do believe as we go down this path, this scare event is going to become very, very scary to people. And the people, they're going to say enough is enough. And it's going to build over 2024. It's going to get a lot worse. Just like people dying suddenly is getting worse and worse. Remember, the bioweapon is now making people really sick, and it's killing people. And we're seeing more and more people who are young just drop dead. I mean, we've never seen anything like this, where people have not a heart attack, it's called a death attack. And these people, they have taken the vaccine. They've taken the bioweapon. And there's actually a channel on X called Died Suddenly, where they track all these people dying. And just lately, we had a Canadian journalist who pushed vaccine mandates and concentration camps. He was 33 years old, and he died suddenly. And then we had Turkish MP Hassan Bismet. he was giving a speech, and all of a sudden he just dropped. He had a heart attack, or should we say a death attack, on live TV. Then we had a Brazilian gospel singer, Pedro Henrique, 30 years old, just singing, and he died during live performance. He just collapsed. He had a wife and a newborn child. Does this make any sense? No, it doesn't. Why are people just dropping dead of a death attack? It goes back to the bioweapon. And the insurance companies, the actuaries in the insurance companies, they're reporting all of this. And they're the ones who actually look at this because they need to actually record this precisely to, give out health insurance, life insurance, because if they don't, they lose money. And they are seeing it. And this is going to be a complete and utter disaster for the pharmaceutical company. And again, we had this guy, a statistician out in New Zealand. He was putting together the batches of those people that received the bioweapon and how many people died. And let me just tell you, that number for each batch is very, very high. If it was any other drug, it would be pulled off the shelf. So what this means is the pharmaceutical companies lied to the people. Biden lied to the people. Fauci lied to the people. The doctors, they lied to the people. Everyone has been lying to the people. The people didn't have the real information. They were lied to. It's not safe and effective. It's actually the opposite. Actually, if you notice, anything that they say is always the opposite. And next time you take something and you put it in your body, you need to ask for proof. Can I see peer-reviewed documentation? How long has this drug been around? Is it really safe and effective? You need the documentation before you just believe any doctor. Because again, you need to do your due diligence. I think everyone does. And I think this is a harsh lesson for the people of this world. But once again, by going through this, what do people see now? They see the truth. And now they're not going to fall for it once again. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, it looks like the diversity and inclusion is not going well, because we could see with Claudine Gay, the president of Harvard, well, that didn't work out too well. They're protecting her, but the people know. And now we have former Facebook diversity and inclusion Barbara Furlow Smiles. She has pleaded guilty to stealing more than $4 billion from the tech giant to fund her lavish lifestyle. So this person who was in charge of diversity and inclusion was stealing money. I mean, all of these people, are these the best of the best of the best? Or are these the worst of the worst? And they're just being put into position because of their skin color, because of who they are. And you can see most of these people are losers. Doesn't matter, white, black, Asian, doesn't make a difference. They are losers. And that's who they're giving these positions to. Because why? They're easy to convince. They're stupid. They're easy to mold and manipulate to what they want. They look for those people, and they always seem to find them. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that Trump now, he is dominating 7 crucial swing states right now. Trump is leading Biden by 47% to 42% across Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and North Carolina. And this is according to the Morning Consult Bloomberg survey, which means his numbers are much, much higher, which means the deep state players, they are panicking over all of this. And this is why they're going after Trump. This is why they need to remove him. This is why they're going to have a change of batter. This is why they're going to try to cheat in the election using AI, the illegals, and everything else. But when all else fails, they're going to try to cancel the election because they can't have Trump win the election. So they need to stop him at all costs. But I do believe it's going to fail. Just like everything that we're seeing, everything that they're doing to him, it's not working in their favor. It's actually working against them, because actually I do believe this is how it's been set up, where the deep state players, they're actually on trial. Yes, they're bringing the charges against Trump, but actually it's those people that are bringing the charges. They're the ones who are going to be on trial, because when the evidence is produced, when people see the truth, it's the court of public opinion. They understand, they realize, and yes, the people are going to see this. Now, what's very interesting, no matter what Trump does in New York, you know that Engoron is going to find him guilty. They just want the headlines. They want the press. They want all of this. Byron York put this out and said, Trump mounts strong defense in trial yesterday, lost. Deutsche Bank did due diligence for the loans. It made the loans. Trump paid the loans. Bank made big profit. Executives were happy, wanted more Trump business. Now, New York Attorney General seeks corporate death penalty. And yes, I think in the end, they're going to find him guilty. No matter what he does, he's not going to get a fair trial. Remember, there's no jury. It's just the judge. How do you think he's going to rule? And yes, the fake news is going to put it all over the place. Yes, the fake news is going to say, yes, you see, he's guilty of all this. And you know what's going to happen. It's going to go up to the appeals court, and this won't take that much time. And the appeals court's going to say this entire case should have never happened. And I hope he gets certain remedies from this, because it's a scam case, and these people should be disbarred, and they should pay him back every single penny, and then they should go to jail because they broke the law. And let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that special counsel Jack Smith, he's having pretty much of a bad day here, because a series of court rulings have upended the Department of Justice intention to try Trump for a number of alleged crimes prior to the 2024 election. Judge Shukin, just like yesterday we talked about this, she doesn't have the jurisdiction over the case while the higher court is considering claims of immunity, but she does have the ability to enforce the gag order, the protective orders, and things like that. Julie Kelly put this out and said, these are the pretrial deadlines now suspended per Judge Shukin's orders. Not only is the March 4th trial date in Washington now dead, the May 20th classified docs trial in Florida is probably gone, since Judge Cannon ordered a March 1st hearing with Jack Smith for update on DC trial. So Smith should proceed with classified docs trial instead, you say, except Cannon, who has been on DOJ's games from the start, suspended all pretrial deadlines last month. Legal experts just this week insisted only the March 4th trial date, not all the pretrial deadlines, including motions and other outstanding matters, was suspended pending appeal. Shukin just admitted the pretrial calendar is suspended. This March trial date is all but gone. Remember when the media tutted about how appellate judges recently determined Drudge was not entitled to immunity in a civil matter? Shukin cited the case as reason why immunity appeals suspend all proceedings. Byron York put this out and said, did I miss something? In SCOTUS request, Jack Smith repeatedly says it's super important Trump immunity issue be decided quickly, but he doesn't say why it must be decided quickly. Obviously, that is so Trump can be tried, convicted, and sentenced before 2024 election. Why not explicitly say so? Well, that's what they're really trying to do. And let's see how quickly the Supreme Court decides to take the case and actually make their decision. This is going to be very interesting. Are they going to wait till after the election, or will they make a decision before the election? And what will that decision be? Yes, I know they're taking up different cases, but again, they can always push it back, or they could take it a lot earlier. We'll have to see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that something's going on with Jack Smith, and John Moynihan filed a whistleblower complaint with the Department of Justice Inspector General's office on November 28th, alleging that Jack Smith, the special prosecutor pursuing Trump, was engaged in an extortion scheme while he was working at the International Court of Justice. It is no coincidence that Jack Smith, in the wake of that complaint, made an impromptu move on Monday, December 11th, asking the U.S. Supreme Court to decide whether Trump had immunity to the charges filed by Smith. Moynihan's complaint was filed on November 28th, 2023, and Smith, 13 days later, decides to bypass the appeals court. Smells like politics. The Moynihan complaint is politically dynamite because it provides circumstantial evidence to support Trump's belief that Jack Smith is not only politically motivated, but corrupt. The Trump team wisely has refrained from piling on this news in order to avoid accusations that this was a manufactured hit job. John learned of Jack Smith's alleged involvement thanks to a tip from a friend and DEA agent who had a confidential informant who alerted him to the extortion scheme at the ICJ, as stated in the complaint. The complaint includes affidavits from 4 people with ties to Kosovo, and they list the 4 people. And it looks like something now is happening. And this is very, very interesting how this is all coming down around Jack Smith. Now, Trump, he put out a statement regarding the pause, and he says the following: Judge Shukin has granted Trump's motion to stay proceedings pending the resolution of the appeal of President Trump's immunity for doing his job as president and protecting our elections from fraud and abuse. This is a big win for Trump and our rule of law, as it derails Jack Smith's rush to judgment strategy of interfering in the 2024 presidential election in support of Joe Biden's campaign. They waited almost 3 years to bring this hoax case and are now desperately trying and failing to rush it because they know Trump is dominating the election. The Constitution should not be suspended in baseless prosecution against a leading candidate for president. This stay stops the trial itself and all discovery obligations. The stay will remain in effect while Trump continues to appeal his assertion of presidential immunity, which should result in the complete dismissal of this witch hunt in its entirety. The American people, not the courts, should decide who becomes president, and they are supporting Trump in historic numbers. Then Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, so deranged Jack Smith, the Biden-appointed nut job prosecutor with a big record of losses because he goes too far, wants to rush to the Supreme Court on the important matter of presidential immunity, something which is so basic to America that it should be automatic. He doesn't want to go to our highest court with a loss, a negative opinion. But what he does want to do is interfere with the presidential election of 2024, hoping to damage Biden's political opponent. In other words, he wants to cheat, because if they really wanted speed, they would have brought this ridiculous lawsuit 3 years ago, and it would be long over. But no, they waited and waited and waited and brought it right in the middle of my presidential campaign, the definition of election interference. So the Supreme Court's decision on issues relating to Trump may have an impact on the 2024 election. The scope of an obstruction law connected to two of the counts in special counsel Jack Smith's indictment of Trump is at the heart of the January 6th defendant's case. The justice agreed Wednesday to take up. Smith also asked the justice Monday to decide on Trump's claim to presidential immunity from prosecution rather than letting Trump's appeal play out first in D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. And now we wait on the Supreme Court, which I find very interesting. Now, Trump, we know that he's been indicted 4 times, but it seems that he is not rattled by any of this. Actually, he's out there saying that it's actually helping him and he's having a good time. Why would he have a good time if he's indicted 4 times? Think about it. If you were indicted 4 times, would you have a good time? You wouldn't. But Joe Rambo put this out and he says, who gets indicted 4 times and has a good time? I'll tell you who. A guy that's aware that they are a show indictments. Why? Distraction, because just as he said, they are the ones who are really under investigation, to set a precedent for continued D-class, to show the world how bad they have done, so that everyone will agree with us. It'll be easier to do what must be done. This is a multi-layered psyop known as the pause. He caught them all. Now let's see what happens. Take a listen to what Trump says.
They're bad on everything except for cheating on elections. They're good at cheating. You know, if they put that genius to running our country, we'd have the greatest. I wouldn't have to bother running. I could be a real estate guy in New York and enjoy my life. They would literally, but I do enjoy this. I shouldn't enjoy it. Who the hell gets indicted 4 times and has a good time? Who? Even Brenna's going, you're right about that. Right, Brenna? No, and you know, one of the things that's very soothing, it won't. One of the things that's very soothing is when you look at these polls, they're the best polls. The Des Moines Register said it's the best poll that they've ever had in terms of what we're doing with the lead, the numbers. They're the best numbers they've ever.
See how this all plays out. Remember, the goal is to get the deep state. The goal is to use everything on them to bring them down. And yes, Trump set it up in the first 4 years. He built and planned for the continuity of government. He allowed the resident to come into this position. He showed the people what the 16-year plan is. He exposed the deep state players. The people are watching as the deep state players are destroying this country. They're watching as the deep state players are interfering with the election. And Trump is continually out there telling people that the elections are rigged. And we could see that the people now are learning all this, and they're starting to see what the deep state is, what their system is, and what their plan is. And I do believe in the end, Trump wants the American people together. And I do believe this is why he's using the word common sense. And of course, it is common sense. But instead of using the word conservative, common sense will allow others from different parties come into the fold. And this is what Trump said out in Iowa. It's not that we're conservative or we're anything. It's that we have common sense. And he's absolutely right. And when people hear this, they're like, you know what? He's right. It's just common sense. I might be with the Democratic Party, but They're not using common sense anymore. The Republicans are. Trump is. MAGA is. And I do believe this is going to allow people to make that move because the word conservative is removed and common sense is put into place. And we could see every day that passes, we're getting more and more information that the 2020 elections were rigged. I mean, start from the very, very beginning when we had the affidavits from all the people that worked at the elections. Think about where we are now. I mean, now we're way over 60% who believe that the elections were rigged in 2020. Now that they're seeing the 2,000 mules, people are admitting that, yes, they filled out the ballots. We know that they shut down the elections. They brought in extra ballots. I mean, people are seeing all this. And now Rasmussen Reports put out another survey, and it says the following. 8% of all U.S. likely voters say that a friend, family member, or organization, such as a political party, offered to pay or reward them for voting in the 2020 election. Estimated total U.S. likely voters, 160 million. 8%. Someone tried to pay them? That's very, very interesting. And Trump, he's letting everyone know we're about to take the country back. And once we do, the country will be stronger than ever. And how are we going to do it? Peace through strength. And Trump let everyone know that this is far more than a campaign. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. And yes, the deep state, they are deep and wide. It's very, very corrupt. And the only way to take this back is with the people. And this is why Trump needed to show everyone all of this. People needed to experience it. And yes, 2024, it's going to be a very, very rough year. And people are going to see an economy breakdown. They're going to see war. They're going to see events. People are going to be scared. And once people reach this point of no return, this is when people say enough is enough. And yes, this will unite the country against the common enemy. And since Trump said peace through strength, and this is a movement, a political movement, it reminds me of two posts. This is 1751. This is July 29, 2018. It says, this movement is bigger than anyone can possibly imagine. Peace through strength. And then we have post 1965, August 20th, 2018. Down below, it says, the world is now united. History books. Fake news suppression creates a false reality. This movement is bigger than you can imagine. Silent majority, no more. And this movement is getting bigger and bigger. And wait until we go through 2024. We are going to have the majority of the people and even the D's. And I do believe Trump needs the people for the 2024 election because, yes, the deep state players, they're going to try to cheat. And when they realize there's just too many people, we cannot come up with 160, 170 million ballots. This is just out of control. I do believe their move is to have chaos and to shut down the elections, to try not to have the elections. And this is where this is going to backfire on them because I do believe Trump is prepared. And I think the people are ready to go to paper ballots. And I do believe the backup plan is there. And I do believe once the people vote in paper ballots where they can't, foreign governments can't manipulate it, nobody can manipulate it, the military controls it, Trump is going to show the deep state players, look at this. I have the people. The people are with me. They want the country back. They have spoken. And I do believe that's when the fun starts. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, and that was this afternoon's X22. So we are caught up. Yeah, a lot of stuff, huh? Lots and lots of stuff. We got stuff. We got stuffed. I believe tomorrow we get the next in the series with Nathan Reynolds. Which should be another good one. I believe it comes out tomorrow. I'm not positive. I'm not. Auntie went to bed. She's been working all day at her farm down there, and then sewing and everything else too. So what I want to do now is Psalm 86. Bow down thine ear, O Lord, hear me. for I am poor and needy. Preserve my soul, for I am holy. O thou my God, save thy servant that trusteth in thee. Be merciful unto thee, O Lord, for I cry unto thee daily. Rejoice the soul of thy servant, for unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. For thou, Lord, art good and ready to forgive, and plenteous in mercy unto all them that call upon thee. Give ear, O Lord, unto my prayer, and attend to the voice of my supplications. In the day of my trouble I will call upon thee, for thou wilt answer me. Among the gods there is none like unto thee, O Lord, neither are there any works like unto thy works. All nations whom hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Lord, and shall glorify thy name. For thou art great and doest wondrous things. Thou art God alone. Teach me the way, O Lord. I will walk in thine truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. I will praise thee, O Lord my God, with all my heart, and I will glorify thy name forevermore. For great is thy mercy toward me, and thou hast delivered my soul from the lowest hell. O God, the proud are risen against me, and the assemblies of violent men have sought after my soul, and have not set thee before them. But thou, O Lord, art a God full of compassion and gracious, long-suffering, and plenteous in mercy and truth. O turn unto me, and have mercy upon me. Give thy strength unto thy servant, and save the son of thine handmaid. Shew me a token for good, that they which hate me may see it and be ashamed, because thou, Lord, hast hoped in me and comforted me. Pretty powerful prayer. It's Psalm 86. Psalm 86. Father God, we want to thank you for an awesome day today, spending time with the mustard seeds and the sned heads, and looking forward to what we can prepare for tomorrow. We ask for good health, comforting presence, comforting presence, Lord. We ask for that, to show us that that we are never, ever alone. Whether we walk in our homes, or we walk in the woods, or we stand by the rivers and lakes, that we are never, ever alone. Your presence is with us forever, and we thank you for that. We ask you for good dreams or good visions, one or the other, or both. We ask for clear minds, the clarity to discern, to understand, to see, and to hear everything that you wish us to see and hear. We ask for good health, great nutrition, and value in our time, Lord. Your word is never far from us, and neither is your presence or the presence of your Son. We ask for a hedge of protection around each and every person that joins us regularly, Lord, that they have your protections against the wiles of the devil, Lord. And we ask this in the name of your most gracious sacrifice, your Son, Jesus Christ, the Christ, Yeshua. Amen. Yeah, everybody, you guys get a great night's sleep tonight. You know, tomorrow is yet another day. More things to see, more things to experience, more things to live by. Insanity shall not conquer us, no matter how much our children think we're crazy, no matter how much our friends think we're crazy. We will stand in his power, and we shall, in fact, be the stronger and more level-headed, so that they can learn from us, and that they can begin to seek our guidance, you know, because we know that we know that so many around us just totally think that we're batshit crazy. Okay, I'm sorry, you got to admit it. You know, they do. They think we're batshit crazy, but they're about to learn that we're not, and it's going to be a comfort when everyone is consumed with truth, and they're not going to know what hit them. But guess what? We're going to be the buffer. We're going to be the ones to hold them up. So God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. With that, here's the outro. Peace.